Gotta touch the screen here. Good afternoon. Welcome to the regular council budget meeting, January 28, 2026. We respectfully acknowledge that once again we got welcome to the traditional territory of Clinton, on whose land this meeting is taking place. We have an agenda in front of us. Is there any request to amend the agenda? To change the sequencing? Or?
Sorry, Your Worship. Just a question about the library presentation. Was it, you already looked at that?
I think there's
Just move that up to 4 p.m. They have their board meeting tonight, so if we need to ask any questions, it would be handy to do it earlier so we have a representative available should we need to ask further questions. Thanks.
Moved by Councillor Frizzell, second by Councillor Skaken.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's also the handout package. There was an extra letter for the budget meeting that's I also want to be incorporated in the agenda.
Okay. The handout letter to be part of the budget.
Item C1, yes, correct.
Okay. So we have two addendum amendments. One is the letter in front of us, and one is also, this is something, it's a piece of information I received from the Prince George Foundation regarding their program they set up as a senior center sustainable funds. It might affect certain things. So I'm just going to pass it on, but this could be, would that be part of it? It's too late. Just for information. No big deal.
You can provide it and we can take it as an additional handout.
Or we can pass it on to the staff as well. Yeah, this one, Carl, maybe one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just for information, it's not really affecting the agenda any way. Okay, Councilor Frizzell, you want to speak further on this?
That's all, thank you.
All agree to the amended agenda? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. B1, we are dealing with 2026 Budget and Finance Reference Guide.
Thank you, Your Worship. So items under the section B are supporting documents, so there's no action required. If council's happy, we can go directly to section C2.
Okay, so B1, B2, you don't need a motion? It's just for, as a part of supplementary?
It's just supporting documents.
Budget overview and public consultation results. Item C, C1, 2026 to 2030 financial plan and presentation.
Your Worship, we did that yesterday, so we can go to C2.
We're going to do C2, okay. Physical service, the summary is on page 100, where does this live? 130, 164?
Yes, Your Worship, if I may, if we could perhaps go to Mr. Anderson to explain the motion in front of council at item C2 on your agenda, that would be an appropriate location to start, Your Worship.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Mr. Dalio can jump in if anything needs extra explanation. So my understanding is fiscal services category is an amalgamation of what you'll do to here today. So we're looking approval for this motion with the idea that it is going to change as you make changes throughout the budget. Make any cuts or expansions, that will change fiscal services. And Mr. Dalio will give updates periodically throughout the night.
Thank you. I need a motion to put the recommendation onto the floor first. Moved by Councilor Polillo, second by Councilor Scott. Now, with that, the motion is on the floor right now. Page 136. Is there any questions? Any change required?
Just to confirm, your worship, and I think this is what I heard, so if we wanted to take, say, something out of snow, even though we approve this now, we're not tying our hands for.
That's
Okay,
correct.
yep,
Yeah,
Thank
the
you.
motion's on the floor.
okay, thank you.
We have make an amendment, itemize it as we go, right? That's my understanding.
Yeah, for this motion, you can approve it, and it'll be amended as you make changes to the budget.
And Mr. Delio, you got to keep track of all the changes, and at the end of the meeting, report back to the council regarding the fundamental, what has been changed?
Yes, your worship. Yeah, as Mr. Anderson has said, the fiscal services has the budget for the receiving of the levies that fund all of the other services. So this approves the framework, and if you make changes to individual services, they will have an effect on this page. So we'll be amending this page as we kind of go along with
As we
every
go.
decision of council tonight.
So should I call the question? I should wait for Council Sampson to return. What's happening here?
Thank you, Your Worship. Typically, we would call the motion if a counselor's in the room or not, so
Yeah,
it's up to you.
I know
yeah.
that, but this is it's a budget meeting. He just walk right out. I just want to know what's happening. Is he's not returning or what? What's happening here? Just give me a second. Anybody can text? He's right there. Oh, okay. Then in that case, all in favor? Oppose? Carried. We are moving straight to 2026-2030 Capital Expenditure Plan D1, 2026 to 2030 Capital Plan. The recommendation on the screen should first be put to the floor. I need to, again, just have a motion to put on the floor first, and we do amendment. Moved by Councilor Scott, second by Councilor Bennett. Okay, that's fine, okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I may, and kind of explain the process here, typically we start by putting the motion on the floor and then making amendments to change whatever capital projects
amendment.
council would like. In this case, we're focused on the funded projects right now. If any councilors would like to make any motions, it'd be appropriate for them to queue in. And as explained to council right before this meeting, they'll queue in, and once the councilor selected to talk about a project, we will clear the queue, and they'll be able to queue in to speak about that specific project.
Understand.
And we're asking that they talk about one project per queue in.
One project at a time, okay? I need to hear from the councilors. Anybody want to discuss any specific funded item? Councilor Skinner,
I don't have many, your worship, just,
one at a time.
Yep.
We deal with one at a time.
okay, one at a time. The roundabout at Ospika and Tyner, if that was killed this year, would that come back for a capital item next year to administration? It's, just let me get this, 3469 on page 206, sorry.
If it might help, if council would like it to come back for sure next year, maybe a motion would be to defer the project to a later year, and you could identify the year you wanted. Everything that's in the capital plan is something that we believe is a critical thing that the organization should be doing. So if it were to be pulled by council, and unless you told us to kind of remove it forever, it would likely come back next year. It would still be something we would identify as a more priority project.
Okay, thank you, worship. I was thinking about this, so I just moved to defer. That's 2.5 million. Yep, that's all.
Second by Councilor Frisell.
Sorry, Your Worship, just for clarity, is that to 2027?
Move
Yeah.
one, yeah,
Thank you for 1 year. Thank you.
for 1 year, and that is on page 206, item 3469.
And if I may, your worship, to administration, so if it's deferred till 2027, would administration, like all other capital projects, be looking for potential grants and things like that to help fund part of it?
Absolutely. So we do get grant information from whoever the providers are, and usually comes through the mayor or the city manager's office. We look at our entire capital plan, funded and unfunded, try and figure out what best applies to the sort of conditions that the grantor is looking for.
Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Councilor Fussell. You, okay, you want to, anyone want to speak to this particular item? Go ahead, Councilor Perillo.
Just point of clarification to Director Dalio. By deferring the project to next year, does this have an impact on the tax levy for this year or not?
No, that's a good point to make. So anything that's pulled from the capital plan is funded by a reserve. So canceling a project just cancels the reserve's funding of it. If council's expectation is to cut a project that would also reduce the levy, you kind of have to cut the funding source of that. I'll give an example. You can cut the road rehab budget from 7.3 million to 7 million, but unless you tell us to also cut the road rehab levy from 7.3 million to 7 million, that's where the real savings to the tax levy comes in. Otherwise, the money will just be held in the reserve to fund some other capital project down the road.
Okay, so it's clear it won't have an impact on this year's tax levy.
No. It's just the reserves money get to stay strong. Councilor Bennett?
No, I have, that was for a different queue item, so I don't know if the dual queue is
That's
working.
fine. Okay, and anybody else? Councilor Ramsey, go ahead.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just want to maybe identify a little bit further along Councillor Pallillo's line of thinking, the funding sources. So the capital expenditure reserve, Mr. Dalio, can you maybe identify how this receives funding?
The capital expenditure reserve only has one funding source, and that is gaming revenues. So we get 10% of the net gaming proceeds of the Treasure Cove Casino. We take $300,000 off the top, and we put the rest into the capital expenditure reserve, which funds capital projects.
Okay, and so the BC Growing Communities Fund, please.
BC Growing Communities Fund was a one-time grant provided by a senior level of government, and so it has a finite source. There's no ongoing source of funding for it.
But it would effectively be, for lack of a better term, a grant from the province to the local government.
Yes, it's a grant. There is a condition on it that we have to spend it by a certain time frame. I don't remember that deadline off the top of my head, but it's close-ish, a couple years away.
And what happens if we don't utilize the funds by the deadline?
Usually, the grantor usually likes it most when the money's spent and that they can report what's been done with the funding that's available. If we're not able to meet deadlines and they weren't willing to extend them, they would be asking for unspent funds to be returned to them.
I think that is quite problematic. I don't want to see any funds that have been given to us through the BC Communities Fund returned to the province, especially with the approaching deadline. So I'm not going to be supporting this. I think we would risk having to return $2 million to the province by not proceeding with this project. So I won't be supporting deferral. I think this is too great of a risk. I understand the need to find some reductions, but as we heard, this isn't going to reduce the tax levy at all. So thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak to this particular item? Councilor Klassen?
Just a quick question. Is this location for this roundabout considered, I mean, I'm assuming the answer is yes, but of more urgency than the one at the university there?
Your Worship, I'd invite Mr. McIntosh to provide that answer, please.
Mr. McIntosh?
Thanks, Your Worship, through to Councillor Klassen. Based on the potential development through University Heights, and as I explained on Monday, the access egress through the Chancellor Boulevard extension, we believe that this was more of a priority than the University Way, University Loop roundabout.
Thank you. Councilor Sampson, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm still struggling on the decision. I guess I would like more information on from staff on what brought it to the 2026 capital plan, and if we're making the decision, and if it doesn't necessarily have, as we've heard now, the tax levy implications. I want to understand what that does to the project, the budget, and the benefits or the, of potentially doing it this year. Perhaps through to Mr. McIntosh on the decision to bring it to the 2026 and then the benefits of doing it this year versus next, and then the side effects of postponing it. And the positives of postponing it, I guess, are just simply that we keep those funds in reserves for another year.
Your worship, through to Councillor Sampson, a little bit of history. We were asked to bring these two projects to the Committee of the Whole, along with a few other capital projects that weren't on the proposed funded list at that time. Through those conversations, it was implied that a roundabout those two projects were important. As far as timing goes, Ms. Wozniak might be able to help me out a little bit on this, but the roundabout at the university would serve the UNBC Lands Trust, future development there. We don't have a specific timeline on when that's going to be developed, so given that information and the development at University Heights, we prioritized Ospika and Tyner. Should council wish to defer, I'm not sure if that becomes competition for the UNBC roundabout in future years, but that would be entirely up to council.
Okay. Thanks very much. Thanks, Mario.
Thank you.
Your worship?
Yes.
I'm just, if, I don't want to risk losing that 2 million there, and even though perhaps it could go to another one, I just withdraw this one at this point, and that's it. And sorry about the discussion.
To help confirm the date too, the BC Growing Communities Fund is to be spent by March 31st, 2028.
Okay, thank you, that's all. Yep, thanks.
Do I need a motion to unanimously withdraw?
Withdraw is by unanimous consent, so.
Yeah,
for that
okay.
reason.
Do we have a unanimous consent to have the motion pull away from the?
Yeah.
It's pulled. Thank you.
So your worship,
Couns-
sorry, just 1 second, I'll interrupt. Mea culpa, I wasn't quick enough. I messed up the queue immediately, so apologies on that. It does work, I messed it up
I
immediately,
understand.
so.
Yeah, so now it's, we're going to move on to the next funded item. Councillor Fazil.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. You on item number 12, which is number 3477. We confirmed that the Zamboni ice resurfacer new was essential, and I agree with that. The question was that when we went to talk about mobile equipment replacement, which was 0431 fleet services, there was an outstanding question of whether the Zamboni was in that one too. So I just wanted to know if there had been clarification on whether 0431 had also included that Zamboni, and if so, would we be removing one of the other projects? Could we get some clarification on whether 0431 includes the 3476? I can leave that one and come back to me next time I come around to give time for that question. It's project number 22, which is 0431, as compared to project number 11, which is 3476. You're welcome. And not to hold this up, if there's time, if we need time to do that research, I can come back, Mayor. You.
What was the other number, 22 and?
Number 2 and 11.
Okay. So
worship.
you don't want to,
I'll address that. So project 0431 mobile equipment replacement does not include project 3476, 3477 CN Center Zamboni ice surfacer.
It does not. Okay, thank you. Then I won't move on it. Appreciate it.
next item from anyone want to address the funded capital plan? Councilor Fazil, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Yu. And on the, sorry, that was, I'd been talking about 3477 in the last one. Now back to 3476, which was the utility vehicle. When we talked yesterday, on Monday, it was clear that it wasn't critical. So I move that this one be deferred to 2027. It's $57,000. I so move.
Any second by Councilor Sampson? Discussion. Seeing none. All in favor? Oh, Councilor Ramsey.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Because this is MFA lease proceeds, I do believe it will affect the tax levy, just through to Mr. Dalio.
Yes, it would depend on when the vehicle could be delivered and when we enter into the actual financing agreement, but yes, there's potential some of that would be in late 2026, as opposed to just all of it in future years.
Sorry, if it's deferred to 2027, it wouldn't be in the 2026 year?
Right, so we'll enter the agreement when we actually have the vehicle, so, and then the financing piece kicks in. So it'll depend on the timing of when we receive the vehicle. I can't answer you definitively, but it could start in 2026.
Unless the vehicle's deferred and that it won't be purchased until 2027.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So it might affect the reserve. Okay. Councilor Bennett.
Thank you. I think just as a, I guess, follow-up on that, just make sure that I'm clear. When I guess at the end of the meeting, we look at what the tax levy would be for the year, would that, recognizing that we don't know when the 57,000 would have been accrued, would that come off then what? The equivalent of what we would be reporting to the public at the end of the year, or?
Sorry, maybe I should be more clear. I haven't assumed 2026 financing costs because of this purchase. I've actually assumed 2027 financing costs. We'll internally fund it and enter the MFA agreement when the vehicle's received, but we're not planning on financing costs of that decision until 2027.
Yeah, so that it has no, it would have no impact.
No impact on the
The bottom
2026
line
levy.
for the 26, thank you.
Okay. I see no more people would like to speak on this one. Councilor Sampson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, you for letting me in here. I guess perhaps through to Councilor Frizzell, maybe I'm just not following. Could you expand a little bit more on why you see the benefit in putting this to 2026 if there's no real savings? Or 2027, my apologies, if there's no real savings. I'm just sorry if I'm not following.
Thank you, Councillor Sampson. As I went through the capital plan, I looked for the MFA debt ones and looked for ones that and asked which ones we needed right now and which ones we didn't. For ones we didn't need, we didn't need to initiate borrowing right away. I made a list, and this was the first one that came up numerically on that list that had been established as not being required right now. So, ergo, I said, let's not take out the loan immediately until we need the vehicle.
Okay, thanks.
All in favor, move this item to 2027. Opposed? Carried. Opposed by Councilor Perillo. Next item, please. Funded. Councilor Frizzell. No, you are on the first.
Thanks. This was on my list, but actually Councillor Ramsey got to it first when we were having discussions yesterday. It's the Gore Street Parks Yard greenhouse demolition, $150,000 for this year, and if we don't need to borrow to get it started. Sorry, that's number 43, number 3484. I think Councillor Ramsey made a good point on bringing this up and asking the questions around it, and it seemed from the discussion that we didn't need to borrow immediately to get this work done right away. So instead of incurring debt costs immediately, that move that we defer that to 2027.
I'll second.
Second by Councilor Claassen. Councilor Bennett.
Thank you very much. I guess just through to Councillor Frizzell, because I'm not actually disagreeing with the logic there, but this is projected to be funding through GERF. So would we then be looking at a subsequent motion to adjust GERF, or would that 150,000 just then be used to cover other projects?
Thanks. And with GERF, we do top that up on a regular basis, but if we, yes, through to Mr. Dalio, can you go through the process that we're going to follow at the very end to adjust the the final documents?
Absolutely. So this capital plan is assumed that the funding for the GERF levy will go to the 7.1 million that's proposed. If it's council's intention to reduce that ongoing base budget year-to-year levy by the 150,000 that you're reducing from this project, we would need that direction from council as well. Otherwise, the money we would still assume the 7.1 levy because there's many unfunded assets in the infrastructure gap that we deal with.
So we wouldn't be taking down the GERF levy by this exact amount? By the GERF, sorry, the GERF reserve by that amount?
Unless we did a subsequent.
Unless there was a subsequent motion.
Right.
Thank you. Councillor Klassen, you want to
Thank you.
speak to this?
Yes, yes, thank you, Your Worship. Because this is a greenhouse, and in an area that, I mean, it's a pretty area. Has there been any interest by local community groups to use that greenhouse? Is there an opportunity that we could, or what is the plan for the land there? Thank you, Your Worship. So through to whomever can answer that.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Klassen, the greenhouse is beyond its life cycle. It's a safety issue. Staff can't enter it. So the demolition would provide us the opportunity to look at future opportunities in that footprint, perhaps reestablishing a greenhouse for city use or other opportunities. Currently, the Gore Street Yard is basically the central location for staff that handle Clyde Tenay Park and do all the maintenance in the summer.
So you would say, so staff can't enter it, it's not being used, but that site is still being used by staff for?
The public, or the works compound, I'll call it, is still frequented by staff every day during the summer.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Ramsey?
Thanks, Your Worship. I don't want the removal of this project from the capital plan to signal that we're not interested in creating a plan to reuse that land, whether it's for future greenhouse uses or community uses or such. I do think that putting this off until that plan is developed is a good strategy, and so I'll be supporting the motion. I won't be supporting a reduction of GERF, unfortunately, because we have made the decision to set that at 1%, and that money supports future capital projects of which we have a significant reinvestment funding gap. So I just cognizant that if the reduction to GERF comes, I won't be supporting that. Thanks.
Thank you. I see no more people want to speak to item 3484. I'm going to call the question. All in favor or move this project from 2026 to 2027? All in favor? Oppose? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Klassen.
Oh. Okay, that's how that works. On item number 1, 3487, just a question on that. Just to make sure that I understand this project for the cemetery, I think last year or the year before, we made the decision to remove, I think there was a bit of a plan at that time, and I think council said, let's not do that, where parking would be removed from, like the parking lot would be closed off during after hours. So if maybe somebody can explain the next, like the 2027 spend on doing this work, that just to reassure me that we won't be blocking off the parking after hours.
Your Worship, Mr. McIntosh should be able to help with that.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Klassen. The 2026 funding is specifically for designing future plots and expansion of the cemetery, so we have capacity in future years. The overall project doesn't include the formalization of Memorial Park entryway and the gating of the existing parking.
So your voice was a little bit quiet, so does not include?
Your worship, it does not include. It's for the expansion of the cemetery for future plots.
Okay, thank you.
So this is just a question. Okay, thank you. Any particular item of funded section that we need to discuss? Seeing none, I just want to ask a quick question. I received a letter. It's a part of agenda. It's item C1. It's handout. Talk about King Center, the Wi-Fi entertaining and expenditure, but that's not this year, is it? That's in the unfunded category. Am I correct?
Your worship, I'd ask Mr. Beasley to help with this. This is a question, Mr. Beasley, about the Wi-Fi project in the kin centers.
Yeah, can you tell me which section is in there? I cannot read. Look.
It's in the
Can you help me
IT
find the
services
number?
area, Your Worship.
Say again?
It's in the IT services area.
Number 28. Okay, number 28. That is funded. Yeah, I reading this letter. It makes sense that it is because due to the building that we have to increase the service there, because most people right now, they do carry cell phone. Even my grandkids, they carry cell phone. What is the reason behind it?
I can speak to some of that, Your Worship. So the reason we would want Wi-Fi in the KINs, again, it's being provided by TELUS for free. We advise that will not continue forever. So this isn't about increasing service, it's about maintaining it once our free provider backs away. So this is actually more for events that are being held at those. So people like to have the Wi-Fi, so they have PIN pads for accepting payments for whatever shows they're doing. The streaming of events is also something they like to have, so the Wi-Fi lets them do that. The public Wi-Fi piece is simply just an added side benefit. It's really more about the user groups who are using the facility.
This is a Wi-Fi for the user group.
Right, and if we were building a brand new building, this would be something that we would
Part of it.
automatically be doing. We would make sure the building has Wi-Fi. If this is a service that council doesn't want, though, we can walk away and be affected by it.
What is the cost? Well, let me just take a look at here. That's $250,000. And so far, how long has we as a municipality operating this particular, King without a Wi-Fi? How long have we been doing this?
I'm not sure I could give you a number of years off the top of my head, Your Worship, but it's been quite some time.
What's that from? Yeah, there is Wi-Fi, but it's continuing. Okay, so just continue the contract. And Councilor Ramsey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just am looking for clarity. I think it was answered on Monday, but for the Wi-Fi for user groups, we would then be adding a corresponding fee to fees and charges so that we would earn some of this back through the fee.
Your Worship, through to Councilor Ramsey, that would be correct. Right now, the customers, there is some Wi-Fi up there through one of the service providers. It's not entirely reliable, but that's what people have been relying on, but they're pulling all of that out. Most of the time, a great example is the home show or that type of show. The exhibitors all come in, they all need Wi-Fi. They're going to go out and rent it, which they sometimes do because we simply can't provide it, so they have to bring in a service provider. So the answer to your question is yes, if we were to do this, we would be looking in many, many cases for a fee for service, similar to what we have done in the past with the Civic Center.
And so is there the free public Wi-Fi, is that still going to be available or discontinued? Because if there's free Wi-Fi that I can try and latch on to. Why would I pay for a fee for Wi-Fi?
I might look to Mr. Dalio, but my understanding is it's getting pulled out.
Okay. And do we know what the life span of this internet system would be? Is it 20 years? Is it?
I'm afraid I don't have that information handy, but I could send an email or a text out and get back to you.
I do hear what Mayor Yu is saying, and I somewhat agree, but if we are getting a feedback and the lifespan of this is 20 years, I think reasonably we would claw back quite a bit of it. I do think that if it is subsidized, we should look for a partnership with one of the Wi-Fi companies to try and make sure that that is a naming right opportunity. So I will support it because I think that there's a way to generate revenue from this update, so.
Thank you. Councillor Clausen.
Just a quick question on the price. It seems awfully high. And so if there could be a little bit of a discussion on the price, because I'm thinking this would simply be the installation of a few portals. So if there could be an explanation for that.
Sure. So the lifespan of the system is about 10 years. As far as a cost breakdown, I'm afraid I don't have that level of detail with me today. These are estimates, though, provided by our professional IT staff within the city. So this is what we've been given for the cost to install it.
Thank you. This, my question may be continued. This item is provided by our IT department. The facility we rented out to the provider. If I'm come in, I say, I want to set up a trade show. I need a, much bigger the band to plug in my equipment, to showcase whatnot. Do we charge people more because we have Wi-Fi? It's right now, it is an issue that we couldn't provide those, we don't have it, then therefore the presentation from this provider will be, the vendors will be a lot less, right? Is that the situation right now?
Yes, Your Worship, in a high-level sense, the reality is right now, if they inquire about renting the facility, and keep in mind, we're talking about a vast square footage. This is a huge, huge area. Right now, the answer is we don't provide Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi that is up there is not adequate whatsoever for commercial use. It's very sporadic, and you have to sign up to an email, and you get 20 minutes at a low speed, or whatever, however it works. So we just simply say we don't have it. So if you want to rent the facility, you can rent it, but you're on your own to figure out your Wi-Fi. So this is just an added service. I can't honestly tell you that we're turning away customers as a result of this, but it is an expectation when people rent a facility like that there's some level of internet service available. And again, we would, for commercial renters, charge a fee for service. The intention of this is honestly not really for the general public, because as has been pointed out, I use my data, I guess. I don't even know what I use up there. I don't look for public Wi-Fi, but this is very much for commercial users and our user groups, minor hockey. A lot of the teams like to stream their games now and provide services to their families and so on. So it's for those folks.
May I just follow your argument here? But the public enter that facility do get benefit because there's Wi-Fi. It's a lot more safer than use cellular data. They can use this service to do their thing.
Your Worship, yes, it would be an option for people to use. Again, I'm not sure we've even decided whether we would leave it on at all times for the general public or not. There probably would be a general public aspect to that. But yes, it would be an added benefit for the users for the individuals in the facility.
The funding is the Northern Capital Planning Reserve. If we remove this project, this won't have an impact on the tax levy this year, correct?
That's correct. The Northern Capital Planning Reserve was actually money given to us out of nowhere, I want to say around 2016 or so. So it's on its last few dollars. This is something that could sort of finally end that reserves money, I guess. But again, it wouldn't affect the levy because it was a one-time grant.
Okay, as I don't have no second to remove this, Councilor Sampson, you want to speak to this? No. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind a call for the vote because I do feel these days there's a Starlink, there's all sort of systems. Everything is changing. $250,000, $279,000 still is $250,000 is still a lot of money.
Okay, I'll second it.
We have a second.
Are you talking about deferral or removal?
Remove it altogether. Yeah. I have a motion on the floor. Moved by Mayor Yu, second by Councilor Klassen. All in favor of remove, Councilor Sampson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll jump in with it on the floor. I'm wondering if, rather than closing it off as singular and just, if this passes, it's just gone, if perhaps it sounds, maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like maybe you're saying this could be provided from users on their own or third party or somebody else. And so would you be open to having a component where this gets maybe deferred for a year while staff look into potentially a third party provider to offer Wi-Fi services, seeing that TELUS does not want in? We can at least explore it and then make an informed decision that way. But that's just my input. Rather than saying no altogether, this would give us a chance to get the input, and maybe there is others that want to provide Wi-Fi for a fee in facilities, and that might be a solution. But straight up just saying no, I'm a little hesitant without having more information about how that service could be offered in our facilities. Thanks.
Defer for a year. Amendment? Do I need to get the amendment first?
If unanimous consent is okay with that amendment, then we
Yeah,
can.
unanimous consent to amend this as a deferral to the one more year for future study? Okay. All in favor to move to 22 from, Councilor Bennett, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through Mr. Dalio regarding the Northern Capital Planning Reserve, are there restrictions in terms of what type of infrastructure this could be used for? Like, could it be repurposed for other projects within the book, or is it fairly specific what it will cover?
No, this is one of my favorite grants of all time. It was able to be used on anything capital.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, it was a project back, but I just think the technology changed, and I think we need to take a look at that's a better way to do it in terms of a service come in to provide use a joystick to put in to do their thing instead of use Wi-Fi. A little bit more work for the. All in favor? Oppose? I think one more time. All in favor to move to 2027? Oppose? Carried. This item is moved to 2027. Thank you. Councilor Sampson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Yu, and appreciate the flexibility. I see the point you're trying to make, and I see the value in just going back and looking and seeing if there's alternative approaches. So appreciate the flexibility on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Bennett, your item number?
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship. My question can actually probably be addressed looking at question or at item 3485. Which is the AV system at the Civic Center. I've noticed just an increase in questions and comments around how the city can repurpose equipment that comes out of one facility. Can it be used to enhance at another facility? So I was just, I guess, wondering through to probably Mr. Beasley, just around like where and how that's considered and how we can potentially repurpose things that come out of, say, the Civic Center, and could it be repurposed at another facility as a way for tax savings?
Your worship, through to Councillor Bennett, yes, we always look at repurposing everything that we're replacing. In this case, I'm not going to hold my breath. There's much. We'll certainly look at it, but this is the original sound system from when the Civic Center was built. We're not talking about external speakers and so on. These are the ones that are actually built into the ceiling. And for those of you that have been using the Civic Center, you'll be well aware that it doesn't work very well and sometimes doesn't work at all. I will say, from a business point of view, renting out a conference and civic center, this is an absolute requirement, and we really cannot be renting it out without some kind of a working sound system. So, but sorry, I'm repeating myself a bit, but to your point, if there are any recyclable parts, we absolutely will be looking to use them first internally, and if not, through the procurement process to disperse them.
Well, excellent. And thank you very much, Mr. Beasley. And again, I recognize, I think we're seeing more and more business through the Civic Center, which is great. And I know there's an expectation that there's a quality of availability in terms of audio equipment that if we're not able to meet that need, people aren't going to book at our facility. So again, my question wasn't necessarily specific to this AV system and how it can be reused, but more just, I used it as an example, as a project to get the question on the floor in general. So thank you very much for that response.
Thank you, but you're not putting this item, it's just a question, right? Just a question. Councilor Palolo.
Are we moving on to
Any
other items?
particular item that's funded you want to discuss?
Yeah,
Or you want to make an amendment?
Project number 0399, item 56, road rehab.
66,
56,
56.
0399, it's in front of you there.
That's on page 203.
So I am going to propose a slight reduction of $150,000. So it'll be $7,150,000, which is $150,000 more than this previous year. But this has a direct impact on the tax levy. It may mean we don't get to 50 kilometers. I mean, Director McIntosh can speak to this, but it'll be a slight reduction. It could be 1 or 2 kilometers less that we do. I'm making a reduction.
For this 2026 years only, or it's a percentage?
For 2026 only.
What is the number? May I?
$150,000 reduction.
150. Mr. McIntosh, what is the consequences of this reduction?
Your worship, it's hard to predict. This year, we're renewing the contract, so it'll depend on what the unit rates come in for price per ton for hot mix asphalt.
Thank you. Do have the motion on the floor. Councilor Sampson.
Thanks, Mayor. Is this best done in capital? And does it need to be done again under fiscal services? Because where the funding comes for this?
Yeah, I'd be looking for two separate motions of council. One to reduce the project by $150,000, and then if the intent is to reduce the levy, I'd need a second motion for that.
Great,
Yeah,
thanks.
and that's my intention, Your Worship.
Also, simply by the numbers, it's the budget presented to you is still trying to accomplish 50 kilometers. So by the numbers, it's about $150,000 per kilometer. So this is, you could expect 1 kilometer less.
Great, thanks. I'll get back in during the fiscal services piece too.
But we need to deal with it right now, right? If this one dies, we don't need to amend the fiscal service. Got it. Councilor Ramsey.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. My question is just regarding procurement. So because we have, when capital comes to finance and audit in December, we do give the nod to start the procurement process. So I'm just curious on what the reduction might mean for this item that we've already sent for procurement.
Sure, the direction we ask for from the FNA committee is simply to start the procurement process. We do not sign any agreements until they get final approval tonight.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Worship. I guess my question through to Councilor Palillo is, again, if we're looking to reduce the 2026 by 150,000, are we looking then to I recognize that you said it's just 2026. I guess my caution or fear would be we then are going to actually see next year, which will then actually, it's already set to increase by 365,000 to actually now increase by upwards of 450,000 because you're going to be taking the already increased scheduled from 26 to 27 and adding an additional 150 that we're taking out now. Again, recognizing that we're not approving the 27, 28, 29, 30 budget, and that's going to be a decision of the next councils. But I guess I'm just wondering, is your expectation then that the base for next year be the 7.3 million that it was set for this year, or are we reducing the 150 each year, and next year would be the inflationary increase based on the 7.15 million if that's approved?
I guess to answer your question quite simply is we take each year individually. And this year, we have some really tough decisions to make. This, I think, is reasonable. It is a reduction to the overall budget, but it's still an increase of 150,000 from last year's budget. As you just heard, it might mean one less kilometer, depending on what happens. It might be a little more than that, but I think it's a calculated risk, but a good one to take. And we need some reduction this year. We all know that. So I believe this is how we can get there little by little. So I would encourage all of you to support it.
Thank you. I just want to remind the councilors, this last few days, we just received the official confirmation that Prince George population has exceeded 100,000 people. And we have to keep in mind that this exercise, what we do, we have to think of the future. So when we discuss an item, we really need to say how does it impact to a growing city as well, even though we are facing tremendous affordability issue for many of our citizens. But in the same time, we as a city, we need to grow out of this the problem, physical problem, not just for ourselves, but for the everybody as well. So when we look at any item, we really need to take a look. Is it this particular item is going to affect short-term, long-term? So asphalt price, it is going up. And we are just marching towards a much better situation now than 4 or 5 years ago in terms of dealing with the potholes. And I want to ask one more time, Mr. McIntosh, with some certainty, can you tell us, with this modest cut of $150,000, will this affect the current program that we as a city marching forward to reduce the number of potholes on the continued trend?
Your Worship, I think there's a lot of factors involved in that. It depends on our freeze-thaw cycles, how much rain we may get in the spring for the development of potholes. This modest decrease, I don't believe is going to have a huge impact in increasing the number of potholes. When prepping our annual paving list, it'll also depend on how many arterial and collector roads we're doing versus residential. So I believe if this is the will of council, the impacts would likely be light or small.
Thank you. I just need the assurance. Councilor Bennett.
So I guess, and I guess as a follow-up to Mr. McIntosh, again, if this was to come back at a status quo budget, so 7 million, not 7.1, to Councilor Palillo's point, that would basically just move it to approximately 2 kilometers less. Or, I guess, impacts to potholes and things like that, but.
Well, Your Worship, I failed to mention that in my conversation with the mayor there, that the contract is up for renewal. So it's typically 1 year plus an option. So it'll all depend on what the bid prices come in at. If they're significantly higher than the last 2 years, then we're going to have a reduction of lane kilometers paved.
Your worship, I'm wondering about the 100,000 population. I don't understand that, and
We are
what data
gonna
is
do
that?
that.
Where is that coming from?
It's from StatsCan. It's in the news. And so based on that, I mean, most likely we're going
It's
to do
from
a lot more.
StatsCan in the news. I missed that, your worship. Anyway, I know the census for this year is happening this year, so
Yeah.
I think we'll have some certainty after this year, but anyway, just
you.
wanted to point that out.
We have a motion on the floor to reduce 2026 road rehabilitation from 730,000, 7.7 million and 300,000 to 7 million to 150,000, right? May I correct? All in favor? Oppose? Carried.
Your
Next
worship.
item, please.
Now, may I, if the intent is to reduce the levy, may we have a second motion quickly for the reducing the levy?
I will make that motion to reduce the levy by 150,000.
Second by Councilor Klassen. Councilor Skaken Anybody want to speak to this motion? It's automatic. All in favor?
No, I'm in the queue.
Oh, Councilor Sampson, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate this. When going through the budget book, this is somewhere I identified as well. It's not that I see it maybe a little bit differently though, as some of my colleagues. I don't see it as a calculated risk per se. There's no gamble on whether we're going to pave roads or not. Like snow, to me, I see this as maybe a challenge. And hearing Mr. McIntosh, I know that's tough, but the goal kilometers for the year. With this reduction, I would like to see if there's any opportunity to get there. Obviously not saying that's required because I don't have all of those contracts and details in front of me, but my challenge would be that we try to accomplish the same lane kilometers with this budget here for 2026 by finding efficiencies internal. We got to try to push those efficiency opportunities as everywhere possible. So I think if we're not able to find the full efficiencies to get to that full same lane kilometers that we projected, seeing the efforts of how we try to find those efficiencies is going to be important. So at the end of the year, when we get our report on our lane kilometers, understanding what staff did to get to that number would be beneficial as well at that time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for the comment. And I just want to use this opportunity to let the city know our road maintenance crew does a tremendous job. Over the last 4 or 5 years, we have reduced the pothole number around the city significantly, and we have 1,500 kilometer road to maintain. So this is not any indication of we want to reduce the servicing or not. It is a tough year, and we will no stone unturned. We're going to take a look at every item. Thank you. Next item, please. Yeah, call the question. All in favor? Oppose? Carried. Next item, Council Polillo, capital funded.
I don't know how that came on. I didn't touch that. That's, sorry, Your Worship, that's,
You have no more items.
I don't have, at this time, no items.
Thank you. Any other capital funded item requires attention of the staff and requires adjustment? I'm going to call it once, or twice, or a third time. Hearing none, do we need a motion to?
So there's a motion on the floor, the main motion that's been amended from those motions that you just
With
made. So
amended, yeah.
vote on the main motion.
Funded. All in favor of the funded? You want to speak? Yeah, it's the whole plan of the funded with a few items amended. Councilor Klassen.
I just want to make a brief statement because I'll vote against, and not because I feel like I don't, and I've said this before at council, is that I don't feel that we have quite enough information to make a lot of these decisions. I wish we had more information. And so I'll vote against on that basis. Thanks.
Do we need a unanimous? Councillor Sampson, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Just wondering, through to my colleague, what information has been asked for that hasn't been received to this point? And I just, I'm not on the F&A committee. I'm not, but I've sat in the committee the whole meetings, and I'm just wondering for more information on that.
Sure. I guess because when I'm looking through the whole budget, what I would like to see that we could actually sink our teeth into more is a bit more of the information per each capital item. We've got a sustainable finance policy 8.3, which speaks specifically to capital, and so we're not quite there yet. And so for the time being, that's with providing that information that we need. And I've been talking for quite some time about wishing we had a little bit more KPIs and metrics. So that's my rationale. Thanks.
Okay. I'm going to call the motion. All in favor of the funded capital plan as is presented with amendments? Opposed? Recorded opposed by Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I may, I didn't put it in your notes, but traditionally at this point, we move on to unfunded and future years, and if any of the council would like to see those move to a committee of the whole.
I need a motion for the unfunded capital plan as presented, and then we go through item by item. Move to approve by Councillor Frizzell, second by Councillor Scott. Councillor Skinken. Okay, I have a motion on the floor. I open the floor for item. Councillor Frizzell, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. As discussed on Monday, item number 20, number 3242, Little Prince Train Shelter Replacement. Thank you to both Mr. McIntosh and Mr. Beasley for the comments on Monday. I'm just wondering if we could get an updated picture on where we're at on operations and capital.
It's Your Worship, through to Councillor Frizzell. We actually, in fact, had a meeting yesterday, which was pre-scheduled before the budget meetings. We continue to be seeking to bring back to Council a long-term operating agreement with Exploration Place to operate Little Prince. And we had a very fulsome discussion about the complications and what's going to be involved with that, but very goodwill on all parties to achieve that. So we feel quite positive about that. In terms of the shed construction, I'll turn that over to Mr. McIntosh, but it's all tied together in terms of the operating agreement, and we need that in order to go ahead with the shed. Mr. McIntosh.
Thank you, Mr. Beasley. Your worship, through to Councillor Frizzell. Yes, we are working with Exploration Place on what would work for them for the continued operation and maintenance of the Little Prince. We have a few concepts, but we're not quite at the detailed design stage. Still trying to flesh out an accurate cost estimate, given the 1.2 is a very high level estimate. So we're hoping to finalize or be closer probably late summer to finalize some of these agreements and capital planning estimates.
Well, again, thank you for all the work on it, and it sounds like we've got a very willing and eager partner that you've been working with. With that in mind, through Mr. Anderson, I know process is to approve the funded and the unfunded capital projects here. There was some discussion about moving to a further work in committee of the whole. What would be required to allow the door to be open so that we can support whatever outcome we get to by the summertime? Do we need to make a motion to move this into the discussions at committee of the whole?
That's correct. So that's when you made a motion to approve the unfunded. I assume that you're making an amendment to add this project to the committee of the whole. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I'd like to do. Move to amend so that this can be moved to committee of the whole. Thank you.
Second by Councillor Skinken. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question through to staff. Are there any discussions with Exploration Place about the possibility of transferring ownership of Little Prince or signing a lease for Little Prince for any tourist company or tourism PG or anything like that? So if we could have a little bit of a discussion about that.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Claassen, yes, very much so, not specific to those exact agencies you just referred to, but part of our discussion, and this is where it's fairly complex, is just the ownership issues, who owns what, who's responsible, the long-term requirements of keeping Little Prince, what happens if it breaks, et cetera. So we're coming up with all of these different contingencies. That's why it's a fairly complex thing. I will say the other note we would make, regardless of which way council wants to go with this particular unfunded project, is it has been made very clear to us through Exploration Place that their ability to look for funding and partners for this often is reliant upon knowing that there's X number of dollars already committed to the project, and that may help accelerate fundraising efforts and so on as well. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you. A question to Ms. Anderson. There's a whole bunch of unfunded projects might require to move to the committee as a whole for further discussion, and situation might change. You would lump them together, or you want to deal with one at a time?
I believe we're dealing with them one at a time, so we made an amendment to send the Little Prince to the committee of the whole.
Thank you. One at a time. Okay. Do you have a seconder? Yeah, I did. You get a seconder. All in favor to move this particular item to committee as a whole? Councilor Scott, hold a second. Well, Councilor Scott wants to speak. I did. Thank you. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate the complexities of the whole issue around the Little Prince. I also know that I can't look any person in the eye and expect them to go and work inside what is currently the housing for that train. It's just abominable. And I think that at some point, as much as we've all said at one time or another how important the Little Prince is, that the city has to step up. And if that means being the first to the plate on moving that negotiation forward, this is what it's going to take. And I hope we have a fulsome discussion at Committee of the Whole. Thank you.
Move the item to committee as a whole. All in favor? Oppose? Carried. Any items would like to discuss further regarding unfunded? Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Worship, and forgive me if we talked about this on Monday, but I would like project 3463, number 4. To be brought to Committee of the Whole for further conversation.
Second by Councilor Skaken. This is an item, it's where I had a discussion with our staff. That's to do with the city 3D software, right?
It is, and it's kind of amazing to me that our city planners can plan without 3D imaging. So I think this is an important conversation.
Yeah, this is actually one of my initiatives. It's my pet project. I do believe as a city grow, we need to have a software the citizen can have a visual to understand what the Prince George might be look like in 50, 100 years from now. And I do believe this exercise at this juncture of history of our city is particularly important. We do need to have some more work to do in terms of detail map out our existing infrastructure, as well as do some value analysis. So maybe Ms. Wasnick, can you provide us a little bit more details of where we're at, the staff in preparation, make this project a reality?
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe on Monday, we did talk about this, and I did offer some notes about staff not being opposed to the idea of a 3D model. but that more data collection needs to occur to inform such software or such a model. Last year was spent largely reviewing the OCP. And from the OCP, there's now policy direction to do further analysis of our infrastructure capacities for water, sewer, and storm, for example. These are all information and data sets we would need to help inform the model to then create the visual that would show where development, what type of development could occur in what locations of our city. So again, happy to discuss this more through committee of the whole at that time. And if there's more questions about this item, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. And we do have a university planning department here, and we also have a university engineering division here. You know, this exercise, I think, is because it's for the long term. I would love to see our design community as a whole perhaps be invited to the, you know, committee as whole meeting to, you know, to listening and to see if they can help us and also contribute to this exercise, which is crucial to the development of our city. That's just a comment, and so this will be moved to the committee as whole for further discussion. Thank you, Councillor Scott, for bringing this forward. I was going to do that myself, but thank you for. Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can I share a new project? Is that okay? Or is it on, are we still on this side?
I'm in the queue for this project.
Oh, sorry, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this, we still have more, yeah. Councillor Claassen.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question, if we wanted the university there, would we need to make a motion?
No, not this
okay.
moment.
All right, thank you.
But all I'm saying is, as a committee as a whole, you know, I'm the chair. During the agenda preparation, I can definitely inform the university this item's being discussed, and they'd be invited to listen in, and then to go from there.
So, Your Worship, just for clarity, the chair of committee of the whole is the acting mayor of the month.
Oh, yeah, okay. Make sure we're timing it. All right. Councillor Skaken, you want to speak further to this?
No, I've got another item.
Okay.
So I don't know.
All in favor of item number 4 to move into committee as whole for further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Skaken.
Briefly, Your Worship. Item number 12, 3462, if I'm allowed to.
Copa Arena.
Yep.
Score clock replacement.
I think Spruce King's got a hold of us earlier this year, and I'm just wondering, all I want is it to be moved to the committee of the whole. That's all.
Thank you.
That's it.
Do we have a seconder to move this item to committee as whole as well? Seconded by Councillor Bennett. Any further discussion on this particular item? Maybe I would like to ask Mr. Beasley, maybe can tell us if we'll replace this as the clock, which is cost quite a lot of money. In the future arena, we can move that clock to the place as well, right?
Your Worship, I honestly can't answer that. That's an engineering question, as well as what the new arena is, the size of it, the design of it, and so on. Theoretically, yes, but we don't. I can't answer that question today.
Okay, it's if we cannot answer the question, and the clock is right now has been budgeted for $450,000. Sounds a lot of money. Are we talking about those clocks hanging in the middle of the arena?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, if it's hanging in the middle of this particular arena, the structure might need to be beefed up as well, because the two structural frame is on either side of the, not in the center of the arena, just for the information of the public. But so, yeah, we need a further discussion. I have a motion on the floor. Move the 3462 to committee as whole for further discussion. All in favor? Oh, you're accused for talking to this one? Thank you. Councillor Ramsey, go ahead.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just had a question regarding this project as well as the previous one. Both of them are the only two items in the unfunded plan with capital articulated as being in the 2026 fiscal year. So I just, if this project isn't moved to committee of the whole, does it just fall off the capital plan, or does it get pushed to 2027 if it's not funded?
It would be looked at again next year. Almost undoubtedly, it would continue to shift. As long as we have the Copar Arena as a functional facility, we'll be trying to put the work that we estimate is required to keep operating it in the capital plan as either a funded or unfunded item.
Okay, thank you. And then when this item goes to committee of the whole, I guess one of the pieces of information I would be looking for is that if we do purchase the new score clock, can it be moved to a new facility when one is built, to just make sure that those funds, if spent, aren't wasted? So just flagging that for staff, if we can make sure that that is answered at committee of the whole.
Thank you for the comment. Councilor Claassen, you want to speak to the clock? No? Hearing none. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 12 has been moved to committee as a whole for further discussion. Councilor Skaken, you have another item? Councilor Ramsey.
Thanks, Your Worship. Sorry, just gonna refind it. It's the Heart Connector Trail. I don't remember what project number. I didn't. What is it? Number 8, there it is. I'm going the wrong direction in the book. 1192. I'm just hoping to refer this to committee of the whole, and I'm wanting to get just a budget update on what approximately this would look like, and if it's possible to start developing a work plan around this item. I think it's time that this really got looked at. I spent the summer biking around the Centennial Trail. I biked the 35-kilometer route, but there isn't a route up to the Heart. I'm sure there's trails, but I do think that this is something that would benefit that area of town, and I would love to see us start to work on this and put a plan in place. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Sampson, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Yu, and thanks, Councilor Ramsey. I agree. This project has come up a couple budgets in a row now. I think Councilor Claassen, yourself, myself, I think all of us have spoke to it at some point, frankly. So would support getting this, what you've proposed, Councilor Ramsey, a work plan piece around this would be beneficial to see how it can come to fruition rather than continuing to express interest in it, actually maybe getting those that work started. That's a great motion. Thanks.
Thank you. We have a mover and seconder.
Your Worship, may I interject quickly?
Yes.
Just to provide an update on this project, it's been unfunded for a while due to the ministry's involvement and committing funds to start the connector trail. So they've been doing geotechnical surveying, design. Staff, we have a meeting with their consultant, I believe in early February. So if this is brought to committee of the whole, we can provide probably a more fulsome update on their involvement.
Thanks, Your Worship. I would just maybe add too that that once this is, I don't want to send it. I want to send it to committee of the whole to have that discussion. But I also think that any motions there have to come back to council. So I think in this discussion we should also consider referral for advocacy to intergovernmental affairs, because the staff-to-staff conversation is important, but sometimes the political pressure of a political meeting will drive that a little bit quicker. So I do think that that motion could be made following this motion rather than sending to committee of the whole to have the referral back to council to refer to intergovernmental. So I'm happy to make that motion after this.
Okay. All in favor? Oppose? Moved committee as a whole.
And then, Your Worship, I'd like to move that this advocacy item be referred to intergovernmental affairs.
Second by Councilor Fazil. Discussion. Seeing none. All in favor? Oppose? Carry. Now, is there sequencing to the intergovernmental first and then committee as a whole, or it really doesn't matter which way? For intergovernmental council. Okay. Thank you. We are still in the unfunded area. Any further discussion on any items unfunded? Seeing none.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm next.
Councilor Klassen, go ahead.
Item number 15 in our books, 0644.
Landscaping upgrading, Highway 16 and 97.
Could we, I'll make a motion to direct that to the council or committee of the whole as well. If I could have a seconder, please. It's about Mr. PG, and I think that deserves some attention and conversation.
Second, Councilor Polillo.
Thank you. And yeah, I just think it would be good to have a conversation about this because it is Mr. PG and he belongs to the residents of the city. And so that would be a good chance to do that. Thanks.
I would love to see Mr. PG grow a few feet taller.
Yes.
It's just getting, compared to the last, Mr. PG was small. Okay, move this particular item for committee as a whole for further discussion for action as well. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Oppose? Carried. We are still on capital project unfunded. Any item requires further attention and action. Do you need a motion to?
So, Your Worship, there is a motion on the floor. Those were amendments, so just a voting on the main motion as amended.
Okay, with the amendment.
The main motion is amended.
Councilor Skaken, second by Councilor Polillo. Any discussion regarding the main motion? Hearing none. All in favor? Oppose? Carried. Thank you. We have a motion to discuss the future capital plan. Any particular item requires more urgent attention? Councilor Klassen.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just paging to it, but if Ms. Kellett knows quicker, the ring road for between Highway 16 and 97, or 97 and 16. She knows the number.
That's item 31. 0665 on page 276.
Would it, Mayor, maybe ask you for some advice on this one? Would it be best to refer it to committee of the whole or to intergovernmental, because this is a massive piece?
It's a massive piece.
And with all the investment and mining industry coming to town, this may be a good time that we can maybe push it forward.
I'm wondering if this should be first direct to the staff to see if there's a planning department might have some information that we need to study as a council.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I may, perhaps if this is referred to Committee of the Whole in the ordinary course, then when it's brought up at the Committee of the Whole meeting, then staff will have an opportunity at that time to provide feedback and receive further direction from Committee of the Whole. As you can see, it's a very long-term project currently for 2032, so I think we have time, Your Worship, respectfully, if we refer this to Committee of the Whole and then get further direction to staff through that process, Your Worship.
Yeah, thank you. This is a massive study. I'm just wondering, Ms. Watson, would you need an extra little bit of resources or current long-term planning department may be able to handle this, to prepare for the meeting?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking through this. It wouldn't be entirely planning and development project. This would likely be multi-departmental. So in terms of what staffing and perhaps external advice we would need, I'm unsure at this time.
Yeah, highway department, provincial highway department definitely should be involved. With this referral, is it possible that your department maybe inform the highway MOT that we as a city would like to receive any information or any study they have done regarding the future renewal possibility?
Your worship, this would likely be coordinated through the Transportation Division. So any connections or advocacy through the ministry would be
Your
started
department?
with them.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted MOT and they be aware that we are really looking at this seriously now because with the expansion of the city. Okay, Councilor Skaken.
Just briefly, Your Worship, I'm just wondering about the practice of going into future years unfunded as opposed to just doing it 1 year ahead. What kind of, how we set ourselves up for workload to administration and everything else. I know we don't want to lose sight of this project or others, but I would think if it's referred to the committee of the whole, then at least we can get a high level information back from administration on what kind of job this is going to be, because it's going to be huge. So that's all. I mean, I'll support it going to committee of the whole, but I don't think from that point we're going to be able to ask staff to do too much on that this year, other than just keep it on the radar and do some high level research. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, Mr. Babich, would it be helpful this particular item also be discussed during our strategic study to make as a city's priority?
Yes, Your Worship, pending direction from Committee of the Whole up through Council. Absolutely, this is one of the topics that we could bring forward for Council's information in strategic planning and get direction if there's interest from Council to put any resources into this in the next term, Your Worship.
Thank you.
So then, was my motion seconded to refer to Committee of the Whole?
Yes, and then from there, we can refer to the strategic planning as well as, get staff for further input.
So, Your Worship, I don't have a seconder. Can I get one?
Second, Councilor Skaken. All in favor, move this future item to committee as whole for further discussion. Oppose? Carried. Any, Councilor Klassen, you got another item?
Not quite yet.
Not yet, okay.
No, I don't think so. I've been looking through and it's, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, do we need a motion to close off this section?
Just the vote on the main motion as amended.
Okay, motion for the amended one item only. All in favor? Oppose? Carried. We're doing good, 228. So we have finished item D. Now it's, would you recommend that we move to item F?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, so I believe item F1 was amended to come at 4 o'clock when we expect the library representative to be here. So I think it's appropriate to move on to F2 and then subsequently on to the operational budgets.
Okay. F2, Tourism Prince George. I need a move and seconder to put a recommendation. Moved by Councilor Polito, second by Councilor Frizzell. I have a motion on the floor. Discussion.
What's the motion, Your Worship?
Tourism. F2, the council approves the Tourism Prince George service category as outlined on page 30, 31. Councilor Klassen.
Thank you, Mayor Yu. How much direction does council give to Tourism PG other than, because I know we do select a board member, or do we select the entire board? I've forgotten. And I'm just wondering when is, like, do we provide any direction? And Mayor, I see Mr. Babich is ready for an answer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just high level. So the Tourism Prince George bylaws provide for council to be able to appoint members to their board of directors, but also we have a service agreement with Tourism Prince George that sets out the roles and responsibilities, which another member of staff can speak to in much more detail than I can. Looking at either Mr. Beasley or Mr. Dalio to provide more details on the service agreement, Your Worship.
Thank you. We do provide 14%, right, so far, right now?
Maybe the only comment I can provide from the financial lens is that you're committed to $327,000 a year, and that's part of the agreement of the MRDT, which is essentially the hotel tax. In order for the hotel tax to still be given to Tourism Prince George, that is our condition. That is our condition. We have to continue to support by at least $327,000.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Worship, and thank you to staff on Monday for agreeing to take away that conversation around where there may be cost savings to share security between Tourism Prince George and the Civic Center and the library. I guess I'd also just perhaps follow up to see if we could, if there's also opportunities to expand those conversations, for example, to include Two Rivers Art Gallery. I believe they also pay for security, and perhaps any other groups who may have access or border on Canada Games Plaza. Again, I think if we can best find opportunities to work together to lower the costs for not only the city but for our providers, that would be great. And if there's any other shared services beyond just security, if those could be looked at as well.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we made a note, and we'll invite those other organizations to see if there's increased synergies for security and other services, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Worship. Last year, bear with me, short detour. Last year, Councillor Sampson made a really good observation that the public library needed to do a 5-year look.
Well, on tourism.
I'm sorry, Councillor Ramsey, I apologize. Thank you, Councillor Ramsey. Is there a way, irrespective of the numbers before us, is there a way to ask tourism to likewise look ahead? I'm sorry,
Are you putting this forward as a condition for this budget approval?
No, I'm looking for more information for next year.
Who's on the, may I ask, Mr. Dalley, who sits on the, from the council sits on the committee right now?
Tourism?
Tourism.
I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer.
Thank you, Your Worship. If you're looking for the city representative that sits on Tourism Prince George, it's Ms. Haywood under Mr. Beasley's division.
Okay, so we have Andy, Mr. Beasley sits on it. Okay, understand.
Your Worship, I can just add in a couple of quick more points. There are different opportunities for council to exert its influence or its priorities to tourism. As they just recently did, they do an annual submission to City Council. When their operating agreement is up for renewal, that also comes before council. And then through our board representative, through Ms. Haywood, also has the ability to pass along council priorities and so on. So,
thank you.
All good things. Thank you.
Thank you. Being a winter city, we have two very distinct seasons. Is that be helpful if the tourism appear before the council to discuss their program and the ongoing event twice a year instead of just before the budget? Is that too much to ask?
Your Worship, that's within the discretion of council to request. Currently, as you know, Tourism Prince George comes once a year during budget, but we can certainly invite Tourism Prince George to come semi-annually every 6 months. If that's the will of council, we'd appreciate a motion in that regard, though, to provide us direction.
Moved by Councillor.
Sorry, Your Worship, there's a motion on the floor right now, so let's deal with that motion.
We can do that afterwards, yeah. Yeah, I just think tourism is so important for the future development of our city. And especially now we're going to do more indigenous tourism as well as other program. I do believe make a semi-reporting rather than once a year. It might helpful to understand each other. And of course, Ms. Beasley will inform us as on an ongoing basis. How often you meet in the committee?
Through Your Worship, I would say daily.
Daily?
We work in partnership with tourism. It's our staff are integrated in with them. They're part. We're together with them, so.
Okay, that's good. That's really helpful as well. So, I mean, maybe instead of they appear in the agenda, maybe every once in a while, we have a item that you represent the tourism can just give us a little talk regarding some of the activity, what's happening. Thank you. Councilor Skaken.
Briefly, Your Worship, I think if we're going to have tourism come twice a year, then we should be extending that invitation or perhaps encouraging the public library to come twice a year. So I don't think we can just do a one-off. Plus, we have the opportunity through your office and the city manager to meet with, you know, the CAO and some of the board of tourism Prince George for, you know, issues that arise outside of the time they come here. But I think if, from my opinion, we should do both if we're going to make one come.
May I offer something to council? Tourism and library actually do come a second time. They come to the Finance and Audit Committee for the presentation of their financial statements. So maybe not all of council hears from them, but they do come to us twice a year.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to call the motion in front of us. That is to recommend the approval of the tourism's funding as listed on page 30 and 31 of this budget book. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And now I know that Mr. Beasley sits on the committee, sits on the tourism Prince George, as well as, you know, we meet once a month. I think, I don't think we require them to appear in front of us because I'm sure you'll keep us informed what's going on the during regular council meeting.
Your Worship, yes, and the other thing we could certainly do when there's significant information to share, ask them to come as a delegation too, which they would sure be happy to do.
Okay, Councilor Klassen?
Yes, so if I feel that I would like us to have an opportunity to provide more direction, when would we do that?
You will have an option to do that during the Finance Committee when they appear, and also before the budget, twice a year. They do appear in front of us twice a year, yeah. Councilor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Worship. I think just, and please correct me if I'm wrong to staff, but I don't believe it's Mr. Beasley who sits on the Tourism Prince George board. It's Ms. Haywood who is on Mr. Beasley's team.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah. Mr. Beasley's team sits on it. Yeah, okay. Please pass the council's intent, so the reporting flow back and forth. Thank you. Okay, now we deal with F2. Are we going to G?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, we'd move on to the operational budget starting at G1 there. Just for council and the public's information, we're either looking for council to put the recommendation on the floor or an alternative, whatever council's desire is.
So we go through the same thing. We'll put a motion on the floor, just like before.
That's just either put the recommendation on the floor or an alternative for each section.
Thank you. Councilor Scott, move G1. Do I have a seconder? Second by Councilor Versailles. Discussion, Councilor Klassen.
Just a question, the $11,000 budget increase for legislative council, if I could just have an explanation for that.
Sorry, Your Worship.
Sorry, I'm in the wrong line. Okay.
Office of City Manager, maybe in the next service category.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
G2.
sorry, my mistake.
We're dealing with the G1. Office of the City Manager.
Move recommendation.
Yeah, it's already moved the second.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Just kidding, just kidding.
You know, just for the public, we're going through a lot of items. So if we do make a mistake here and there, be patient with us. Seeing no discussion required, G1, Office of the City Manager, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. G2.
Move G2.
Move G2, Councilor Polillo, second by Councilor Fazell. Motion's on the floor. Councilor Fazell.
Thank you, Mayor. You move to amend the total amount to 868,127, reflecting a reduction of 20644, the amount of the increased budget change on legislative mayor and legislative council. There's a budget change of 9362 and 11282. If we remove that amount, then the total amount comes out at 868,127, essentially removing the augmentation of the legislative budget for supporting committees that was bound to be increased by 20644.
Your Worship, if I may, I'm going to ask Mr. Dalio to confirm, but I'm wondering if that's the council remuneration area, Your Worship, rather than the intended area, which I believe may be economic development, if I understand correctly.
That's correct. The increases that you're seeing are a reflection of the 2025 mayor and council increases that have already been approved.
Thank you. On legislative mayor, there shows an increase of 9362. Legislative council is 11282.
That's correct.
And those are solely on the approved.
Those are solely the elected official remuneration for their positions.
Okay, thanks. When I was asking it on Monday, that was what I was trying to get to. I didn't ask clearly, but in that case, I'll withdraw because we're not going to be able to do that. Thank you.
Councilor Skaken.
Just briefly, Your Worship, I'm wondering if our travel budget is staying at 10,000 for 2026, just confirming?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Yeah, because I know there was a debate on that extra 20,000 for the other committee there, so I just wanted to make sure that wasn't built in there somewhere. But I see 10,000, nothing changes, and 15,000 for council committee, so. Yeah, a couple thousand, so I'll support this. It's status quo for our travel budget.
But based on this budget, 20,000 to the economic development advocacy piece, because that piece has been moved to committee, no?
Yeah, see.
So this
Maybe we can get
stays here?
clarification on that, Your Worship.
Because it has been reduced, from a previous 40,000 to 20,000, and then 20,000 moved to the committee, so zero.
So, Your Worship, if I may, I believe where we're at is there's $20,000 remaining in economic development advocacy that's highlighted right now by Ms. Kellett.
I see.
And subject to any future motions of council that are approved, that's what the budget would be, Your Worship.
That 20 is moved to the other ones already?
No, Your Worship, the 20,000 currently is in mayor and council service category, which is under your budget, Your Worship. So unless there's a motion approved by council, then it would remain in that budget line item, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councilor Ramsey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just seeking clarity on the Ottawa advocacy. Is that $20,000 slated for the advocacy that the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee is going to be doing?
Yeah, that's the same question I have.
Is that just through to Councillor Frizzell?
Thanks, not just for Ottawa, but it was for additional meeting in Victoria and one in Ottawa.
Okay, thank you. And then just through to Mr. Dalio, just on the committee expenses, can I just ask what the actuals for 2025 were and if we have that figure? I see it was 3,991 in 2024. I just wondered if that saw a great deal of change last year.
Yeah, this is a comment that I probably have to make for the entire book. We don't have 2025 actuals finalized for the book.
Okay. It would be really nice to have the 2025 actuals. I do think that this is something that we could look at reducing in the future, but without the 2025 actuals to see a 2-year trend, I think it's hard to make an adjustment there, but I would just maybe flag that for council to consider potentially reducing by between $7,000 to $10,000 in the 2027 fiscal if that remains under $5,000 again. Thanks.
Councilor Bennett.
No, sorry, I think my question was answered, and again, it was based on the motion So I guess I'm thinking back to the motion that was in December that referred the council, the intergovernmental ask to budget. So if, just to be very clear, if this budget was to be approved as is, that $20,000 economic development budget line would then default become the funds for the intergovernmental, or are we having a separate conversation? Because again, if the motion to deal with the intergovernmental advocacy was referred to budget, I would have assumed that we would have had some form of conversation around that as part of the budget, or is that this conversation now?
I believe that's this conversation now. So I know the Intergovernmental Committee made a recommendation to council. I believe that decision was deferred to be had right now. So council can either leave this 20,000 as is for, it's usually used for the mayor's purposes to do the economic development from that chair, or what I heard from the Intergovernmental Committee was that that 20,000 could be reallocated to the Intergovernmental Committee to do more advocacy trips. But that was just a decision of intergovernmental. It wasn't a decision of council. Council needs to make that decision today.
So I guess as a follow-up, I guess I'm asking intergovernmental through to Councillor Frizzell if that is, based on the motion that's on the floor, is it then the position of intergovernmental that they're not now asking for that additional advocacy money?
Thanks for the question. We passed motion at intergovernmental that based on the success of the previous work, we wanted to not just go again to Victoria, but also expand because the requests we're getting from council are significant and it's getting delivered on. So that was a rationale for increasing it. We've gotten great feedback from the people we visit on the success of those meetings, and that was brought back to council for support. It is the view of the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee that we need to do more of the same, and that hasn't changed. We would like the capacity to be able to go out and speak to those decision makers on their turf. So we want the support, and I don't think that this is exclusive. If there isn't a trip that needs to be taken, then there is a potential. The mechanism right now would be to seek that support from the mayor if it doesn't change with this. Is that right, Mr. Dalio, that the economic development advocacy budget is only approved through the mayor's office?
Council owns the mayor and council budget, but the mayor is your full-time employee, the chief representative of this council. So typically, the economic development is delivered by that chair. At least historically, that's how it's done. But you as a council still own this budget.
Thank you. And the mechanism that would need to change would be a motion at this point to create another budget line item that was separate, or to move it into another pot. What is the difference between what is and what could be?
Last year, when we moved it from 40,000 down to 20,000, the other 20,000 was moved to the Intergovernmental Committee. So if that's the intent, again, that's what would happen. The other 20,000 would move out of this and into the Intergovernmental Committee for more advocacy. That's what I understood from the intergovernmental discussion that I attended.
Thank you. So of the 40,000 from last year, 20,000 has already been moved into.
Yes.
Already been moved to the Intergovernmental Committee last year. So now it's a discussion of what's happening with the remaining 20,000.
Sorry, can I ask a point of clarification? I believe that 20,000 was split up equally between council with a mayor getting a larger portion. I don't believe that went to intergovernmental.
It did. It's just the 4 members of that committee are going to be doing the traveling, and the budget is under that area because that's the Intergovernmental Committee. I see people shaking their head, but I promise you this is how it played out. You all still have 10,000 as individual councillor budgets within this budget, but the other 20,000 was moved to the Intergovernmental Committee to deliver the work of that committee, and it's under the intergovernmental budget, under communications.
So if I may, Your Worship, further clarity, I believe that the funds that were transferred to Intergovernmental Committee were allocated equally amongst the 4 members of that committee for the purposes of travel. So their travel budgets have increased from 10,000 to 12,000, I believe.
But the incremental budget for those travel is in the Intergovernmental Relations Business Unit under communications.
we need a bit of time to digest this
Sure.
and think about it.
Maybe I can clarify this a little bit. Always there's a $40,000 in the economic development advocacy. I have not used any. 20,000 has been shifted to 2025 to intergovernmental committee already based on that. The remaining $20,000 is remain in the economic development advocacy file. If it is a wish of the council to take the remaining full 20,000 to the committee, this is time to speak. Because now it's a $40,000 shift to the intergovernmental. That's what it is called. The way right now, it is council's will is already reflected here. But if you feel the mayor, you deserve $0 to do any advocacy for the city of Prince George, speak now. Hearing none?
I'm in the
way it is
queue.
then. Councilor Skeeten.
Well, thank you, Worship. I didn't support that, I think, back in December. So I am still confused. If we pass this budget, does that mean that the 20,000 goes to the 4 members of intergovernmental travel this year, next year?
It's already did. From the 40,000, 20,000 already shifted.
But if,
I feel like we're talking about two separate
Yeah.
$20,000 items. $20,000 of this was decided last year and is already done. This is about the remaining 20,000 from the original 40,000 that you see in 2024. Does that make sense? And the 10,000 counselor expenses that you see per counselor on this page is what's according to your council remuneration bylaw. The other travel that was given to the intergovernmental committee, that lives under the intergovernmental business unit under communications, and that travel is recognized there because that's specific to that committee's work.
okay, so just to be clear, if we do nothing and just pass this, does each committee member get an extra $5,000 travel?
Pardon me?
Still have to vote
One more
on it.
time? Sorry?
We still have to vote on this, right?
Yes, so this does not assume the intergovernmental approval. That discussion was to be had right now that we're having. So this budget assumes from last year that 20,000 economic development money still stays within the mayor and council budget.
So would we need a separate motion if we're having that discussion right now, Your Worship? Because for me, the 10,000 is enough.
Tell the truth, I use my
So-
my own funds to do traveling if there's economic activities anyway, so.
So that's my, I appreciate that, Your Worship. That's my opinion. So, yeah, I don't want to go over the amount. Advocacy is important. We just had the Natural Resources Forum here. That's probably the heaviest hitters we've had in one spot, in my experience. And I think, that is money well spent. So I can't, I'm not going to go and spend the extra 4,000. We've asked staff, we've asked a lot of folks, work within your means in that. And I'm just concerned about the message. Is advocacy important? You bet. But I don't think we have to spend more than what we're, originally allowed to. So I just put that out there, but I'm not going to support this thing.
Sorry, Your Worship, if I may, just to have some information for further clarity, looking up the motion, it was actually a motion to amend the $20,000. The first $20,000 from last year was transferred $2,000 each to each member of council. So that's $16,000 for an increase in the travel budget, and $4,000 to the mayor's travel budget increase. So not only intergovernmental, but also the other members of council received a $2,000 lift from that $20,000. So just for clarity, that's what was passed last year. And as Mr. Dalio has indicated, what council is deliberating this year is the second $20,000 that currently is in the mayor's budget for economic development advocacy, Your Worship.
Mr. Babich is right. I'm confusing two different things, and this is my bad. I'm sorry. So yes, 20,000 was reallocated amongst the councilors. I'm thinking of a different budget increase that was approved last year that lifted the intergovernmental's travel budgets. So exactly, I'm sorry. I led everyone astray. That's my fault. I apologize.
Councilor Sampson.
Thanks, Mayor Yu. I was in the queue. I wanted to be clear, I did also go back and pull the motion, and I will read it exactly, though, for exact clarity. That council amends the mayor and council service category by reallocating $2,000 from the economic development advocacy expenditure line to each councilor's annual expenditure line item, and $4,000 from the economic development advocacy expenditure line to the legislative mayor expenditure line item to be used in accordance with section 4.1 and 4.2 of the City of Prince George Council Remuneration Bylaw number 8414/2012. And that was passed 7-2 with only councilors Bennett and myself opposed. So I just am frustrated, Mayor Yu, to hear you say that we've taken money out of your pot when you voted in favor of that exact thing. So I just want to be really clear on what happened last year, that's how that money was allocated. And the reason why the discussion took place last year is because that $40,000 hasn't been touched for years, since Sherry Green era, because there's no framework, and this is why I voted against it last year, there's no framework on how to use those funds. There's no policy and no framework on how we use those funds, and we need to create that. We can't just have money that we willy-nilly use that doesn't have rules tied to it. That's not accountable. We need to put framework around it. And that's why I supported the intergovernmental notion that that gets tied to at least something that then has framework, advocacy dollars. And I appreciate, and I'm not necessarily saying I'm going to vote in favor of it now, but what I'm saying is that that at least sets the motion for that to have framework around those dollars, and that is what that money needs before it's spent. We can't have money spent without a framework on how it is spent. That's not right. It's not fair, it's not transparent. And Mayor Yu, just to add, your budget, legislative mayor has a total of $222,465. So the notion that when you say, speak now if you don't want Mayor Yu to have any money to spend to advocate for our city, that's not accurate, Mayor Yu. There's money right there that you have access to, a great deal, more than any councillor, to advocate for our city. And you do advocate for our city and you do a good job. But to insinuate publicly that there's no money for you and we are voting against you having funds to do that is wrong. So
I didn't say
the
that.
debate needs to be on facts. The facts are there's $20,000 in the economic development advocacy. I believe that Intergovernmental Affairs recommended that that goes towards further advocating for our city, which includes economic development as it's part of the terms and reference of that committee. If that's not the will of council, so be it, but that money still needs a framework around it for it to be used appropriately. Otherwise, it shall stay in that pot and go into general reserves every year and not be used because there's no framework to use it. And if that's the will of council, so be it. But there needs to be framework or it needs to not be used. Thank you.
The fund is always at the discretion of the mayor to use it for economic advocacy. And if necessary, as a part of the advocacy team to go to Ottawa to deal with intergovernmental affair as well. What you're right now, what you're saying is,
where's the
this
policy
item,
that says that? There's no policy that says that.
We will have to develop policy. I didn't inherit this.
Great.
You guys inherited this, right?
We all inherited it. And I'm saying there needs to be a framework around it before it's utilized. And that was the attempt of the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee to have a framework around it. If that's not the will of council, fantastic. But there needs to be a framework, not just at the will of whatever the flavor of the day is. It needs to have some structure around it. That's responsible use of taxpayer dollars.
That's correct, because there is no policy frame around it. I never touched it.
Exactly.
And you want to use it for you guys, for the intergovernmental, which I'm not on the committee, which is fine. Just vote. Take the $20,000, go ahead, do it now.
You need to act like the chair, Mayor Yu, in all due respect.
I'm just looking at
But
this
the
file.
insinuation that you don't have funds to use to do your job is incorrect when the budget line item for a legislative mayor, which includes your salary and all of your expenses, is $222,000 and $222,465. That's what's on the budget in front of us.
And I agree with Councilor Fussell that whatever this $9,000 thing, I didn't ask for it. I don't know how it appeared there.
Point of order, is there a motion on the floor right now?
Yes, there is. To approve the budget as recommended.
Councilor Class want to speak? No? Okay. I'm going to call a question with no amendment to what's presented in front of us. Ms. Adalio, do you have any further explanation to do?
No, I feel bad for raising the temperature in the room. I apologize, everybody.
All right. All in favor? Oppose? Council Bennett oppose. And Councilor Skaken.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering from administration's perspective if this is a good time to take perhaps a 5-minute recess.
Thank you. 5 minutes.
I was worried about it.
Thank you for everybody coming back. We move to G3. Oh, Councilor Sampson.
Thanks, Mayor. You seeing no seconder, I'll move that council approve the 2026 legislative service budget set at $1,042,716, representing a 1% budget savings. So moved.
Second, Councilor
And thanks, Mayor.
Skaken.
I just want to say this reflects citizen budget feedback, and it's clear folks are looking for us to find those internal efficiencies. Every year, we do try to make a series of cuts or propose cuts as councillors individually, and then if they pass or fail, I think this is an opportunity to find a modest 1% reduction in an area that both is reflective of citizen budget, and that I think there's opportunity to find that room. Thanks.
So I have a motion on the floor. Can somebody read the motion back? Thank you. The council approves the legislation services with the maximum budget of 1042716 instead of basically 1053248, right? That reflects the 1%. And seconded by Councilor Skaken. Before I open up for the floor, I want to ask from the administration, what is this 1% might impacting the service?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'll start high level and then perhaps kick it over to Mr. Dalio and Mr. Anderson. But generally, as you know, Your Worship, administration will respect the will of council on budget decisions, but we have a responsibility to advise council on the implications of any proposed budget adjustments before council votes and a decision is made. So, Your Worship, as you know, our budgets are heavily weighted to the labor side, about 70% if I'm not mistaken, and our non-labor budgets are already extremely tight. Mr. Dalio and his team work very closely with every director and manager to go through their budgets carefully line by line, and administration feels that the budget that's presented to council is reflective of the service levels that are current, and so any cut would have an effect on a reduction in some form of service, Your Worship. So with that, Mr. Dalio perhaps could expand on the work that's already done to look at budgets carefully so that there isn't any excess for no reason, and then perhaps Mr. Anderson to discuss the impacts that he may foresee on the legislative services budget, Your Worship.
I'd just simply add that we do go through with the divisions. We go line by line. We're not waiting for council to direct us to find a 2% efficiency or find a way to reduce our budget by a set number. We've kind of already done the exercise. So the consistent message that I'll be giving to council as we talk about any potential reductions is it's our job as administration and as the director's team to be able to tell you the consequences of those cuts and that there would be service level reductions. There just can't be an expectation that we'll do the same with the less resources. We just be able to, our job is to tell you, okay, we can pull this back, but this is the service that would go, and this is what you could expect as a consequence.
Thank you. For the audience, this represents, am I correct, $10,532?
Yes.
Okay, for this particular department. And
Sorry, Your
it's
Worship,
seconded by Councilor Skaken. Councilor Skaken, would you like
Sorry,
to-
Your Worship, if I may, could Mr. Anderson have an opportunity to provide input? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we are legislative services, so most of our services are driven by legislative requirements, either if that's an FOI, records request, supporting council meetings or committee meetings. The one area that there is a bit of a discretionary that's not legally required is publishing notices in the newspaper. And my budget for that set in this year is about $15,000, which would cover this. But what that means is I'm no longer publishing notices in the newspaper for things like the AAP, which I have been told is important to council. So that's the one area that I have a little bit of discretionary value, if that's the impact I see with a 1% decrease.
Thank you. Councilor Skaken, would you like to speak to your second motion?
Yeah, I seconded the motion. I want to get it on the floor. So just to Mr. Anderson's, so basically you've looked through everything and where you would cut would be the advertising? There's no other areas that you could take that out of?
I've looked through my budget. I really don't see much. We've kind of cut in a lot of different ways in order to keep this as lean as possible. I'm not willing to cut in training during an election year because I need to make sure my election officials are trained. So
Great, thank you. And just so everybody knows, I mean, council in the past couple of days have let each other know what we're going to do in administration in advance. So if we had any questions, so whatever we're talking about here isn't coming up with basically as a surprise. So if we have questions, that's fine. But we all kind of knew this was coming. So
We have to be transparent, and people need to know. What's the implication, seeing every detail.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Frizzell.
Thank you, Mayor. The 186,300 is for the election, and it gets collected over the course of multiple years, and that has to be spent for the election. So if we take that off, it doesn't change dramatically what the amount is. It would mean a 1.2 or 1.3% instead of 1% cut if we back that off. But still, thank you for the explanation of what you would stop doing if we didn't have that extra the current money in. So appreciate that. That makes it difficult for me to support this. I don't want to end the public notices.
Thank you. Councilor Sampson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. You respectfully, I find the savings. That's my response. I think 1% is a pretty modest cut to this budget, and I think if staff can go away and do more work. Yes, as Councillor Skaken said, I sent all of my planned motions in advance of the meeting, well in advance, a couple days ago, yesterday, sharing where I'm at. Gave staff a heads up, gave my colleagues a heads up. So some work could be done, but to come back and say that you've got it all figured out in 24 hours on how you're going to manage that 1%, sorry, it doesn't sit with me. So I'm going to stand by this. It's 1%. Go away and spend some time and find how you're going to find that savings. But I'm also not here to operationalize your budget. I'm here to tell you what your budget is, and staff can go away and work on that budget. So call the question.
Thank you. Are we, based on this argument, are we going to go through every item and then start off with 1% cut? Are we going to start off with 1%, try to get the staff to find saving every department, 1%? Is that an intent here? Or just this one,
Mayor, I sent my my planned cuts to advance to all of council, and I have a variety I'll go through as we go through the budget. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call the question. All in favor of a cut 1% from G3 budget? Oppose? What is the number?
Sorry, Your Worship, I didn't catch the opposed. Can I just have the opposed?
Cut it is. 1%. Thank you. Next item. I need to pass the main motion, I guess, right? With amended for G3. No, it's all right.
Sorry, Your Worship. No, that was just a motion that was on the floor, so it's passed.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Sampson, your mic's not on.
I move that council approve the Human Resources 2026 operating budget set at $2,775,927, reflecting the elimination of the continuous improvement budget line of $149,546. So moved. This isn't about the value of continuous improvement. It's important that our organization continually improves. My belief, I'll keep my comments short, Your Worship, we got a long time to go, but it's my belief that all of our exempt leadership managers, directors, supervisors should have the skill set and be empowered to continually improve their departments and take the ideas and recommendations from their staff and their teams and implement those ideas to find the efficiencies that are going to be available to their department. And I think I felt more comfortable in that in this decision, especially based off the recent presentation that we had at council talking about the various departments' efforts to continually improve, and the ideas are coming from the ground level, and I think they're able to be implemented by their leadership team. So moved.
Seconded by Councilor Skaken. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Councilor Fazil, but before you ask the question, I would like to have our staff to tell the council what is this cut, the implication.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So, Your Worship, from administration's perspective, the work that Continuous Improvement Resource does is a cost-effective way to continue the momentum that we have as an organization to move forward, to work across departments, to drive innovation, identify inefficiencies, reduce unnecessary steps, and improve processes that impact ongoing operational costs. So this resource really helps us get improved output without increasing staffing levels. Having this resource centralized to assist the entire organization ensures that the work that's being done in continuous improvement is consistent, measurable, and aligned with city priorities rather than being ad hoc or consultant-driven. I'd like to add, Your Worship, with the budget cities, our observation, with the budget pressures, our observation is that the trend in cities across Canada is actually to place growing emphasis on a dedicated resource for continuous improvement as part of an internal coordinated program. For example, just this morning, I noticed in my municipal news feed that the City of Winnipeg issued a media release today announcing that they're launching an internal continuous improvement program supported by a continuous improvement unit that was approved by council as part of their 2026 budget update. So I just say that for your awareness, Your Worship. As I say, administration will respect the will of council, but some of the projects that were planned for this year in this area included an annual continuous improvement challenge with recognition awards, working with development services on their fast track initiative, in HR, working to streamline benefit processes and recruitment processes, in our capital program management office, CPMO, to continue to work to standardize project management practices, and yellow belt training, just to name a few. So continuous improvement would, in our view, likely revert back to being more ad hoc, more consultant-driven, and we would lose the momentum that we have. Again, we'll respect the will of council, but feel it's my responsibility to bring that forward to you.
Thank you. Councilor Fazil.
Thank you, Mayor Yu. Through to Mr. Babich. If any cuts go through and they're given us the exact same number that is budgeted for, does that imply that that administration must take action in those directions? The budget being reduced doesn't mean that continuous improvement would have to go away. It would simply mean that you can choose to spend the money that's allocated in whatever direction is required. Is that accurate?
Your Worship, the motion that's on the floor, I believe, is quite specific to the continuous improvement line item there. So yes, we would, as an organization, always strive to continuously improve, but like any other service, if there's more resources dedicated to that service, there'll be a higher level of effectiveness for that service. So it's a matter of degree, Your Worship, and this is a dedicated resource, so it would be noticeable, Your Worship.
Thank you. Through to Councillor Sampson, was it your intent to spell out how money would be spent in this? I got the sense that you simply wanted to reduce the amount, and you weren't wanting to dictate to administration on how money gets spent. Is that accurate?
I'm eliminating, my intent is to eliminate the dollar amount from the continuous improvement budget line. That's all right.
Thank you. So through the process, when council approves a budget, does that restrict the ability of the city manager or any of the staff to spend the budget amount that is approved?
Your Worship, no, but in this case, for the continuous improvement line item, there's no budget remaining based on the motion, is my understanding.
Thanks. On that, I don't mind the reduction of the amount, but I don't want to start micromanaging on how the money's going to spend. If it was just a reduction to the total expenditure line, we know that there are some benefits that have been received from the WorkSafe improvements, and there could have been costs that could have been achieved other ways. So I don't mind the reduction, but specifying that it is to that specific line item is not what I want to support. So the amount's fine, but not the specification of how our staff spends the money. I think the case has been made that continuous improvement is valuable. It leads to efficiencies and benefits to the city. Thank you.
Mr. Babich, would this, Mr. Frisell, needs a motion to amend this? No? You're not seeking? Okay, thank you. All right. Councilor Ramsey.
Thanks, Your Worship. I am going to support the reduction. I think reasonably staff have been trained and gone through the white belt training, so I'd like to see how the ad hoc version of continuous improvement looks and see if we're still able to find those reductions without the added increases, and that's something we can reevaluate in the future if the ad hoc isn't producing the results we're looking for. Thanks.
Councilor Klassen.
Yeah, this is difficult, and again, not knowing exactly the value of that position or that line item, I guess. I mean, it represents, what is it, 0.5% of the budget, if my math is right. So the amount, I would not have an issue with at all. I'd support the amount. I'm just not sure about, again, about our making it contingent upon that line. So I'm not quite sure yet how I'll vote. Thanks.
Councilor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you to staff for, of course, sharing their position. I know when this item, when the annual update came in front of council, I had, I think, quite a few questions around the professional development piece and really the cost return. And again, I think it's, I think we talked about 600 plus city staff completing their white belt training. I also, again, I know in the last 2 years that we've had presentations to council, have been really looking at how the cost savings can play year after year. So I think, you know, as we look to next year's presentation for whoever's on council, that I think it's going to be really important to look at how how this position is not only paying for itself, but helping find efficiencies for taxpayers across. Because despite me trying to ask questions to that presentation, it was really hard to see where a very tangible return is, other than the one slide I think it was talking about sweepers. So I do have, I think, similar thoughts to Councilor Ramsey, where we have 600 plus staff now trained with their white belt. I know we're hoping to have others potentially trained in their green belt. There may be an opportunity as to how do we empower our staff to continue to find improvements within their own individual departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Skeekin.
I'll be brief, Your Worship. I'll support it.
Thank you. Councilor Palillo.
Yeah, this is somewhat, I believe, for me, a difficult decision. I'm just wondering maybe some clarification from Councilor Frisell. It seems like you're not going to support this motion the way it's worded. If this is defeated, would you come back with a motion with a similar amount? With the same amount, just not with the continuing improvement budget line associated with it? Is that your intention?
Thanks for asking, Councillor Palillo. And yes, we can make amendments by bringing it out on a specific line item. We are dictating how staff do their job and where they put their priorities to. So I'm not comfortable with that, but I'd be happy to make a motion for a different amount or a similar amount for the entire budget, just not telling them you must eliminate continuous improvement or you must decrease disability management. I think we are here to govern and to make sure that the taxpayer gets the best benefit and not get into the details of how it's done, every line item along the way. We've hired these people. They have their abilities and they have their skills, they have their experience, and they've made these recommendations. And I'm not here to say the difference between disability management and continuous improvement. We've been shown there is a benefit. Let's give them a budget and let them decide how to spend it.
Okay. Yeah, because it's really 50-50. I think overall I'm in favor of a 1% cut, but I'm not sure if
5%.
I'm in, no,
1%?
it's, I believe a 1%, or I don't know, 0.5% cut.
5%.
I was over 1 decimal.
What's,
The percentage of the whole budget, of this
It's
department.
0.1% of the entire budget.
No,
That's
of
what
this department, of human resources.
1% of this department and 0.1% of the entire budget.
yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, the overall budget. Yeah.
Let's see here.
So for clarity, Your Worship, the 1% of this budget would be $29,547.
Sorry, yes, correct. It's not a percentage, it's continuous improvement. The percent that this represents is 0.1% of the entire city budget, the levy.
Oh, no, that's not what okay.
Sorry, I'll interject. It's a 5.1% reduction to the Division of Human Resources, and Councillor Sampson's correct that it's a 0.1% reduction to the tax levy.
Overall.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking in specific to the department.
It is 5.1%. That's correct.
I just needed that clarity. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Worship. I have no question about the percentage. I also have a question about dialing into a particular line. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify for the council and for the audience, this particular continue improvement is the initiative of city council, or is this the initiative of HR department? Because we have a one employee model here. So anything initiated on the line item, if it was created by the council, I agree with Councilor Sampson, we should be eliminated by the council. But if this particular line item, it is administrative initiative, then I have to agree with the Councilor Frizzell that we perhaps will require reduction, but not put our hands in the operation in terms of HR department.
Thank you, Your Worship. My recollection is that this was a position that was proposed by administration in terms of an initiative to promote efficiencies and cost effectiveness at a time of challenging.
Appreciate Councilor Skaken's comments. I would agree. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Your Worship, can I just have the opposed keep their hands up? Sorry, if you can be a little slower for me.
It's passed.
Yeah, it's passed.
5 to 4. Okay, next item. We're dealing with H1, police protection. I need a motion to put this on the floor. Second by Councilor Sampson, moved by Councilor Frizzell. Councilor Perillo.
Your Worship, I'm going to revise the recommendation. I believe the recommendation calls for us to fund 130 officers, correct, Director Depineau?
Correct, the budget is based on funding 130 of our 157 authorized strength of positions.
And I think in the stats that we went over on Monday's meeting, I think you said the latest Q4 is 124, is that correct?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Palillo, over the last 3 years, the final value that we've been billed for is somewhere between 122 and 124, 125 members, so it is on that, in that range.
What I'm proposing is that we fund at 129. We use that efficiency of 258,404, and I guess this would be a separate item when we get to the enhancements, but use that to hire 2 of the 3 DEMS disclosure positions, which would be 191,610, I believe, and then that would create about a $67,000 surplus. So the reason why I do that, it is somewhat of a risk, but as you just illustrated with, and I know there's a increased effort right now to retain and recruit, and I hope we can recruit another 5 or 6 officers. But I think history proves that that might not be the case. So this is a way, and specific to this enhancement, we heard from their presentation that they need specific help with this. This is mostly the body camera work. And this, I believe, will free up a lot more free time for members to do their work instead of doing administrative work, which this 2 DEMS position can start. It's not the full complement of 3 that they wanted, but I think we heard that the 2 can get the department started and do a lot of work to free up the members to do more police work than paperwork. So that's my proposal, that we fund at 129, use that cost savings of 258 for the enhancement for 2 DEMS disclosure positions, if I have a seconder.
Second by Councilor Skaken. Ms. Stabenow, can you give us a little detail from logistic point of view? Because we, as a council, we have a contract with the RCMP. We don't run the operation. How this might affect the operation?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I can start off, and I might look to Director Dalio to provide some additional comments from the financial perspective. I would view this motion largely as a risk management exercise. The department has certainly done this. For example, we moved from 135 budgeted for positions in last year's budget down to the 130 that's presented before you. So administration has done that first step to remove the budget for 5 positions in recognition of the financial constraints. When we look back in time, there are months, for example, 24, 25 year, in Q1, 2, and 3, we were billed for more than 130 members in each of those months. However, when we do the reconciliation at the end, get the final quarter, it is down to 124. And so there is a fairly tight margin between what is proposed and what could be. And so it does come down to risk. The last 3 years have certainly been below the 130 or 129 that's being discussed currently, but a great deal of risk management has already occurred, and we are aware of things like new pilots, certainly around trying to get more members into the RCMP from northern communities back into the north. And so this really is betting on the ability of the RCMP not to deliver that authorized strength. And so it is an exercise in risk management, and I think there's some additional considerations that Director Dalio might have for you.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, a question. During the budget deliberation, if the member of the RCMP is in the audience, do we have the right to ask them for comment on how this item, how this motion going to affect the operation? if they do decide want to speak, of course.
It's the will of council if they need to get questions answered by a member of the city or from the RCMP.
Okay.
Your worship, if I may, I just have a couple quick extra comments to make. So looking at the prior year data, the billing is a bit misleading. We've approved 8 more members in the last 2 years. So as these members get trained in Depot in Saskatchewan and then allocated out to us, you can expect to see more numbers. There's one other piece in that we've already sort of done some analysis, and that's why we reduced from 135 to 130. The cost per member does not include collective agreement negotiations that are upcoming. So if a collective agreement is expired, the RCMP is going to tell us at year end, we think that you need to set aside this much money for the fiscal year of 2025 due to what we believe the contract might be negotiated at. So we do that, and we just, that accrual happens, and we have the expense that year in 2025. That accrual last go around was for $554,000. So think of that as basically another 2 members. So we're thinking of those 2 members already in our head when we're going down to 130. So going down to 129 is really 127, and you've got other members coming with a fast track pilot program. When we get to snow, I know it was brought up on Monday, I will tell you, I believe that is a safe gamble that you can take to reduce the snow expenses because you have a reserve you can rely on. I'm not going to advise this council that this one is a safe gamble to take because your contingency is not a high contingency. It's in sustainable finance policy. It's just 1% of your general operating expenditures. The RCMP has an authorized contract strength granted to them by this council of 157. If they can put 140 policemen on the ground, they get to charge us for 140, and we won't have the budget to pay for 140. So this is one where I'm very reluctant to advise you to accept the risk.
You want to respond to that, Mr. Palil?
Well, I said it's a risk. I think it's a calculated risk, and we've heard the history. And I think we should rely on the facts and the history. And I'm not saying that things could change. They could. Then we're presented. I think that would be a great news story if a year from now they've got 140 members on the street, and I guess we have to find a way to pay for it. I mean, that's a net gain of, you know, from today's numbers, almost 16 members. So, and the reason why I've done it this way, instead of a pure enhancement from the tax levy, is this, I believe, in my opinion, is a more effective use of time for members in doing their job, will free up, and we get the added help for them, and it doesn't cost anything extra on the tax levy. Let me make that clear, that this is a way of being creative and won't be a tax burden in the end.
Mr. Anderson, we're not dealing with the enhancement at this moment. May I correct? So there is a chance if this goes through, the enhancement may go the other way.
Sorry, Your Worship,
No.
honestly, you are kind of dealing with the enhancement at the same time based on
We're
the
dealing with the 2 pieces same
complexity.
time then.
Well, that's because I've made a specific
we do that?
request of where that reduction would go to, so,
Thank you. I'm just following the agenda.
yeah.
That's
It's
great,
not
Your
the full enhancement, because if you look at the full enhancement, it says 3 members, but I'm saying 2 members, and we heard from the presentation Monday that they say with 2 members, they can get the department up and running and getting help for members relatively quickly.
Understand. So I'm just trying to follow the process. We're dealing with, if the items that relate to enhancement, we're dealing with the same
I
time.
realize that.
Thank you, Your Worship. So you are on item H1, but based on the amendment, it's referring to the enhancement, so you're kind of dealing with both at the same time.
Okay. That's okay. We can, just want to clarify. Councilor Skeekin.
Just wait for Councilor Ramsey, Your Worship.
Okay. Councilor Ramsey.
Sorry, point of order, Your Worship. I would like to move separation, but I don't think it's possible because it's one enactment clause. Just looking to Mr. Anderson for confirmation.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councilor Ramsey, I see them, it's one enactment clause, but I see them as 2 different issues. One is the funding to a maximum of 129 RCMP members with an efficiency of 258,404, and then a separate one is higher to DEMs. So I believe you can sever those.
Okay, thank you.
Your worship, Councilor Ramsey, are you going to sever those?
Motion.
It's not a debatable motion,
Oh, I thought it
so
was.
as soon as
Okay.
separation is moved, it just occurs.
Okay. Thank you, Your worship.
Go ahead, yeah. Proceed.
I will support this. And one of the issues is, and it's been happening for a long time with the RCMP all over, is that we're offloading, downloading, and picking up these costs. And the RCMP let us know, Your worship, how important it was to have these three digital evidence folks there. And if we don't at least fund some of those, that'll mean more RCMP officers are going to have to actually do this work. But again, it's just unfortunate that it's just, we have to do it. Digital cameras, you pay for it. We have to do it. So all we're doing is just eating up these extra costs, and it's the nature of the beast. And I just hope that the RCMP can push back a bit themselves, even though I know that's tough, Your worship, in the position that they're in. But I will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Worship. I was actually going to pick up on a point that Councilor Skaken just made is ultimately my question was probably more of a rhetorical one as to why the city is necessarily paying for these DEMS positions, in the fact that it is really a result of, you know, I guess it's one of those things where the decision was made outside of our control to introduce body-worn cameras. Now this is a fallout of and the city paid for it. Now there's the additional cost of, we now need staff to deal with the data from the city-worn, or from the body-worn cameras and CCTV. So again, I feel that this is just a part of that downloading conversation we had at the last council. I do think that this is, and I appreciate the solution that Councillor Polillo brought forward. I mean, I think it is a part of a bigger conversation, but no fault of our RCMP members who serve our city really well, that we have, you know, the city's agreed to fund 157 officers, and we're only at a position where, you know, we have 100 and on average, it sounds like about 125 that we're paying for in a year. The risk in this that worries me the most is the retro portion. And if that retro portion comes back significant, as Mr. Dalio said, we don't have the money in contingency to cover that. I'm not as worried about actually like all of a sudden seeing a huge influx in member recruitment. I feel that if that's something that happens, then yes, it's a reality we're going to have to deal with. But I think the data shows that 129 could be a calculated risk there. My biggest worry is more around the retro end and making sure that we have the money put aside for whatever any retro agreement would be. So through to Mr. Dalio, just further on the retro piece, do we have a I guess a time frame in terms of when we may anticipate seeing an agreement? When the previous agreement ended, when may we see a possible agreement? And what was the amount that, if off the top of your head, what was the amount that we were responsible for paying in our last retro pay? And do we have anything put aside currently? Those are my 4 questions.
Sure, we're on a separate fiscal year end than the province, so fiscal year end for province is March, municipalities are December. They're aware of that. They know we have year-end accruals to make for those, and they give us the amount that they think we should set aside per member. So we get that in around December each year, and the last go-around was $554,000. So again, that's the financial equivalent of about 2 members. So that's sort of that extra risk management you have to keep in your head when you're just strictly comparing what we're getting charged per member to what we're budgeting for. Like I said, the contingency isn't that big. it will cover every division just fine except for police and fire. If police and fire end up going way over, that contingency gets eaten up almost immediately, and then there's no source of funds. So this is, it's hard for me to recommend to you a budget that you don't have enough money to pay for the expenses.
And when was the RCMP agreement? Their current agreement's done, I believe. When do we know when that was? Like, are they? I guess in terms of retro, are we looking at like 1 year, 2 year? Like, do we know how? I guess.
Oh yeah. So to be honest, I don't know when their collective agreement expired and when the new one will be settled, but you're still only accruing 1 year at a time. So it's not like you're going to get hit with 2 years at once. You have to do, in order to have proper financial statements, and why they send us the accrual that they think we should be putting aside every December. You're just doing 1 year at a time.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councilor Ramsey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the one piece I'm struggling with on this is the 18.5% vacancy rate. So we have approved contact strength up to 157 members. And so I'm just wondering, if part of that 18.5% is people on parental leave that come back, that would greatly adjust that vacancy rate immediately. And so not knowing how much of that 18.5 vacancy is parental leave, maternity leave, and short-term disability, long-term disability, I think we're kind of playing with fire a little bit, making the assumption that reducing is going to result in savings, because if it doesn't, then we have to carry a deficit over into the next fiscal. Is that correct, Mr. Dalio?
Correct. Any amounts that are over would have to be added to the next tax levy, and that would not be an option for council to discuss. That's a legislated requirement.
And so if we fund this at the 130 and there is a surplus, then what the surplus would go into reductions for next year?
So all of the city's divisions, if they go under budget or over budget, they're measured as a collective, and that overall flow will either go to surplus if there is one, or it will get added to the tax levy if there's a deficit.
So I think for me, if we fund this at the 130 and there are savings, it will still materialize in next year's tax levy. But we won't, if we reduce and we're off, then we're going to have to carry forward a deficit. And so I think for me, the less risky option is to fund at 130 and hope that it is under and carry forward that surplus to reduce next year's tax levy in 2027. So I don't think I can support a reduction of RCMP at this time, but I applaud my colleagues for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Just a question. Councilor Ramsey, you don't support one, but what happens if you want to support two? Because the motions are tied together, right?
Well, I don't support either option, but I didn't, if one passes, then two can still fail, or if two passes, then one can still fail. So separation works in my
One motion?
my preference.
Ms. Anderson, is this one motion or two?
It was severed. I understand what Councilor Ramsey was saying at the beginning is two is kind of contingent on one, but just because you pass one doesn't mean two will pass. So I do see them separately. It's just two would be not possible without one.
I see. It's one motion. Councilor Sampson.
Thanks, Mayor Yu. Appreciate my colleague's proposal here. I always appreciate taking a look at cuts. In this case, so I guess I'll give it context. My own money, high risk tolerance. City dollars, moderate, calculated risk tolerance. For me, this is not a calculated risk, it's just risk. And the reason I say that, Mayor Yu, from my perspective at least, and I appreciate others have different, we don't have control over it. And so we are contractually obligated, and if they show up with those members, we don't have any control over that. And that's where, and I recognize the stats that show it's unlikely, but we also, I'm in the BC Contract Management Committee, and we've heard from superintendent and chief superintendent for the region that they're working on new recruitment models that have been approved by Ottawa to bring members from the north in the north and stay in the north. And I do believe that's going to increase recruitment efforts. And we don't have the mechanism to say, oh, hold your horses. We've already approved the number. So to me, to be honest, it's an uncalculated risk. It's just rolling the dice, and that's a little too risky for me. Now, if others have a different perspective, I can respect that, but for me, I can't support. On the second piece, so I don't jump in twice, the DEMS, if we want to control each individual piece of how policing works in our community, we would start a Prince George Municipal Police Force. We don't. We want a contracted service from one of the best police providers, probably the best police provider in Canada, if not one of the best in the world. The RCMP members in our city do a tremendous job, but we are contracting a police suite of services, and I believe the RCMP are responsible for that work at the end of the day. The RCMP need to be providing that resource across their network of police departments, and I don't believe we should be paying for that. So for that, that's not a municipal expense. That's an RCMP out of Ottawa expense, and that goes with all the other enhancements that I've rejected over the years on training. The RCMP are responsible for training their members. That goes against the principle of what we're paying for. So I'm not in favor of the extra staff, but I recognize that we're in a contract, and I don't want to take the gamble on that piece. And I'm hopeful that the RCMP can meet the numbers and they can bring those folks in, and I'm optimistic that the Northern Recruitment Program is going to work. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Debnov, we are guaranteed 80% level, right? Is that true? We are guaranteed 80% of the contract. So we will have at least 80% of the RCMP member to service this city at any given time. We cannot go below that, right?
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe we're speaking about vacancy rates. We certainly have a contract, and the RCMP looks to staff it to the highest possible degree. But typically, we are running a roughly 20% vacancy rate. It was as high as, looking at 2025 in August, 22%, and as low as 17% in October. And so the number does certainly fluctuate, and it's driven by things like Councillor Ramsey mentioned, both the hard and soft vacancies. And so I don't believe that there is a firm line, but certainly this is a contract relationship, and admin follows up monthly on these numbers and stats and is seeking to be made whole on what the contract obligation is.
Thank you. Councillor Klassen.
Just two questions. What happens if the RCMP is able to successfully recruit numbers of, like, let's say 132, and we've only budgeted for 129, so what happens then? That's my question. And what happens in previous years when we've budgeted for 130, 135, but only 122 are billed? So what happens with that amount?
So the city has a general operating surplus. Like I said, all the divisions get added up at the end of the year. If we have a surplus to budget, then it just goes into that surplus. If we have a deficit, then it has to get added to the next year's tax levy. So if they manage to floor 132 RCMP members for us, we only budgeted 129. That's a $750,000 that we don't have budgeted for. That's not a small amount of money. So unless the rest of the city could come in $750,000 under, which I don't know if they could or not, I certainly wouldn't make a representation either way on that, but you would have to hope that the rest of the city could cover it.
So there would be no opportunity to pull from other reserves? Like it only could come from the police reserve?
No, we don't have, reserves are for capital use. We only have two operating reserves, the snow reserve and the transit operating reserve. And those are specific to just those two services. So otherwise, capital reserves are for capital infrastructure. The general surplus, you can't draw from it like that. You'd have to, again, it's a municipal requirement that we have balanced budgets. And if you don't meet your budget, then that gets tacked onto the next year's tax levy, and that's community charter language.
You satisfied with the answer? Well, over the years, we have been we heard from the public safety is number one. I sit on Mayor's Task Force, Urban Mayor's Caucus, and public safety, it is the top. And I'm wondering the messaging we've been sending, if we take a gamble on the we're not gonna get enough RCMP, is based on, yeah, this is a tough one. Two different things, I know, but the thing is, it is a gamble a little bit. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna call the question. The question is the motion in front of us, S1. The funding, two motions?
It's two
Separate?
sections.
Okay. One, funding the maximum 129 RCMP member, creating a efficiency of a $258 saving, 258,000. All in favor? Oppose? You got the number? How many oppose?
Sorry, Your Worship, I have it 3-6. I have Councillor Palillo, Councillor Purcell, and Councillor Skaken in favor. Is that correct? And Councillor Clausen as well? Okay.
Oh, no, I was voting against, sorry.
So the motion number one defeated.
That's correct.
Under 30, it is. Thank you.
Sorry, no, Your Worship, we still need a motion to, this was an amendment, so if the amendment was defeated, we would go to the main motion. The main motion is to approve as established.
And then we deal with the enhancement afterwards?
You can deal with the enhancement afterwards if
Yeah.
you'd like.
Okay. That's
Because the second part of that motion was contingent on the first, and that was my mistake.
Thank you. It's already on the floor. All in favor of the main motion, H1? Oppose? Carried. H2, Fire and Rescue Service. Oh, wait a second. We're gonna deal with F1 while we have the librarians here. Second, Councilor Clausen. We have a recommendation that council approve the library service category as outlined on page 26 and 27. I open up for discussion. Councilor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And following the library's presentation, as I was preparing for tonight's meeting, I came across another question I had. So perhaps I'll ask Mr. Dalio. I do recognize that we have representatives from the library here, and it may be best for them to answer. So when looking at, and I kind of flagged it in my last question when I was talking about the amortization. So last meeting I referred to the amortization being added, resulting in a negative deficit or a deficit budget of $81,834, but that actually would result in a positive cash flow position of just shy of $200,000. When looking at the FY26 budget, there's an amortization amount of $376,354. I recognize that with the switch to public sector accounting standards, that is an accounting entry that needs to go in. It's a non-cash item. On the flip side, I see a material cost budget of $339,023, which then also will end up getting amortized. If the library hits their budget, this would result in them having positive cash flow. You know, if it was to hit to the dollar, it would result them in having positive cash flow of $376,354, which then, so I guess my question through to Mr. Dalio is two parts. One is, does that positive cash then end up as part of the city's overall surplus? Does it, or would that fall into a library reserve, so to speak? And then does the library actually have the ability to run into a deficit? And I know other public sector accounting standards, and particularly the ones of the school district, allow them to run a deficit budget for the purpose of amortization. So I guess I'm wondering, again, I'm not necessarily suggesting we change the library budget, but if we approve this budget as is, it's actually going to result in the library having the $376,000 of additional cash on hand at the end of the year, not necessarily impacting their income statement because amortization still needs to be recognized, but we are going to be in this position now of creating increased cash on hand for the library each and every year potentially if there's not a plan to utilize those funds.
Okay, God, I hope you're ready. This is going to take me about 4 or 5 minutes to go through, and it's going to be confusing. So, public sector accounting standard applies to our financial statements. It does not necessarily apply to our budgeting process. I can't speak to the libraries, what assets are being amortized or how they're reinvesting in their assets. So I'm going to need them to explain that piece to you. But I can tell you from the city's perspective, our amortization for the general fund was $25.5 million. We don't directly fund amortization through the budget. Again, we have to have a balanced budget. If I put $25.5 million of amortization in your budget, you would have a levy that would be extremely high to make sure that your budget is balanced. So instead, our investment in our assets is reflected differently in the budget. You will see contributions from the levy to our capital reserves that fund our reinvestment into assets. So think your road rehabilitation levy, think your general infrastructure reinvestment fund. These are how you're addressing your amortization in your budget without really funding it to the tune of $25.5 million. It's almost like a risk management of how much money you're reinvesting into your assets. You could put in the $25.5 million, or as a council, you can back it up a bit and keep your assets at a level of service that you're comfortable with. Now, from the accounting side, the financial statement side, the city owns the library as a 100% shareholder. So when we do financial statements, the library's financials are rolled into the city of Prince George's. So in a sense of accounting, their surplus becomes our surplus on our financial statements. In reality, the library is a separate entity that has its own board and its own legislation that guides it. Council does not directly control the library's reserves in that manner. Like I said, they're rolled into your financials for presentation, but the library board controls their operations and their reserve. So that surplus that they would generate from whatever savings that they have in their budget is theirs. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. So I guess to summarize the question, because if we're looking at this year, the increase that is being asked for the library is about $300,000, which actually in sense is actually offsetting the amortization being added to the books. Not directly, but the amounts are almost similar. So I guess my question to you is, like, am I reading the situation right, or am I way?
This is where I would have to lean on the library to answer their own questions about what's being amortized and how they're reinvesting in their assets. If this were the city and we were doing it and we were asking you for $25.5 million of amortization and we were asking you for contributions to the road rehab and the general infrastructure reinvestment fund, I think we would be double dipping, so to speak. But I do not want to speak for the library because I don't know how their budget was prepared. They have to answer to that.
Your worship, then, is it possible to, for the will of council, to invite the library just to answer the question about amortization?
So moved. Do I second? Oh, you second? All in favor?
Yeah.
Come, a library to explain. Yeah. Yes. All in favor? Yeah. Opposed, carry. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Ann.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that the 376,000 listed on the amortization includes the amount for purchasing tangible capital assets. So it's not just for amortization. So that includes like a large portion for our hardcover book collection, which we depreciate and which is considered a tangible capital asset. It includes things like servers, equipment. So that that's part of what's in that amount. And then the amortization we're budgeting for is so that we can fund replacements of our tangible capital assets. Because in years where the spending is less than the amortization, we fall behind in terms of being able to replace the assets.
So then, sorry, just to make sure I'm clear. So then it's the 339,000 material costs, that would be the purchase of your hardcover collection, all of that, and then the 376 that is currently as amortization, the cash for that will then also be used to help offset additional material purchases. So we're looking at, what I'm understanding is around 600,000 in material purchases. Is that correct?
If you're talking about the separate amount for materials listed elsewhere, there's a whole collection of material types that are not considered part of our tangible capital assets because they don't last more than a year or two. So like things like DVDs and paperback collection, those things are not part of the tangible capital assets because they don't hold their value for longer than a year or so, right? So it's always been confusing to me, but our collections budget is split into those two categories.
But, no, and that makes completely sense. What can be capitalized versus what can't be due to value. So, no, I appreciate that clarification. As I said, when I was reviewing this again, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't funding double dipping of supplies, and again, the offsetting of what the increase was fairly close to what the amortization was. So, wanting the clarification if there was something we could do in terms of the move to public sector accounting to actually allow the library to run a deficit for the purpose of amortization, and then ensure that, again, the library was set up for success that way. So I appreciate you taking the time to come and provide that additional clarification on the purchasing.
Thank you.
Councilor Ramsey.
I thought there were others in the queue. I don't have any questions for them. It's on the motion. Are we going back to the motion, or are there more questions for?
Yeah, any further questions about Paul and Anna in front of us? Hearing none? Please, thank you very much for coming here. Thank you. Councilor Ramsey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to be supporting the budget. I know I've been a little bit of a hard ass over the last couple of years on this. Sorry for the profanity, but the money that the library comes with when they come with their budget, it is effectively a grant from the city of Prince George to fund their programming. And we don't give any other organization in the city a $4.9 million grant. That just isn't unheard of. And so, trying to make sure that we're accountable to that money and pressuring Mr. Burry and his team. I understand that being critical is not favorable, but that's the job of City Council is to really be critical when it comes to public spending. And we have asked for a multi-year budget. They've come in with that. They've increased revenues, bringing in the $100,000 grant. I think a lot of the commentary has been implemented, bettering the financial position of the library and the city. So I'm going to be supporting this year, and I appreciate knowing that next year the library is coming with a 3.85% increase, and that's it. And anything over that, as Mr. Burry articulated on Monday, will be funded by diversifying revenues. So I think that's a good news story. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Ramsey. Anyone else want to speak the motion on the floor? Hearing none, I'm going to call the question. All in favor of F1 as it presented? Oppose? Carried. Thank you. Move H2. Seconder? Firefighting. No seconder. Second by Councilor Perlow, put on the floor. We are recommending that the council approve the fire and rescue services as outlined on page 46 and 47 of the 26 to 2030 Operation Financial Plan. That's presented here. Discussion. Hearing none. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carry as is presented.
H3, that council approve the 2026 emergency programs budget set at $224,081, reflecting the consolidation of emergency programs management and service delivery under the Prince George Fire Rescue Service leadership. So moved.
Second by Councilor Ramsey. Councilor Sampson, can you tell me?
Yeah, great. Thanks, Mayor. This is not cut to emergency preparedness. This would be a reflection of consolidating our work and finding efficiencies in our organization to be more streamlined. Some background and history. Emergency programs of the City of Prince George was done off the side of somebody's desk who worked in recreation for 20 years, up until 2018 when council approved a service enhancement of roughly $78,000 to do emergency preparedness and ESS on its own in emergency programs division under the fire department at the time. Council approved in 2018 that $78-ish thousand enhancement, and it has ballooned to where it's at today at $384 and $81. And I think although it's important that we have emergency preparedness and programs and that we have operate an ESS team, I think it's also important that we're doing so in an efficient method. And I think because we were reactive after the 2017 wildfires and ballooned this to not just off the side of somebody's desk, but a 2 full-time and multi-person level up for certain events on casual basis, I think we have the opportunity here to step back and look how to make it more efficient. For the Prince George Fire Department has 2 deputy chiefs for the first time in a bit, or at the time when, sorry, this ballooned, we didn't. My apologies. When we increased this department, emergency programs, the Prince George Fire Department was operating with 1 deputy chief, and now we have gotten to the point where we have 2. And I think there's an opportunity here to relook the management model. I'm not prescribing exactly how it's done, but I do think that a cut can be made here and still efficiently execute emergency programs. I've done this by looking at other municipalities' models, as well as the provincial responsibilities and the responsibilities of local government. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Sampson. Councilor Ramsey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with Councillor Sampson on this. I do think that this has ballooned from off the side of the desk to quite a large amount of funds. I do think that this could be looked at. So I'm going to be supporting the reduction because I think the work can still get done at the quality that it gets done for a lesser price tag. Personally, I've supported reductions to this budget line item for several budgets in a row. It hasn't been supported, so I'm hoping my colleagues will perhaps feel a little bit more differently and consider the reduction here. Thanks.
Thank you. I just did a quick calculation. That is $160,000 saving. Am I correct? So that, looking at the line item for salary and wages, right now currently sits at 337. So basically eliminate 1 position for sure.
Your Worship, if I may, our recommendation is that council not refer to positions during open budget deliberations, but rather just monetary items. And if council has a desire to receive further information from staff regarding specifics of individual positions, that would be more appropriate for an in-camera session, Your Worship.
Thank you. Just basically looking at the numbers, the size of the number, I don't think there's any other way to deal with it. But anyway, I want to invite Mr. Debnoff to give a council a little bit of a description of how this budget is used and what is this cut will mean.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. A few opening comments, just building off of Mr. Bavich's. Currently, the non-salary expenses of the entire emergency program are in your budget book at $31,000. And so to cut 160 or whatever the figure is certainly would have a labor component to that, which again would be best discussed in a different format. Of course, administration will carry out the will of council should that be where you land. In terms of the responsibilities, I know on Monday we quoted the numbers of days of EOC operation, ESS operation, the value, 280-some thousand in grant dollars that staff have brought in over the last 2 years in each successive year. And so we do see this to be a effective model within the department to deliver the services that citizens are receiving, 300 plus evacuees again over last year, things like the Jasper wildfire the year before and so on. So this does appear to be an effective model. Some of the challenges that have been posed to local government under the British Columbia Emergency and Disaster Management Act, we are responsible for managing, directing, and controlling local emergency responses and recovery. And this includes things like emergency planning and risk assessments. We have a legislative responsibility to do various processes there. The EOC, ESS, the direct response to emergencies is squarely on local government. It's either the emergency management staff, myself, or typically fire department leadership who would assume that EOC director role and lead the community through the direct response while the rest of the municipality continued on the business continuity side of things. There's a responsibility to handle volunteers as required that we use this EM function to manage depending on what the needs are. There's new responsibilities for collaboration, including work with Indigenous governments and the regional district and so on. And so there is a increasing burden of legislative requirements on the EM function. There are opportunities certainly to look at other service models, but I do see challenges initially in allocating that volume of work to, as example, an assistant chief, given that they are already on a on-call basis to be a fire chief. But certainly something we can look at. Again, I think it is a deep cut and happy to support conversation from here.
Thank you. Councillor Claassen?
That was really quick. Thank you, Mayor. So if we approve this cut, what will happen in the case of, like, because we've already established, we all know that like the Jasper fire or any of the other fires, that is usually budgeted for, the majority of that work is budgeted and we get grants from the province to manage those. If we made this departmental cut, what would happen in those cases? Where would those, because we know we still have to deal with stuff because we are a hub city. So what would happen?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Claassen. Should we be given direction, we would look to implement a structure to meet those legislated obligations. We would look to start transitioning to whatever structure is appropriate given the funding level as soon as possible so that we can continue to meet the immediate need, whether that is a hotel fire tomorrow or some other kind of evacuation, whatever it might be. And so that would be one piece. We would look to accommodate the legislated requirements that the municipality has under EDMA. And then the other piece would be just commenting on how those things are billed. And so certainly anytime we have a task number from the province, if that's for ESS or EOC activations or the overtime of staff related to that, all of that is billed back to the province.
Okay.
That's correct.
And so just a question about the 2024 actual budget versus the proposed budget for 2026. It's actually about almost $100,000 less. So what accounts for that reduction? Which is very different from most other items that we have or.
I can step in for that one, Councillor Claassen. So we budget for, of course, the resources that we need, but as events actually occur, we'll take on more expenses of actually handling the event, and then you'll see revenue come in as we're reimbursed by the province. So if you're looking at just the expenses in isolation, it's not going to make sense. You have to kind of net it off against the revenue that you're getting back.
Okay, so then just back to Mr. Depineau then. So you feel that this is a better use of of our fire department's time and money to have this position so that they do not have to deal with the emergency programs.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Clausen. I believe we have created a structure that was put in place, I understand, around 2017 and 2018, the experiences the community had when there was recognition, I believe, that there was more requirement than doing it as a part-time function, and so there was dedicated staff resources applied to this. 3 different folks, I do believe, have held this role over the last almost 10 years to help provide this function, and as a result of that, we become recognized as a host community and a leader in the province in emergency management in many respects. And so the model does appear to be working for us. Should council give direction to look at other models of service delivery, that is absolutely in your purview. But administration does believe that this is a efficient and effective model, evidenced by the grant dollars and the reputation we have gained. I believe the suggestion in the motion is to absorb back into the fire department some of the functions. Happy to look at how that would be accommodated should that be the case, understanding that those leadership positions are taxed with many other responsibilities of leading the 140 plus folks in fire suppression at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Mayor Yu, and I want to laud my colleagues, Councillor Sampson, Councillor Ramsey, for bringing this forward and looking for options. I'm not going to support it. Here is one place where the provincial government has downloaded responsibilities and provided the funding to get most of those responsibilities accomplished. With the discussions we've had with the Attorney General around a permanent spot in Prince George, I think now isn't the time to make these changes. I respect the direction you're going in, but on balance, I'm not going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Worship. And through to Mr. Depino, I think I need more information about how this can be folded into the fire rescue services and yet still achieve the gains that have been made through grants and other opportunities to offset the expenses. This isn't dollar for dollar. It isn't give the province a bill. We learned in 2017 when we went overboard that we couldn't really do that. And while we talk about not wading into operations, I don't believe that we're in a position at this point to tell fire services to restructure, to accommodate this. I'd like more information from you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Scott. So this is live, so to speak. It's the first time that this has been put on the table. I think we would require some time to understand how we would move to this budget line item and deliver the services that we are, how that would affect things. Certainly those nice to haves, those community engagement things, those pop-ups at the mall, those kinds of activities would likely be on the wayside to legislated requirements, to ESS activations, to UC activations. So those are some of the pieces that we would likely immediately see, but how that would look in terms of staffing and reporting structure and so on, staff would need some time to figure that out once this decision is made, should it be made.
We've had mentioned this afternoon about downloading from the provincial government. We've pushed back, we've spoken, we've advocated, we've done all sorts of things, but the actual legislative requirements around this area have increased in the face of events over the last 10 years. So at this point, I'm not ready to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Skaken.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think, being efficient, I don't know for how many times we're going to go around on this. I won't support this at all. Climate change, our emergency preparedness is a model all over. Ms. Spooner won that Canadian award last year, and I think folks like that and fire services and that working together on these things. We don't know what's coming up. And other communities, they rely on us. They rely on Prince George to host them, to look after them, to provide support. And I just think we don't know what's going to happen. I don't want to cut this. And, you know, we don't want to talk about personnel, who's going to lose their job. But I'd like to, yeah, I'm not even going to mention that. But I'm not going to support this, Your Worship. Status quo, keep it going. I think they do an amazing job, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Sampson.
Thanks for letting me in, Your Worship. The taxpayers expect us to make structural decisions that reduce duplication and unnecessary top-heavy administration. We have a significant dollar amount going towards a 2 FTE department. That's tough. I want to point out some pieces here. This how do I say it in open? This doesn't set us back to a part-time off the side of the desk situation. That's not what this cut would do. This cut would still leave $177,641 under the, if staff are saying they'd have to take it only out of salaries and wages, which is what we heard, that would still leave $177,641 in that line. That is a good amount of money to pay good wages to do this work. So you can still have a complement of 2 people with the reporting structure up to a leader in the fire department. By the way, one of our deputy chiefs formerly did this job. So the experience and the knowledge is held in the fire department. This is put under the fire department operation anyways. It already reports up to the chief. So Mayor Yu, I can't understand that the pressure that we're being pushed back on this of we can't do the work. You can do the work. You can have good paying jobs, continue to provide emergency programs, but relook at how we do it. And top heavy administration is not what the taxpayers want to see. They want to see that we're getting the same work done for a better price, and we can do that. And it's shown with $177,641 still left in this department for wages. That's significant. That employs good wages to do this work. That's important. I think not looking at this goes against the mandate that we're given, which is to streamline our operations and be more efficient. And we can still provide this level of work without that. This has been done off the side of the desk for 20 years in a recreation department. It's already enhanced, it's already grown, but I can't sit idle and watch it balloon from a $78,000 service enhancement in 2018 to almost $400,000. That's a lot of cash. Looking at the 2024, I got a question through to Mr. Dalio. 2024 bylaw versus actual. Can you just help me understand what we see there with the revenues and where the year ended up?
Sure. Like I said, we'll incur our expenses as events happen. Emergency services could probably speak better as to what type of expenses you would incur, but you might have blankets or food or some kind of shelter provided to the evacuees that need it. The transfers piece would be likely city equipment that's used to help out with whatever needs to be done. And then we would make all of our claims to the province, and based on eligibility of those expenses, we would get refunded what's entitled to us by the Emergency Act. I can't promise it's a 100% recovery because not all expenses we incur are necessarily eligible, but the eligible ones we do get 100% back.
And so looking at the bylaw versus the actual, did we recuperate the total additional expenses in 2024?
No, I see the budget there of the 327, and then, sorry, the net bottom line is what I'm looking at, net operations. The bylaw was 327,000, and what we actually netted out to was 400,000. So we were over budget that year in that area, but as to the why, I would have to do some digging.
Great. So just to point out, it's fantastic that the province keeps downloading, giving us grants and asking us to do more work for them, and we can take it on. At the end of the day, it's not netting out to a positive. $73,000 over budget. Great that we're getting the grants, great that we're getting to do the work, and I don't want to necessarily stop that, but we can be more efficient in how we do the work, and we have to be. We have to be able to trim where we can trim. I implore my colleagues to look at this. And if you look at other municipalities, how they do this, they do have an integrated model. We don't need to have a top-heavy administrative division of two when we can streamline this. I appreciate the time, and I appreciate Mr. Depino's team coming out. We have the IFF members out there keeping our city safe, and we have the entire leadership here team, all of them, the entire exempt team here in council chambers today. That's really great to see. Thanks. $1 million in wages. Thanks.
Councilor Palolo.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, but I don't think that needed to be pointed out. But anyway, to respond to the motion, I really appreciate where you're coming from. But I see this as, well, I think we all see it as very important work. It's work with the model that we have now that I agree seems to be working. It's been recognized provincially. We've won awards. I also agree with Councillor Skaken that communities around the north rely on our emergency response. And I'm not saying that should be the case, but that's the reality. And with the increased legislative requirements, and I see this as being proactive as reactive. This is, we need this department to, I believe, do the work of just in case if something happens. We need to be there. And yeah, I'm sorry, but I won't be supporting this efficiency.
Councilor Bennett.
Thank you, Worship. Just a question through to Mr. Dalio. When I'm looking at the revenues, in particular for last year, I'm seeing that there's a zero revenue there. Are we still waiting on the province to reimburse us for costs, or is that showing up in a different area? Because, you know, again, I think to both Councillor and Councillor Palolo's recent point, you know, I think we have a role to play as a regional neighbor hub, but also our taxpayers are bearing the costs then of our neighboring municipalities. So if the province is reimbursing us for it, great, that's what we want to see. But if we're having problems recovering from the province, and that's, I think, a different conversation to have as well.
So what you're seeing in front of you, I should maybe have explained this at the start of Monday. Whenever you see actual, or in parentheses AA, that's actuals. UB is the bylaw, so it's just a budget. So 24, 25, and 26, those bylaws and proposed, that we don't budget for the revenue to come in because we just honestly, we don't know the activity of any emergency event in the year. We just keep everything at zero until we actually incur expenses. So your actuals will always have revenue and your budget will likely never have revenue. There's a little bit, this 3,000, but I can't, I'd have to look up what that's for.
So I guess just the province has reimbursed us. I know we haven't seen the actuals yet, but the province has reimbursed us for costs related to last summer.
Yes, absolutely. And the 3,000 in revenue you see now is there's a regional district ESS agreement revenue, so they are contributing some money towards that. So that's where that 3,000 in revenue comes in, but it has nothing to do with the recovery of an event's expenditures.
Excellent, thank you.
Councilor Skaken.
Thank you, Worship. Just a process. We have the RCMP here. I'm just wondering, are we going to try and get through this one here before supper and have the RCMP coming back? What are we going to do?
That was the question. Yeah. I was to deal with
I'm hoping we can get it done. This is important, but we got lots on.
Thank you. I just want to say a few things. We are going to have 20-some mines opening up in northern BC. LNGs. We have a multiple program coming in with a national interest. Prince George is the hub. Over the last few years, since 2018, we have host evacuate. We have, yesterday we have a train derailment. Thank God, it was nothing really major happened. And I think the traffic will increase. I will definitely do not like to see we're not getting more funding from the provincial federal government to deal with the emergency situation we will be having. It's not whether, if, it will happen, because Prince George is going to get busier as a regional transportation hub. And we do have a lot of dangerous goods that will pass through this area. With that, I think we need to, of all things, I would like to, after this motion, have another motion to the intergovernmental committee to advocate to the provincial government and to explain to them, this is too important for this region. We need to increase a tremendous amount of our capacity to deal with emergency situation. Prince George is not only a hub. You go, everybody open up a map. We're a crossroad of everything here. So I understand where Councillor Sampson's coming from. This is a very difficult year. We have people out there facing tremendous affordability issues. 20, 30, even $50. It is important to a lot of folks out there right now. And that's why, I mean, later on, when we're dealing with this budget, we also need to perhaps find a way through the community foundation to find a way to get the help that people really need in the coming years to get us through this hump. I think Prince George is going to grow. Financially, in the next 5-10 years, we're going to be okay. But emergency management and program is so much needed here. Dealing with a wildfire, dealing with surrounding smaller communities when the wildfire happening there, we got to get ready. So with that, you know, I would love to see a motion afterwards to have a stronger advocacy piece for better, more funding from the provincial government in this area. Councilor Ramsey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have one question. There's just been quite a bit of commentary around our responsibility to the region and to our neighboring communities. So just through to Mr. Dalio or Mr. Depineau, I'm just wondering what contribution those neighboring communities make to fund this position if this is a regional benefit.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Ramsey, I might need assistance there. My understanding is that the regional district, again, has contract agreements here with us that were mentioned, for example, that slight revenue, and so there's some portion of work there. But broadly speaking, I don't believe there's any direct funding to the role. However, when we are called upon to be a host community, typically that would come under a task number, and as mentioned, most of those costs would be recouped by the province, and so that is my understanding of how that relationship works.
Anything to add, Mr. Depineau?
Only thing I would add is simply that I believe it's what Mr. Depineau said. The benefit to the region is having the resources there, trained, ready to go. The financial benefit to the region, the province doesn't necessarily distinguish us. They look at it holistically as a province. They assign a task number for that event, and the expenses are handled by the Emergency Act according to that.
Okay, thank you. I'm doubling down on this. I know my colleagues want the vote called, so just quickly, this reduction still gives us and still meets the legislative requirement, still offers good jobs. We have internal knowledge inside the fire department that used to do this job. I think this is a benefit to our taxpayers to look at a cut here. I understand that this isn't appealing, but as Mayor Yu identified, our residents have affordability issues. We're in challenging times. This is a piece where we could make a cut and still get the same work for a lesser price tag. So, thanks.
Councilor Sampson,
Yep,
have the
thanks,
last
Mayor. I
word.
just want to be clear on the characterization of my motion. I want to be very clear that the intent is not to change that we provide emergency programs and services in the city of Prince George. It's to say we have a duty and we can streamline how we do it and be better and more efficient in how we execute that work. And that is our job, and it's important that we do it. Thanks.
Call the question. All in favor of the motion in front of us? Oppose? Motion defeated. Second, by Council Palumbo. All in favor of the motion in front of us? H3. Oppose? Carried. May I ask the council, shall we? No, do we do with the enhancement piece for the police first? Because he was on the motion.
Can I first,
previously.
before we do that, quick, could I move to refer this to intergovernmental?
Yeah. Second by Council Skaken. For further and more strong advocacy to the provincial government, our emerging services need better funding. All in favor? Oppose? Carried. It's 10 minutes to break. Do we have time to deal with the enhancement piece so the RCMP can perhaps leave or fire?
Yeah, we got fired.
Oh,
You ready to go through both? We can try, delay the recess until these two pieces have been dealt with. Yeah. I think in the courtesy to our colleagues, I think I would like to deal with the two enhancement piece. Do I need a motion to move this agenda front?
Please, Your Worship.
Move dealing with the two enhancement M2 and M3 to the front of agenda. Do we have a seconder? Councilor Claassen? On Councilor Sampson, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Yu, and I don't want to discount the courteous factor of having our colleagues here, but every year at budget, how we handle enhancements is we do it at the end of the actual budget process. And I think it's prudent on us to go through department by department before we go making additional inclusions to the budget. That's my 2 cents. And it's not, I recognize folks are here now, but I'm challenged to support that as I want to get through our budget at hand before we go seeing what we can add to the budget.
Thank you. That's because we were dealing with when we're dealing with the RCMP piece, that the motion included the enhancement recommendation from Councilor Polillo. So the precedent has been set, and that's why I'm asking for this. I have a motion on the floor. All in favor, deal with enhancement M2 and M3 right now before recess. Oppose? I don't think it's clear.
Your Worship, so I had that passing yourself, Councillor Polillo, Councillor Clausen, Councillor Bennett, and Councillor Skaken, because I don't think he raised his hand in favor.
So you want to continue with, so we can deal with the enhancement? Okay. M2, recommendation that I need a motion to put this on the floor.
I'll move, this is the court liaison, this is the court liaison officer? Okay, wait, I wasn't prepared for that one yet.
Do we have a move and second that put M2 onto the floor? We need.
Your Worship, if there is no motion, that's fine. We just move on.
Okay. Anybody want to speak to M2? Hearing none. Do we have a mover? You need a mover seconder, right?
Sorry, Your Worship, just for clarity, are you on M2 or M3?
M2.
M2?
Police.
So if council doesn't make a motion, there's no action.
No action required, okay. M3, M4, right? Now we're doing M4, my apology. It's M3 we're dealing with, right?
Sorry, Your Worship, so we're currently on M3 now.
Yeah, M3, okay.
Yep.
M3, Councilor Ramsey.
Thanks, Your Worship. One of the pieces, I know this has already been discussed a little bit, but one of the pieces when I was on Contract Management Committee was that some of this work was supposed to be done in a centralized location in the Lower Mainland. So I'm just looking, I know Councillor Sampson now sits on Contract Management Committee, so I'm just wondering if there's a little bit of additional information other than the work was being centralized and it was being funded by the province / the feds?
No new information since I've been on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comment on M3? Hearing none? M4?
Your worship, you only amended the agenda for M2 and M3 that I recorded.
Oh, my apology. Second by Council Bennett. Thank you. All in favor, move M4 to discussion. Opposed? Carry. M4, Fire and Rescue Services Enhancement. Councilor Sampson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Yu. As I spoke on Monday about this, it's my hope that with a new chief in place that we can work to have him work with his team. I think that would be it would be beneficial to have it be with both leadership and IFF to come together and come up with how to operationalize the resources that are existing and how to build a strategic way to get us to that FPA standard. I think it's crucial that we do get there, but we need the information on how other departments are managing that increase, because I guarantee not every department across the province is there yet either. So let's look at how others are getting there, how others are achieving this standard, and then put in play how we can do it here in Prince George with our realities and with our structure, recognizing our halls are quite spread out, and to back cover each other takes a lot. So I think that's going to be something I look forward to. With respect to the budget I said it on Monday, we're not in a position to be able to add 12 members to our complement. However, I did pore over the collective agreement last night at quite a bit of length, and under Article 6.717, I noticed there's room for relief firefighters based in our current complement of staff. And so we have 111 suppression firefighters, I believe, right now. And with that, every 12 gets one relief. And right now we only have 8 relief, which means we could add another. So I'm going to move that council approve the addition of one relief firefighter position to the Prince George Fire Rescue, bringing the relief complement up to the maximum permitted under Article 6.17 of the IAFF collective agreement, and that the 2026 financial plan be updated to include the associated cost of $132,354. So moved.
Second by Councilor Ramsey. Councilor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Worship. I guess through to Director Depineau, just confirming, I guess, the numbers in terms of the number of relief, the number of what is in the collective agreement, just to confirm that this would be a option that would be compliant with the collective agreement.
Thank you, Your Worship. As requested on Monday, we did arrange for staff support to be here to support Wednesday's conversation on the ops and the enhancement. And so with your indulgence, I think we would look to call Fire Chief Burley to the table to help assist with those some of those nuanced pieces of the collective agreement.
Second.
Second, Councilor Polo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just continuing comments. Our understanding, as shared with Council earlier today, around the divisional staffing, we have 105 suppression positions. One currently is vacant based on a very recent retirement in December, and look forward to filling that at the next opportunity. And currently 8 relief firefighters. And so, in terms of how this would work, in terms of adding an additional relief, Chief Burley might be best able to illustrate the benefit of such an enhancement.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to invite Chief come?
So, Your Worship, because the fire chief is staff, that you can just invite them to the table if you'd like.
We need to? Okay. Councilor Frizzell, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Yu. Could you invite the chief to the table?
I did, but I thought it was motions required.
Thank you.
Only for non-staff.
I see.
Thank you, Chief. given the motion on the table, can you give us a sense of the value and consequences of supporting the motion?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Frizzell, the collective agreement speaks to relief firefighters. They're full-time employees. They are assigned to a home platoon, but they don't work a regular shift pattern. They fill short-term vacancies, whether they're from staffing, illness, vacation, paid time off, and it takes some of the pressures off of our overtime and our minimum staffing requirements. That piece of the ratio of 1 to 12 is newly bargained in our last collective agreement. We haven't had an opportunity to enact that or up that in recent hires. It's on our list with progressions. The benefit of an additional relief firefighter supports the day-to-day operation. It takes some of the pressures off. It will potentially reduce some overtime opportunities. But it doesn't increase a staffing perspective from an operational perspective to say we're filling more seats on a fire apparatus.
Thank you. Could you say if it incrementally moves us closer a step or a little bit towards the NFPA rating?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Frizzell, as mentioned on Monday, every additional firefighter staff moves us incrementally towards that. It's just at a rate of how we want to get there, when we want to get there, and where does it fit in that 5-year staffing plan that was laid out.
Great. Thank you for coming forward and coming in tonight.
Thank you. Is there any further question for Chief? No? Thank you. With no further questions, I think I can call recess.
You call the question.
Oh, this motion on the floor, so yeah, my apology. We have, yeah, Councilor Paludo, you want to make an amendment to the?
No, I'm just, so clear, this is enhancement. This will increase the tax levy, correct?
That's correct. Let me figure out by how much for you.
0.09%.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I feel very much the way you are. You're right. Affordability is a big issue. We have mill closures in our own community, all around us. I see the enhancements. This would help, definitely. Whether it gets us any substantial way to the NFP standard, I think we heard not much. This does increase the tax levy. I just think this year we have to make, well, every year we have to make tough decisions, but this year even tougher. And yeah, I haven't fully made my mind up, to be honest with you, but I don't think I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Councilor Ramsey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to be supporting this, but I do have an idea for where we could make up some additional room in the budget. And perhaps if some of my colleagues are on the fence, I'll just share that now in that I know there's, so we have a $300,000 contribution from the gaming revenue into the major events reserve. That major events reserve is currently sitting uncommitted at $938,000 and is a healthy balance. There's not really any restrictions around how that gaming money is used. And so I know that Councillor Sampson has an idea for $25,000 of that, but the remaining $275,000 could potentially be transferred to operating to reduce some of the burden on the tax levy, potentially, which would offset this position. So
thank you.
That's something to consider later on at the end of the evening.
Thank you for the suggestion. Mr. Delio, can we shift budget from one category to another department?
Yeah, that's correct. So this budget is built on a $2.7 million gaming coming in, with 300,000 being cut off the top to go to the major events reserve and 2.4 million to fund our capital program. So the 300,000 is what Councillor Ramsey is referring to, and you could redirect that. This is of funding for an ongoing position, though. So my question back to council would be: is the expectation that I would pull 150,000 off of gaming every year to fund this firefighter, and then 150 to major events for perpetuity? Because at some point, this position is going to make more money.
That's right.
And that funding won't hold.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think, it does put us into a situation that occurred heavily during COVID when we used the Safe Restart funds, and, council could make the decision to fund that position. I do think we are due for a conversation around the gaming funds and how we use them, and how we have for quite some time used it to fund capital, because GERF was only at 50,000 of transfer. We have since set GERF at 1%, seeing an added increase to that capital funding year over year. And as that continues to grow, we are reducing, our infrastructure reinvestment gap. But as that grows, we have this gaming money that we have used to fund capital to really meet that shortfall. But as we're reducing that shortfall, those gaming funds could ideally be repurposed. So we haven't had that conversation. I do think it is a conversation we could have, that now that we're investing more in capital, do we use those gaming funds to fund our grant stream? Do we use it to fund a position? Do we use it to fund special projects? I don't know what that looks like. But for this year, I do think, if we are looking to try and fund a position, using it similarly to the Safe Restart funds, and then having the conversation about what gaming spending looks like in the future is strategically a decision council could make.
Thank you. Councillor Skegan.
So by voting on this, we don't vote on, if this passes, option A for 12, option B for 7 is not on the table, correct?
That's right. We're just voting right now on the motion on the table to fund this position. How do we deal with on a permanent basis? How do you affect the major event? This is for the conversation after recess, and I will invite Mr. Beasley as well as.
But what I mean, Your Worship, is if this passes, do we still have the option to go to A and B, or is that it?
That's it, because there's some discussion.
No, sorry, Your Worship, it's within council's discretion to consider further enhancements at.
Okay.
Sure, but the thing is that I don't see nobody discussing it right now. Yeah. Councillor Sampson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I intentionally waited when we first got to M4 to see if somebody was going to jump in, but having the conversation we had, it's a tough year, and I hear it. I do think this is an incremental move we can make to strategically get us, although I'll admit, marginally closer. But we do need to have a bigger conversation about how we're going to achieve those NFPA standards. We do need to get there. We need to make sure that not properties are safe in Prince George, but also members are safe when keeping our community safe. But understanding the budget realities this year, I think this is an incremental move we can make to get us at least another relief position, which should help alleviate some of the pressures that our department's currently experiencing. And if they can use that position for in creative ways, like staffing that cross-staffed ladder medic truck, maybe that helps. I'm not the expert, but I'm hoping that this will have a small impact while we try to make those greater impacts in the following years. Thanks.
Thank you. We need to grow the city, develop a vision. For fire department, I'd love to see them having a proper patrol boat along the river too, and so we can create some program on the water as well. There's so many things we want to do. There's just so many things we can do together. But together, we first need to go to the city. I'm going to call the question. All in favor of the motion on the floor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. And I'm going to call recess. Say it again?
So there's still option A and B if we want to put one of those on the floor, is there not?
only if there's people want to talk about it. Nobody want to talk about it, then it's, we would. Yeah, that's the way it is. There's no discussion on the remaining items for the time being. We are taking a break. Thank you. preparation. So let's continue. Now we're on to H4, bylaw services. Do I have a motion? Moved by Councillor Sampson, second by Councillor Ramsey. Any discussion? You can't really discuss, somebody's already have a cut in there, right? Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. H5, off-street parking.
Move recommendation. Second.
Second by Councillor Scott. Discussion. I do have a quick question. The last time, we don't want to hit it one more time. Now with the parquet in the hospital, are we expecting the revenue change a bit, or, we should need less patrol over there? Perhaps, how this work?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'll do my best to give some context there. So with the implementation of the hospital parking zone and what's happening with Northern Health's development, there was no increase in staffing or anything like that to enforce in that new zone. Additionally, outside of residential permits, which I believe carry something like a $20 annual fee for such a thing, I do believe that's the number. The only other revenue there would be ticket revenue, which we don't seek to generate. We do enforce, but it's not a goal. There's no quota or anything like that. So I believe revenue related to this would be very, very flat. No significant changes.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you very much. Just, I guess, confirmation and follow-up from Mr. Dalio on the answer to his question on the grant in lieu with regards to the parkade at the hospital. So from what I remember from the last meeting, because it's for hospital use, it would not increase, government would not increase the grant in lieu. Is that correct?
That's the message that we got from BC Assessment, yes.
Is there, I guess, in your opinion, any room for advocacy on that too? Because it's not for hospital delivery, it's not for patient care. Do you believe there would be room for advocacy on that to push the government for grant in lieu on that, or is it a fight not worth taking?
It got referred on Monday.
Oh, did it? Oh, I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I do remember the discussion happening. There was no motion on Monday, though, so I'd invite.
So for the record, I'm not going crazy. Just saying.
So.
We have a motion on the floor.
Then I'll move to refer advocacy on grant and lieu.
Sorry, Your Worship, there is a motion on the floor. If we could deal with that one first and then move on to this one.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have the motion on the floor. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. H5's done.
Your Worship, I'll move that we refer the advocacy for grant and lieu for the hospital parkade to intergovernmental.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Ramsey. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. H6, communications. Second by Councillor Polillo, moved by Councillor Ramsey. Discussion. Budget change of $24,830. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Worship. I'm hoping to have some support on amending this budget, and not that I don't think communications isn't a really important role, but I had done my calculations, and it looks like this budget has increased by 40% over the last 2 years. And I would like I'll make a motion, which I hope someone can second, to reduce the budget by 5%.
Second by Councillor Skeekan. What is this amount to? I want to.
$925,135.65. Is that bad numbers?
Mr. Babbage.
Can I maybe make some comments? Just
Yeah,
Councillor Klassen had the remarks about the 40% increase. So Intergovernmental relations was moved into this area, so that was part of it. As a reorg, there was no new money. And also there was some service enhancements. One was to put a little bit of extra money in earlier in the term. Another was to add a whole nother position, but both of those were actually council driven and council approved. So if council wants to walk it back, of course they can, but I just wanted to get the history straight.
Thank you for the explanation. Mr. Babich, having heard the comment, if the council vote for the 5%, what is the effect?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is Mr. Depineau's division, so I'd invite him to make any comments, but I guess just high level, Your Worship, with a 5% reduction that's proposed, again, it would be a noticeable decrease in services. The budgets are calculated in a responsible way with financial services going line by line with the managers and the directors. So again, it would be a noticeable difference, but I defer to Mr. Depineau to provide his thoughts, Your Worship.
Mr. Depineau.
Thank you, Your Worship. At first look at this, the department is fully staffed at this time, and so there wouldn't be any, at least at this moment, natural slippage in labor. Just looking to the last variance reports here to get a bit deeper into each line item. I think we would look at things like the amount of advertising that we're doing for events. Is there an opportunity to cut back on advertising? Is there an opportunity to cut back on training? I know, for instance, we've organized internally some training opportunities for staff across the city to get some media training in February, March. I know that that's not coming with a significant cost, but I think we would look to absorb this across multiple line items rather than have an impact on labor, as it is, I believe, roughly $50,000, 5% of the million, give or take. So that's an initial comment. I think we would look to take this across multiple line items. It would likely result in cuts in advertising, in training materials, those sort of things. This department does procure and produce a lot of the different sort of swag items, to use that term, things that we provide during VIP visits or otherwise, and those would probably be discretionary areas where we would look to make efficiencies as some opening comments.
Thank you. Are you satisfied with the answers? Okay. Councilor Ramsey.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm not going to be supporting a reduction. A couple reasons. I think Mr. Dalio covered a lot of it, but this budget has a $24,000 increase, but it has another department, intergovernmental, moved into it, and they have the increased engagement position that was council supported from last budget cycle. So I don't view that as a 40% increase. Those are additional positions and reorganizational structure. And we used to have the intergovernmental schedule in the binder, which is completely removed. So that budget has been moved in. And even with that occurring, the increase is very slight. So our residents have said that they want more communication, they want more engagement opportunities. Council has continuously asked that of staff to provide more opportunities for engagement, to provide more data for our decision-making, more feedback. I just don't think that reducing this is going to be strategic in helping us achieve our objectives with more information, because I do think that this will result in, there's $7,600 in non-salary expenses. So this is going to result in a position being cut, frankly. I think, I recognize Mr. Depineau has said otherwise, but the non-salary expenses are so low, so the only other place for the rest of it is labor.
Okay. Just a comment. We have to do a lot more intergovernmental work because largely due to downloading and due to the complexity of the problem we're facing in our society these days. So the support is needed, more travel, more advocated. But is there saving to be? I want to ask a quick question. I understand one of the staff might be temporarily leaving us for a number of months. Does that have a budgetary effect on this?
Thank you, Your Worship. So again, in the communications department, we are fully staffed at this time. There's a limited term position for a team member that's off. And so that position has been posted and filled and has been filled for some time. So the department is fully staffed. Thank you to Councillor Ramsey for the additional comments there. It is significant. It is a significant dollar figure for sure. I think it would, just looking at it as we're chatting, result in a significant shift in advertising from things like local media, which are significantly more expensive than things like using Meta and social media versus print, for instance. Significant cutbacks on travel potentially, so not having that staff person accompany to UBCM, FCM, NCLGA and relying on other staff that might be with you rather than having that additional person could be one of the ways we would absorb. Restricting overtime, so maybe not looking at having as much support for things like City Fest in the spring, the second engagement opportunity that was directed by council. So these are things that are just coming up off the top of mind, but it would be significant to absorb in other areas. And if directed to do so, staff will find those opportunities. But those are some comments.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Worship. Ms. Kellett, is it possible to get the motion on the screen? No, sorry, the proposed amendment on the screen, if we have it. So again, like I recognize, I think the incredible work our communication staff does. I think we see and hear from the community around our social media engagement. I think we see things like the council consultation or community consultation we did at the mall. Events like City Fest, I think, are great ways to engage our community. Earlier today, we also, as we were debating previous sections, talked about the need for teams to dig deep in terms of where there may be efficiencies. I think 5% is steep, except if we're looking at non-salary expenditures of, in the amount of budgeted just shy of 150,000. So I guess I would propose an amendment to amend to 1.5%. And that would align with, if seconded, that would align with kind of what we're asking other departments to find.
You moved the amendment from 5 to 1.5?
Correct. Which would be a reduction of 14,607.41. I don't know if we do cents, but so that would be a reduction of 14,608.
Okay, I have an amendment to the motion. All in favor of moving from 5% to 1.5%? Opposed? It's carried. So it's down to 1.5%, and now we'll call the move on the main motion.
No, we'd be voting now on the amendment as amended.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All in favor of reduce the communication budget from 5 to 1.5?
Your Worship, that's been voted on, so now the motion on the floor.
Yeah, on the floor.
Is the 1.5.
Yeah, 1.5, yeah.
Sorry, Your Worship, what's on the screen is what we're voting on. It's an amendment, so just you'd vote on that, then the main motion. So what's on the screen is what you're voting on.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Opposed? More than that, yeah. It's defeated.
Your Worship, I had it 2 to 7.
Okay, that's very good.
And I need to now vote on the main H6, right?
That's correct, and it's not amended.
Yeah, not amended. All in favor? As recommended. Opposed? Carried. Oppose? Recorded.
Sorry, Your Worship, can I have opposed hands? Thank you.
Councillor Klassen and Councillor Bennett.
Mayor, could I make an amendment regarding this budget, or not amendment, but a motion? I would like to get a bit of a report back from Intergovernmental on what, because we've moved this budget here, I would like to get a bit of a report back. So how would I, like, is that an appropriate request?
In a report back in terms of the detailed financial structure of the department?
The purpose of the travel, especially I guess the travel portion especially.
Okay.
So that we get an idea of the purpose and goals accomplished, that kind of thing. Would that be acceptable? Sorry.
Once, just annual basis or just last year or ongoing?
Councillor Frizzell looks like he has an idea.
Well, thanks, and we'd be delighted to talk at length about those trips. We've got photos, we've got background material, and yes, be happy to do that.
So I'm thinking maybe bi-yearly or biannually?
Sorry, Your Worship, I'm hoping for clarity here. Is the intent for this motion to be for the Standing Committee on Intergovernmental to report to council, not the staff intergovernmental division? Is that what's happening here?
Oh, golly, it's all mixed together.
Through to Mr. Depineau, there's an annual report that gets put out by the city, and there's a section detailing the work of intergovernmental affairs as well. Is that coming out this year?
For Your Worship, through to Councillor Frizzell, forgive me, I'm not sure that I'm following the report. We would have the annual report, and we'd also have Sophie reporting where both expenses of employees and the activities in terms of the annual report would be captured. Perhaps before kicking it across the way, just in terms of travel, the vast majority of travel that the intergovernmental liaison would be engaging in would be in-person support to council or the committee on the proposed delegations to Victoria and Ottawa, or the acronyms, the NCLGA, FCM, UBCM, that's where you would see the great majority of those travel expenses coming from. And in terms of comms, there's often a conference once a year that communications professionals will take part in, and that's the only thing that initially comes to my mind. But happy to look at other requirements if directed to do so. And Mr. Babich, I'm not sure if there's more that you could add to that.
Thank you. No, thank you, Mr. Depineau. Just circling back to the intent of the motion, from time to time we have the standing committees report on progress, achievements of the committee over a year or so. If that's the intent, then that's within the discretion of the committee chair to bring to council in terms of an update on the work plan of the committee and what's been done. That would include travel to these major conferences that has been discussed, and typically there's staff that accompany the committee to those conferences.
Yes, okay. Your Worship, if I can just add a bit of clarity, I guess what I'm looking for is like normal council expenses are reported, we do them, quarterly reports, and so am I to understand then that council intergovernmental affairs travel, how is that reported? Do we see that in the same way as we do council travel?
Yes, the council quarterly reports for expenses include travel for the elected officials, regardless of whether they're on a committee or off or not on a committee. So those that are on a committee would include their travel expenses for their committee work as well. So all the travel expenses are included in those quarterly reports to council.
Okay, and is that, so so just so I'm clear, so council travel for intergovernmental relations, does that also fall within that $10,000 frame?
I believe it's been increased to 12,000. Is that right, Mr. Dalio?
This is about the travel for the
Yes.
four.
Yep.
Okay, so yes, there's the 10,000 that everyone's got, mayor and council. And then there was a motion made, I think it was last year or year before last, to increase the advocacy efforts from the intergovernmental relations budget, which included staff and 4 committee members to go to Victoria and possibly Ottawa as well. And so the travel for those advocacy trips live in the intergovernmental relations budget. And each council member on that committee is estimated roughly $2,000 of travel expenses to do that work.
And that gets reported on their regular council expense reports?
Yes, it will still be on your council reports. It will still get reported on your SOFI that way.
Okay, all right, that's good enough. Then I'll withdraw my motion, I think.
There's no seconder.
Okay, very good.
There was no seconder. You seconded? Yeah, that was, yeah. Okay, so no issues, no issue, no damage done. Okay, thank you, Ms. Stevanoff. We're moving to civic operation. Mr. McIntosh, we're dealing with your department now. Oh, Council Perillo wants to speak.
Are we dealing with snow?
Not yet. I think Council Fazil want to pass the last comment regarding the last item.
If I may, through to Mr. Dalio, just wanted to give a heads up. Last year, whenever we wanted an update on what percentage we were at, you were able to give it on the fly. I'm just wanted to not blindside you at the end of this one, but as soon as we can get an update, I'd appreciate that.
I can tell you we're at 5.94% currently. So we've adjusted down from 6.15 to 5.94 with the decisions of council today.
Thank you.
5.9.
And sorry, that doesn't include the service enhancement that was passed, I
Yeah.
guess, so.
5.94 prior to the civic operation.
It would be 6.03 with the one extra firefighter that was approved.
Thank you. Proceed.
I'll move that we keep the snow control budget at 10 million.
Second by Council Skaken. Council Perillo, you want to speak a little bit?
Sure. I spoke to it a couple of nights ago, but as we heard, we took a calculated risk, and thankfully this year we're at 9.4. It looks like, and we had budgeted 10, so that's extra 600,000 in the reserve. The reserve, as we heard, is right where we want it to be at 25%, roughly 2.8. So I think we take another calculated risk, and so far, the first month of 2026 has cooperated. We'll see what the next few months bring, but I think this is, and this is significant. $1 million is, wow, it's like 0.75 of a percent that's off the tax levy. So I encourage my colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Sampson.
Sorry.
Okay, Council Ramsey.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just, I think, I'm wondering if we can maybe do a little bit more. And I was hesitant last year, but because we have, I was looking, sorry, I'm just trying to find, maybe through to Mr. Dalio, what the balance in the snow reserve was at year end. I had seen it in here.
I don't have like 2025 actuals for any service for you today, but we do have an estimate for snow because we know we get to this discussion topic. So we think we'll have about 2.7 million in the reserve once 2025 is over. That might change a little bit, but not materially. You can count on about 2.7 million.
Okay, here's the note. It says, if the 2025 projected amount is correct, the city will spend 898,000 less than the 2025 budget, have a year-end reserve and remaining of approximately 3 million, and our goal is to set this at 25%. So that would mean that we have an additional roughly 500,000, but if you're saying 2.7, that means that we have an additional 200,000. So I would make an amendment to reduce this by a further $200,000. So 1.2. So this would put snow at 9.8. I recognize that that's likely less than we'll spend, but recognizing that the snow reserve is over the 25% threshold, so.
Okay. Council Bennett.
Sorry, I was not in the queue for this, but sorry, I was anticipating the queue to go, but I can ask my question here because it's still on topic. Mr. Dalio, when through to either, it would be for either you or Mr. McIntosh, council I know made decisions previously around stat holidays, again, I recognize, especially because that is near the end of the year and we don't have December actuals yet. When that report comes back, is it possible to identify, I guess, if there are savings or operational impacts of the decision around reduced service on stat holidays? Again, this is just, I know we won't have this for budget, but I'd be curious if that actually made, if that service decision made any impact in and resulted in some of the savings we saw this year.
Sure, I don't know the answer to that today. I'll see if Mr. McIntosh does.
Your worship, through to Councillor Bennett, I can give you an anecdotal estimate. Really, it depends what days the stats fall on. So this year, Christmas and Boxing Day in the middle of the snow event was Thursday, Friday. We didn't work, but we had to work Saturday, Sunday. So those 2 days are double time as well. So it was kind of a wash. We're already paying this 2 days of stats to staff. We paused. We moved into Saturday, Sunday. It's double time. So that was the only real example of not applying on stats for 2025.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sampson?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Yu. I came here prepared today for $1 million hold on the budget line for snow, and it's not even a cut, just holding stagnant, but cutting now the 200. I'm worried about that balance of risk I spoke about earlier, where we have a calculated risk, or then we just start making more, decisions that I'm worried that aren't going to help us out in the long run. I want to take steps that help us make efficiency cuts that are practical, but not the ones that are going to require us to correct it later. And I'm just worried about this extra 200,000 stepping us back without really addressing the policy. And I recognize we're talking about the stats, but there still is inflation. And so as that gap narrows, it becomes harder and harder. So I'm not sure if I'm there yet. I'd have to hear more from convincing from my colleagues, but $1 million, absolutely I'm there for. Thanks.
Do you have a seconder for your amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, can you? All in favor of the amendment from 10 million to 9,800,000? Opposed? Carried.
For clarity, Your Worship, I had a 5-4. That's correct.
Yeah, it's a 980,000. Looking at the weather pattern, it might turn out to be a right decision, but it is a gamble. That's the amendment, it got passed. So now I'm going to vote on the main motion. All in favor of the motion in front of us to basically shave off 1.2 million from the budget of the snow removal. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Where are we at now? Mr. Delio?
Now you're at 5.23% in total, including the service enhancement.
Thank you. Okay, move on to the roads. I-2. Second by Councillor Fazell, moved by Councillor Bennett. Sampson, okay. Moved by Councillor Sampson, second by Councillor Fazell. We have a motion on the floor. I-2, roads. Any change?
Mayor Yu, just the earlier discussion, where did that?
Road rehabilitation?
Okay, so that's not here.
That's a financial.
Sorry, yeah, I'll make the distinction. So there is a roads operation budget. This is where you'll find things like sweeping, line painting, that the actual capital road rehabilitation was already decided on earlier during the capital discussions.
All right. Could I propose amendment of?
Yes.
Reducing this budget by 50,000, by 1%, by 50,341.56 through efficiency adjustments?
1% efficiency adjustment proposed by Councillor Klassen. Any seconder? Second on the floor by Councillor Skaken. Mr. McIntosh, what does this 1% look like in change of operation-wise?
Can I make a comment? Again, the comment has been made from council a number of times tonight that just find it through efficiencies. That's not a realistic answer with these cuts. So Arja, again, we've done this for you. We've explored the efficiencies that we know we can make. And so now, if council wants to cut, we have to tell you what will not be done as well, or some measure of reduction in the service that you're going to see.
Okay. With that comment, you want to reconsider?
Your worship, are you expecting me to provide some examples, like less dust control on gravel roads, perhaps no labor, seasonal laborers for roads, which would impact such service categories as line painting, crack sealing, those kind of items?
But it does not affect what we discussed earlier for the $150,000. How they relate?
This is operating and not capital.
Because that's, yeah, okay. That one is we're contracting out basically, right? Depends on the contract coming in.
The capital portion of the roads rehab is done by contractors.
Contractors, yeah. That's what I thought. Councilor Sampson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I spoke about this briefly. I think it was on Monday, mixing up my days maybe. When I think of, I think it was Monday, when I think of municipal services, I think roads, parks, water, sewer. I think residents want us to maintain the level of service that we're providing in these areas. These are core services for a municipality, and I'm not sure if I'm prepared to make that cut. I recognize it's a 1%. I think for these types of divisions, our core services, I think I would like to see more, maybe a different approach in advanced efficiency finding to talk about exact levels, but in this case, I don't think I'm there. I'm looking for cuts in areas that are ancillary to core municipal services, and this is not that. Sorry. Thanks.
Okay. Councilor Ramsey.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm not going to support this. I appreciate looking for efficiencies, but as Mr. Dalio pointed out, staff have done this. They do a lot of work on budget. I think at some point I think it is council's decision to really point out where the line items are that we're looking for a reduction. We have seen a reduction of 150,000 to capital already in roads. I think hearing from Mr. McIntosh around consideration around dust and line painting reductions, I'm for $50,000. Our residents are going to be so irritated. I know the number of dust calls we get around, like, it is untenable. There's allergies that go along with that. Line painting, we get a ton of flack from residents around crosswalks, around bicycle lanes, that I just don't think it's worth the $50,000 reduction, so I'm not going to be supporting it.
Councilor Skaken.
Just briefly, Your Worship, on the process, and I understand where Mr. Dalio is coming from, so perhaps, the next council can get together or individually, and if council is going to be directing, we don't direct operational, but it sounds like we have room to pick capital items that we don't necessarily want in there. Is that fair to say, Mr. Dalio?
Yes, capital projects, obviously council gets to sort of pick one at a time. Operational, I'll try and take a little bit more time to explain. So we've been in business for 110 years and generations go by and we have 700 staff scattered amongst your divisions that have all been learning and growing from each other over the years. So that when I say when I hear just find the efficiencies, that's really hard for us to hear. We've gone through, we've really tried to refine these services over time. There's not this great low-hanging fruit that's out there for us to just be more efficient. So that when I say that, that's the angle that I'm coming from. So our job is to simply inform you if you want to reduce, and of course, council, your will, our hands, we will do it. But we need you to understand the consequences and impacts of these decisions. And so that's what we're trying to do on our side, is tell you that. Service levels are yours to command.
For sure, I support that. Thank you. And I don't support this motion, but just the process of identifying them. And like I say, maybe next year there might be a way where council can let administration know what we're doing ahead of time as far as what we want to cut and if there's any safeguards, whatever. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, I do have a motion on the floor. All in favor of, I just want to maybe add, sometimes we dealing with HR just a few hours ago regarding the, eliminate the efficiency line. And then now we're dealing with efficiency and yet I think perhaps, we need to more details, during knowing the operation to make these suggestions during the budget time more meaningful because, just to throw 1% here and 0.5% there, I think we're not doing the process any favor. This is how I see it right now. All in favor of reduction by 1%? Oppose? Oppose have it. Thank you. Okay, main motion on the floor as is presented. I2, roads? No, it's no. So I2, as recommended in front of us. All in favor? Oppose? Carried. I3, storm drainage. Move I3 by Councilor Fazell, second by Councilor Palillo. Discussion. Seeing none. All in favor, I3. Oppose? Recorded. I4, free services. I4. Second, Councilor Ramsey. Discussion. Councilor Skaken.
Just your worship, the expenditures of RCMP.
No.
RCMP fleet services and all the rest that we recover those costs, don't we, in revenues? So we're is that pretty well awash for the garage?
Yes, you can see there's ins and outs there for the RCMP post garage and the RCMP refueling. So yes.
Good, and we also, are we still partnering with other local governments in town for fuel prices or fuel savings?
Yes, Your Worship, through to Councillor Skaken, we're part of the provincial consortium co-op to buy fuel at a better rate.
That's good, appreciate it. I'll support this, thanks.
All in favor of the fleet services budget? Oppose? Carried.
Move recommendation of 3.
Second by Councilor Fazell. Discussion, street lighting. This is a good news item.
It is.
We don't have increase, so we got a little bit of reduction. Decrease. Councilor Skaken.
Just briefly on the energy savings, I think Mr. McIntosh gave us an update the other night on just if you could, I don't know how many thousand lights we've done and what we have to do, and there is a percentage in electrical costs. Just a brief update, please.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Skaken, yes, the last couple of years we've done a lot of work on streetlight replacement as far as the power supply and disconnects, and also a change in the fixtures using LED fixtures, which has significantly reduced our power consumption. So to date, we have roughly 3,200 LEDs in place and still remaining about 2,200 LED or existing lights to replace with LEDs. So we're making some ground up.
That's good, thank you, that's all.
Thank you. All in favor of street lighting? Oppose? Carried. I6, Civil Operation Administration. And you move a seconder.
So moved.
Moved by Councilor Perillo, seconded by Councilor Scott. Discussion. Recommendation. Seeing none, all in favor? Oppose? Carried. Move I7 by Councilor Bennett. Second by Councilor Fazell. Councilor Skaken.
Just briefly to the staff that are running the garbage truck, Your Worship, Mr. McIntosh, just pass on a big thanks. I mean, when you see that the vehicles are parked on the road in the winter and the way they can still pick up a can, I think I estimate between 6 and 10 seconds to pick it up, dump it, and put it back down. I think they're doing an absolutely amazing job, so thank you.
Thank you. I have a question, actually. It's not trying to change the budget or anything. During the summer holidays, you know, people go on holidays, and is that possibility, you know, to increase efficiency, changing the frequency of a pickup just during the summer holiday season? Because the truck goes a lot faster, right? And then all less garbage. A lot of people's on holiday, whatnot. Do you see the difference between the volume that maybe some efficiency can be adjusted based on that? No?
Your Worship, I don't have exact tonnage per month. There's obviously high seasons and lower seasons. I think efficiencies would relate to waste diversion and perhaps audits of residential cans to determine what's going to the landfill. Just more education. But of course, the current landfill operating structure is gas recovery. So they want those organics there to recover the gas. So it's kind of 50-50.
Okay. Yeah, because in some part of the world, people start mining garbage dump because they're using that garbage for electricity production. And didn't know, yeah. Okay, we leave the way it is right now, but I think this is one area, working with the regional district, perhaps we can improve the overall efficiency for the region, for the city as a whole. Maybe there's some saving, maybe there's some value from the garbage we dump into the landfill. With that, I see no more questions. All in favor of I7? Opposed? Carried. I8, cemetery. Second by Councilor Skaken. Discussion. I just, a quick question. I just remember we are building some vertical mausoleums. Is this going to be happening next year?
Your Worship, Mr. McIntosh can give an update on that. I think we just set fees and charges for it.
Your Worship, we just completed the outside columbaria, just outside the existing mausoleum. We brought the fees and charges late last year, so I don't have any stats on how many are occupied at the moment, but just another option for the residents of Prince George.
Thank you. Just to put on the record, public record, Mayor, you're not going to that tower. If tell my, okay. Thank you. All in favor, I8. Oppose? Carried. I9. Sewer operation. big ones. Moved by Councilor Sampson, second by Councilor Fussell. Councilor Claassen.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is one department, am I correct in, like, it's almost $1 million budget change on a $3 million budget on the expenses? And I know that it doesn't come out of taxes, but it comes out of people's pockets, those who get the services. So can I have a bit of an explanation for that increase?
Mr. McIntosh.
Sorry, Councillor Claassen, are you looking at just the total expenditures in the asset maintenance area? Is that the piece?
I'm looking at sewer operations.
Operation, yeah.
On page 77 of the book.
So, yes, so actually, that's the right page, Ms. Kellett, you're on it. So I see a 7.2 million to 7.6 million for expenses. I'm trying to figure out the $1 million that you're looking at, that's why I'm confused.
That's not the right page.
Page 78.
77 is one.
77, 78.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sometimes you will have shifts between expenditures and expenditures asset maintenance. That's to hopefully summarize it all up. That's why we have that summary page so that you can see the overall change. So the overall change is about 400,000. As you can see, most of it is salary and wages. This is a lot of unionized staff are here, and there's a collective agreement that they have a 4% increase for 2026. The non-salary we can look up for you.
Your Worship, non-salary would be, increases would be related to materials and supplies, pipes and manholes, components for their operation of lift stations, wastewater treatment plant, and we're also up $50,000 for the biosolid disposal contract.
Councilor Claassen?
Okay, so then explain again the expenditures on asset maintenance. They're on that sewer operations page 77. So that amount, like that 900,000.
Yeah, they're linked to the expenditures that you see on page 76. So expenditures, you'll see going down by about 473,000.
Okay.
And then expenditures asset maintenance, you see increasing by 901,000. And there's a bit of a shift in the type of work that's being performed in 2026.
All right, okay, thanks.
Thank you. I just want to pass a comment. Whatever the cover you guys have put on the solid waste, it seems the smell is getting better. Yeah, during the summer season, it worked.
Your Worship, we just completed a coverall for the biosolids, so that will help improve the smell situation.
Appreciate it. With that, I'm going to call the question. All in favor, aye, nay. Opposed? Carried. I-10, water operation. So moved. Second. Second by Councilor Skaken. Discussion. That's a big budget. All in favor? Opposed? Carry. Parks, I-11.
Worship.
Councilor Bennett.
I move that council approve the 2026 parks budget set at $7,062,360, representing the deferral of hiring 2 arborists until July, representing a budget savings of $103,263.
Second.
Second by Councilor Polillo.
Yeah, so to get this on the floor, last year, council approved the hiring of 2 arborists as well as equipment. The equipment, from what I understand from administration, and I'll ask them to clarify or to confirm, the arborists will not be starting until July of this year at the earliest. So therefore, this would be a budget savings that could be realized, but recognizing that this would be a one-time savings as the positions would be full-time next year. And maybe through to Mr. Dalio to confirm.
Sure, yeah. So there's no point in having the staff until we have the truck. We're not expecting delivery of the truck till about mid-year. So we really can make the adjustment that Councillor Bennett is proposing. We've done it before. For example, if we do a service enhancement for former police, we think they're not going to have them on the ground till July 1st, so we do half the approval this year and half the approval next year. It's essentially what's being proposed here. It is a deferral, so you're going to have half of the arborists get done this year and half will be next year.
Understand. Councillor Skinner.
Just briefly, I want to make sure with what we're doing, and obviously there's a delay in hiring the arborist, but I think that's a pretty sought-after profession as far as a local government and that. So I'm hoping that if we do delay some of these things, that it doesn't cost us in the end. And just as far as employment and stuff to administration.
Yeah, again, we think this is manageable. If we're not expecting the truck till June, we still have a hiring process to go through, and it's not quick. It's usually anywhere between 4 to 8 weeks to hire people. So July 1st gives us a little bit of flexibility just in case we get the truck a little bit earlier.
Sure, thank you, that's all.
So as the Prime Minister said, nostalgia is not a solution, neither the kicking the can down the road. So, but this one is basically the technical delay more than anything else, right?
Correct, I just see this as a deferral, yeah.
It is just a temporary deferral. Okay, within the amended motion in front of us, $160-some thousand saving temporary for this year. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councilor Fazil.
Thank you, Mayor Yu. Through to Mr. Dalio. What percentage are we at now?
I have us at 5.16.
Sorry, Your Worship, before we go on, I think Councillor Sampson had also sent a motion regarding
Councilor
parks.
Sampson, go ahead.
Great, thanks, and thanks, Mayor Yu. Appreciate the motion on the floor that passed. I'm going to move what I mentioned on Monday, that council approved the 2026 parks budget as previously passed, and direct staff to undertake an internal parks maintenance operational review to identify service level efficiencies or alternate optional approaches with any savings realized to be reinvested back into the park's operations and improvements. As on the screen, which is clear because I had to edit that one piece on the fly. Thanks.
May I ask a question here? Isn't that being done on an ongoing basis by all departments? Do we need a motion for this? I'm just clarifying this.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, staff are continuously looking for efficiencies and improvements. If I read this motion, then I understand it to be an intent for a formal report back on the results of a pretty comprehensive operational review. Respectfully, Your Worship, perhaps what administration could propose is, rather than council directing to undertake this operational review, for administration to report back on efficiencies and other improvements already identified. And I know that Mr. McIntosh as team have done similar reviews historically, and maybe that report back to council could inform council on what's already been done, and then council could consider at that juncture whether it wishes to have staff undertake significant further work when considering what's already been done, Your Worship.
Thank you. Because under the current governance model, to have a specific motion to ask the administration to have an efficiency test, if we want to call it, there might be something it's out there that cause concern. I'm just wondering, is that the case, Mr. Councillor Sampson?
Not entirely clear what you're asking. Sorry, Mayor Yu.
I think that efficiency improvement is ongoing from every department, everywhere, and to have it during the budget process, to have this particular motion in front of us and regarding the parks department and parks department only, is there any specific incidents or area that you feel that right now, that you might have some information that the rest of council don't know?
No, as I said on Monday, I'm looking at departments that I think can try to find efficiencies within that we can make cuts on. In this case, I don't believe we should be making a cut to parks. I think it's an integral service to our community that people want to see further investment in. And so rather than asking for that efficiency cut, I'm asking for those efficiencies to remain in the budget. So
Okay.
it's essentially saying, please do a review as we're asking other departments, but instead of taking that money out of the base, put it back into the parks and make our parks even better.
Understand.
That's what I'm trying to
Yeah.
ask.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for the clarification. Understand. So we might increase more investment in the parks, which we all love. Thank you. Councilor Claassen.
Thank you, Mayor Yu. I know that we've had a number of recommendations from the public that we look at allowing more natural flora and fauna to grow, and especially saplings in areas where we might end up later planting trees at great expense. I'm just wondering if staff could maybe, I mean, in light of this motion that I believe is on the floor, if staff could maybe talk about that a little bit and maybe just address those, that recommendation from some members of the public?
Your worship, through to Councillor Claassen, so you're asking us to change our service level, or, because it's a balance. We have maybe the camp that wants more natural vegetation, less maintenance, and then we have the other camp that wants more maintenance. So we try to balance it. I wouldn't say that planting trees is necessarily a waste of money. It's always been a standard capital item. We do have some challenges with certain locations, such as Clyde Tenay Park. It's hard for us to plant trees given the archaeological significance there and the additional cost for archaeology. So that, I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Well,
but
and if I may, and think, just, so in Clyde Tenay Park, for instance, are there saplings that come up naturally that we could let grow instead of going under the expense of planting a tree? Like, is there any policy around that, or like, does Parks consider that? And I'm bringing this up because it's been brought to our attention a number of times already, so.
there's no policy that says that we cannot let a sapling grow. If a sapling is outside the base of the tree and we're mowing the grass, the sapling's gonna go with the grass.
All right, okay, well, I appreciate that explanation, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Skicken.
Thank you. I think this issue is important, Your Worship. I know we reviewed some of these things in the OCP, and I think Councilor Sampson last year, I don't know if we made a recommendation about the not the tree bylaw, I forget. We talked about having new neighborhoods include trees instead of mowing them all down. So I think it's a bigger discussion. All of council could possibly have it sometime, be a committee of the whole, and then direct administration. But I think there is opportunities, Your Worship, but right now I don't think we have the ability to get into a whole bunch of things and direct administration. So thank you. That's.
Councilor Claassen.
Yeah, just very briefly, I don't think I'll support this motion because I think all the reports that we're getting from Parks is that they're doing an excellent job, and I don't want them to have to spend time on an operational review. Yeah, so I won't be supporting this. Thanks.
Yeah, this motion can be read both ways. I'm not saying that we are picking a bone with the Parks Department, but in the same times, this is maybe one area we can invest more from the review as well. So, okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Oppose? Defeated? Thank you. No internal review required. Next I-12, asset management and capital planning. Second by Council Paul. Second by Council. Moved by, yeah. Okay. Discussion. I-12. All in favor? Oppose? Carry. I-13, District Energy. Second by Council Bennett. Discussion. Seeing none. All in favor, District Energy, I-13. Oppose? Carried. I-14, Transportation and Technical Services. Transportation and Technical Services. I need a move recommendation by Council Ramsey, thank you. Second by Council Frizzell. Motions on the floor. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor? I-14. Oppose? Carry. Thank you, Mr. McIntosh. Civic Facility and Events. J1, Aquatics. I need a motion to put on the floor first.
I move that council approve the 2026 aquatics budget set at $4,310,868, representing a 5% adjustment to reflect the temporary operation of a single aquatic facility, and direct administration to apply this adjustment to non-frontline, non-operating hours and non-safety critical operating lines. So moved.
Second by Council Ramsey. And what is this implication in terms of dollar value? 5%. Say it again, how many? 226, okay, substantial amount. Thank you.
Can we get Director Beasley to
Yeah,
comment about?
yeah, I'm gonna get I'm just trying to absorb this 5% in my mind first. Can this money, Mr. Dalio, be direct to another area where under Director Beasley's control in the community services or not? Because I'm really thinking if there's a saving from the pool, I would like to see that we as a council should put some money into Prince George Foundation, Community Foundation, where we have not done a significant contribution for the last 10 years, other than operating 25,000 a year. So this is substantial saving. Or are we just going to just cut the budget right now and then do all these other things later?
I might suggest rather than try and tie those two motions together, deal with this one as a reduction, and then when we get to the area where Community Foundation is, you can make a separate motion to increase
Yeah,
that.
I just want to see each department. I don't want to oversetting too much. Councilor Klassen.
Thank you, Worship. If I may, I think this is a question through to Mr. Beasley. I thought that back when we were discussing the closure of the aquatic center, that I thought that there was an assumption that that there was a statement made that the aquatics budget the operating budget would go down due to operating only one pool. So I was quite surprised to see this actual increase. So if maybe there could be an explanation for that. Thank you.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Klassen, can I comment on the whole motion, or because I can incorporate?
You can do whichever way is easiest for the audience out there to understand.
So this budget is our best attempt at predicting what we can't really predict solidly right now. We've tried to be very conservative, with the idea being that what we did not want to do at the end of 2026 is come in with a bad news over budget situation for the aquatic facility. So we're trying to budget this in a manner that would reduce the risk for that happening. In terms, so we have assumed only 50% of the revenue. We have about 430,000 customers a year. We're assuming 50% of the aquatic center customers come to the Canfor Leisure Pool, and perhaps 50% of those do not. We don't know so far. We know anecdotally the pool's been, it feels like twice the number of people in there right now, but we can't quantify that yet. In terms of this cut, approximately 80% of the entire budget is staff related. So in terms of making these cuts to non-frontline, non-operating hours, non-safety critical operating lines, there would for sure be service reductions for this. This would require staff layoffs, and I want to be really careful what I say here in an open meeting without actually pinpointing specific positions. But we cannot cut the lifeguards, that's a given, and we have about 100 or so lifeguards, something like that. Many of them are irregular part-time, so they get called in as needed or not called in. I have 2 aquatic leaders. About 50% of what they do is hands-on work, direct customer service, 50% is administrative work. I only have 1 exempt staff for both aquatic facilities, one manager, no other exempt staff. So really what that leaves us with is things like cashiers, maintenance, the people that clean the pool and so on. So whether you call that frontline service or not, it means we would for sure be reducing staff and therefore reducing quite potentially the amount of cleaning we do or the lineups for the cashiers and so on. If I may be bold enough, I actually am going to suggest something right off the bat that might be a more palatable way to look at this, because I do also understand the weirdness of this budget and going down to 1 pool. We're very sensitive to that. One of the ways that council could perhaps approach this is rather than looking at cutting staff, laying off staff, which incidentally, I can't estimate what the number of that would be because we don't know things like severance and retraining and hiring, and these are all very qualified people that would need to be, even the maintenance staff are very qualified and would need retraining and so on if we hired new ones. One thing council could look at maybe is the adjusting the revenue expectations and making that more generous, perhaps by the same amount. What that would mean is that we cross our fingers and hope that more than 50% of the aquatic center customers attend the Canfor Leisure Pool, therefore our admissions go up. If for some reason things went south, then we would come back to council in the fall with a report and explore options at that point to come in on budget. But that would be, I'd look to Mr. Dalio to see if he's shooting any darts at me, but that could be perhaps a way of achieving the same result without actually laying off staff, if that would be palatable.
Just let me understand one thing. We are trying to do a budget, and now we are projecting revenue increase instead of efficiency. So the result will be the same, but if the revenue comes higher, we'll be even better off, in a better position. But if it's not, then what?
Yes, Your Worship. Yeah, I think, sorry, without looking at the exact number, we cut about $500,000 or so of expected revenue. So we could put some of that back into our expectations. It would achieve the same result in terms of lowering the overall budget for this item.
Can we do that?
Yes, what Mr. Beasley's saying, it absolutely can be done. My question to Mr. Beasley is, you have roughly 1 month of data, I guess, on the 2 pools, and are you seeing enough information in that 1 month where you feel like you can increase that revenue projection?
Your Worship, scientifically, my answer is no. We do not have enough data, but anecdotally, the answer is yes. The pool is really busy. It feels as if it's twice as many customers. We do track everything, but keep in mind, the reason it's a little bit hard to quantify is because the months change dramatically. January to August are 2 completely different months. The majority of this revenue that we're not sure about is from drop-ins, which represents a large percentage of our overall revenues. So how many people are coming over the summer compared to what normally comes in the summer, we don't know. But so far for January, anecdotally, yes, it's looking positive in that sense. I would say by Q2 or Q3 at the latest, we would have enough data to then say we're in good shape or we got some problems, we need to come back to council and seek further direction.
So my only comment to that would be we will have collected the levy and made the decision before that point. So if the revenue increased projection is the solution to this, we're wrong, we just have to hope our contingency holds out.
There's a mechanism to get it?
Yes, we have that 1% contingency for the whole city that is meant to cover any overages or sorry, any underages by any, no, I had it right the first time, any overages by any division. And if other divisions come in under and, you know, this one comes in over and we're okay, then we're okay. But I can't predict that for you accurately.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, do we get through this motion and then put a new motion on, or should we just, Councilor Sampson might be changing the motion? How to do this?
Yeah, thanks, Mary. It's the same end result, so if it's cleaner for and makes staff more comfortable, I'm fine to switch it to the revenue piece with the same result on that 226,887 reduction, if you will, or I guess increase to revenues. So whatever is easier on the accounting end or comfortability-wise with staff, it's the same end result. So just looking for a quick indication, and I'll make the amendment if necessary.
Ms. Beasley?
I trust Mr. Beasley. If he thinks he can hit the budget, then I'm with him.
Well, I'm doing this a little bit on the fly, but as I'm just thinking this through, I'm thinking it is, it's not all that risky, I don't think, to adjust the revenue. The reason being because if we're going the wrong way, we still have the opportunity at that point to come back to council and say, well, then perhaps we need to revisit the laying off of staff or the reduction of number of hours and so on. We do have some choices to make. So there is a built-in safety mechanism. If it turned out that the overall contingency was looking really weak, then we would respond with strong cost savings in this area. So
I'm comfortable with that answer if council is.
So can I get a clear answer on, would you like the amendment to be adjustment to revenues to reflect a $226,887?
I prefer the revenue be adjusted up rather than the expenses be adjusted down.
I'll move the amendment.
Second by Councilor
And thanks
Meekin.
for the help on the piece. It's the same end result, but I appreciate the help there. Thank you.
Well, Mayor, you contributed $600 some to the membership. I've done my share in January. Councilor Fussell.
Thank you, Mayor Yu. So is the amendment that's in front of us on the floor, is this the amendment to the amendment, Mr. Anderson?
This is, it's not sitting very clearly. It might be easier if we just withdraw everything and just put the amendment as a main motion.
Okay, withdraw everything.
If it helps legislative services, the original motion as worded still, the goal is still met. We just do the revenue instead of the expenses.
Yeah.
Thank you. Given that that's the case, through to Mr. Anderson, I'd like to sever at the semicolon. So the part that relates to the budget is pretty clear, and then there's a second, direct administration, which is second, so I'd like to sever those two.
Okay, so I just need to second to clarify this. If we just get rid of the amendments, the main motion meets the need of Mr. Dalio, and we can sever out the semicolon. Is that what I'm hearing from Mr. Dalio? Sorry, not this amendment here, but the main motion itself.
The main motion, because it just said the maximum budget, that represents the net of the revenue and the expenditures and the transfers. The original motion is fine the way it was, I think.
And I'd like to sever that one, the original.
Oh, no, you're right. It's that last semicolon piece that makes it difficult. That needs to go.
If it works, Your Worship, I'd like in council unanimous consent so that we can just clear this off. Can we just clear off that amendment and then just sever out that semicolon to have two separate motions there?
Free to withdraw the amendment, and then I will amend the original to just remove the last piece after the semicolon.
So Ms. Kellett, if we can just erase the amendment completely. And then new amendment's going to be to delete the semicolon on.
Yeah.
Perfect. And does that meet the intent of Councillor Frizzell and Councillor Sampson?
Thank you. I think Councillor Sampson was willing to simply take that off after the semicolon, is that right? So we can even save some time by not even having to vote on the semi. Just remove that.
Just want to make sure that council's all with me and I didn't lose anybody along the way. No? Okay.
New experience for all of us. This is, yeah, the top after semicolon have to be removed as well.
Yes, and that will be an amendment that you have to vote on.
So moved.
Second by Councilor Skaken. All in favor of the amendment to oppose? Carry. Now, voting on the new motion, yeah. Thank you. And basically, it's more revenue base, but the result is the same. We're still cutting that, but because we got to it. Okay. All in favor? Oppose? Carried. Councilor Ramsey, you want to say? Thank you.
How are we now, Mr. Dalio?
5.01.
Thank you.
J2, Civic Facility and Event Administration. Second by Councilor Sampson. Discussion? Seeing none. All in favor of J2? Oppose? Carried. J3, Project Delivery. Second, Councilor Puelo. Discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? Oh, Councilor Bennett, you want to talk about?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Just, I guess, thank you to Mr. Dalio for the additional response. I had asked the other day about where we thought the RCMP office renovations would fit in here. I appreciate the clarity over the last couple of days that this is actually renovations to, it would be office renovations to Fire Hall 1. So I guess I'm just confirming that that is, oh, sorry, I thought it was project delivery.
Sorry, no, Councilor, but it's in the facility maintenance section, so that would be better handled there.
Thanks.
J3, all in favor? Oppose? Carried. Civic Initiative and Partnership.
I move that council approve the 2026 Civic Initiatives and Partnerships budget with the addition of a new dedicated $50,000 seniors grant stream. 2, that the new stream be funded for 2026 through the temporary transfer / reallocation of $25,000 from the 2026 council contingency and the temporary allocation of $25,000 from gaming revenue for 2026 out of the total of $300,000 dedicated for the major events reserve. And 3, that the 2026 allocation of the major events reserve be adjusted accordingly to reflect the temporary reallocation of $25,000 in gaming revenue, resulting in a 2026 transfer of just $275,000 to the major events reserve, which is currently at a healthy $938,260 uncommitted. And 4, that that council amends the Sustainable Finance Policy 9.0 to allocate $50,000 from annual gaming revenues to the Civic Initiatives and Partnerships budget for the purpose of a permanent funding source for the seniors grant stream starting in 2027, so as to not upset the capital funding plan in 2026. And I just want to, I'm going to keep it short because I know everybody's going to want to comment on this. This has been a bit of a culmination of a lot of ideas, and so I certainly can't take any sort of lead. I think we're all got a stake in this. And Mary, I think it's important. We heard through, thanks to you, you brought forward an important piece that there's a lack of support for seniors. That's important to know. And until it's in front of us, we can't necessarily address it. But what that conversation did was bring it to our attention. And although we didn't all agree on exactly how to do it at the time, I think through conversations that we've all been having, I think the number one thing we wanted to see, from my perspective, was some sort of sustainable ongoing piece that would support these folks, and in a way that is going to be transparent and accountable and sustainable for many years to come, and reliable for these folks, not a one-time piece. So that's my perspective on this. And I got to share, Councillor Ramsey, I can't, I was trying to figure out where to get the other $25,000 from for this year so as to not upset the capital funding and not to add to the tax base in 2026. And Councillor Ramsey had the idea to find it in the major events reserve. So got to share that there, but hoping that my other colleagues will jump in. I know there's lots of conversations we've all been having, but I think this is a culmination of a lot of good ideas from everybody around this table. Thanks.
Thank you. The intent welcome the intent, and I think it's very much needed. For me, I think the money is the best. There's an item within this department. We contribute to Prince George Community Foundations, PG Foundations. We have a city, have a fund in there. We have not really contributed to the fund in any substantial way for the last 10 years. We pay the operation of the foundation as a contributor, $25,000 a year. I think it's we need to find a structure so the wealthy seniors, the corporations, the individual out there know such a fund exists, and they can put into this fund and grow the fund to have a all the senior center well-funded throughout the years. And because each senior center operate differently, I think the distribution of the money is best handled by the foundation themselves. I suggest that the money where you propose here to be allocated to the Prince George Foundation and to establish a fund under the Senior Center's Sustainability, basically a separate fund. And so therefore, the fund can grow and the distribution will be done outside of the chamber of the City Hall, and to be more transparent. And we don't have to need a staff to organize those funds because they have staff dedicated on the year-round basis to distribute those money to all these organizations as they need it. So in this way, it will be a lot less political for the future council as well. Basically, that's what my thinking. But I see the urgency of this piece is we want to find a way to distribute some money to the senior centers right away, which is good. But in that case, perhaps the fund will be divided in such a way. The minimum start of a foundation fund is $10,000. So we can still do exactly what we're doing. But I just think some of the funding should be shooting towards the Prince George Foundation to start a senior community fund. So we, as an individual, we can contribute to the fund as well as everybody else.
Thanks, Mayor. I think I can clarify a couple pieces that maybe maybe were missed in this process. Couple good news pieces there. It wouldn't be political in that council would have hands off. That's the goal, and it goes to staff who have. We have a dedicated team here in this division. Sarah Brown and Maria Paulson, exceptional team that are already execute our grants programs, and they have the framework to do that. And so what council fortunately did in December was we did make a motion that staff will meet with seniors for a meeting to understand their needs to help frame future opportunities. And so they're going to be already starting with a bit of a framework on how we execute grants already, and then they're able to implement those findings from that meeting that we've already approved as a group, which is great. And then second, it does provide the certainty ongoing. And then third, Mayor Yu, it would give out $50,000 automatic every time. And I think from my perspective, it's not that this is not saying this or that. It doesn't have to be this or yours. I think your idea there, I think it's why send the money through another administrative process when we are already giving out money in a grant process at the city, and we're adding to it with a dedicated cause, seniors. And so I think it just cuts down on the administrative costs, and 50,000 would be given out every year, not the earnings from an endowment fund like we would see over there. And so I think two things can happen at the same time is how I see it, but I look forward to the rest of the commentary, and that's it for me. I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Councilor Skegan.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks, Councilor Sampson, and thanks, Mayor Yu, for getting the ball rolling last year. I mean, we all talk to seniors, we know their challenges, and I think just a question here for administration. Even though a couple of seniors organizations are in city facilities, would it, and maybe it's too early, what would be the position on administration with distributing it? Would it just be 10,000 each? Because I think if we get into, we own the building, you're going to get less, who knows what. I think it's just high level to Mr. Beasley at this point.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Skaken, I've got a couple of comments. Again, very supportive of this, but so don't get my questions as defensive, because I'm not at all. Just in terms of that, we do have a grants program. Some senior centers are already receiving grants. They've been allocated for 2026. We've just finished a grant intake program. Some senior centers have applied for grants. Some will get them, some won't. There's other senior organizations that have not applied for grants that get zero. So that's a good question that I would seek council direction about. How would you like us to handle this new fund? Because essentially we're coming up with either a new process, it's a new grant stream within our policy, which we're happy to do, but it'll take some time to get going and to figure that out. Or would this be a split at either 4 ways or 5 ways, depending on how you define senior centers? So I guess, yeah, I would be looking for some council direction on that, whether you want to turn it over to admin to figure out a new grants process sometime in 2026. It would take a while to figure it out and get up and running, but we would have to figure out, again, that little dilemma about some seniors are already getting funding, so do they get penalized from this new money, or are they all eligible for the same pot? And sorry, just while I'm on the topic, I just wanted to make one comment about the Major Events Reserve Fund. Again, it's healthy, just an education moment. That fund has $400,000 committed if we get the Special Olympics, so that's 400 grand there. We have other opportunities in the hopper that are not ready to come to council. We have one coming up very shortly to do with the National Baseball Championship, a major one coming to town. That Events Reserve Fund, while it's healthy, it can get snapped up in a jiffy. A Memorial Cup is over $1 million if we ever go that route. A international women's curling event is at least $500,000. That's what it was last time. So just a reminder, while that Events Reserve Fund is healthy, it can disappear in a heartbeat, or we would limit our opportunities down the road. So having said all that, happy to do whatever council wants us to do with this. It's a good news story, but just tell us our marching orders.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And if we have to go through another adjudication process, I know some of the, the seniors places you talk to, they need cupboards, they need, there's plumbing stuff to be done. So I would just prefer this time around, and I hope we continue to do this, we just split it 5 ways. That's it. And then administration figure out how we're going to manage the situation going forward. Mayor, the foundation, I think that's a great idea. Unfortunately, you put money in a foundation, it's going to take a while to generate some decent income, and some of us might not even be here, you know what I mean? So I think there's an immediate need, and then there's a need for a long-term thing. And just to build on this, there's also the issue of the seniors' housing, and all the rest of this, and I talked to Councillor Frizzell earlier. I mean, BC Housing, I think they've over 400 units they put in town for low-income, supportive housing, people with mental health issues, and I really think the province needs to, they can keep doing that, but they need to put more of a focus on what can they provide seniors other than, small increases to their pensions, whatever the case may be, Your Worship. So I'll just leave it at that and figure out what my colleagues want to do with how we split it up, but this money is going to make a difference to so many folks in town. And the fact that this is, and I hope this is a unanimous vote from council, because I think we're all feeling the same about what the need is. And I appreciate Councillor Sampson getting us on here. So again, Mayor, thanks for getting the ball rolling. And Councillor Klassen and I spent some time going to some seniors places, and I know some of my other colleagues did. So I look forward to some more comments, and again, if we leave it in the grant process, it could take a while for them to get it. So my preference would be just to give it out right away, and then give administration time to develop a grants process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Thanks, Your Worship, and now I'm in a position of disagreeing with my colleague to the left. Not all 5 of those organizations are equal. They're just not. So taking any amount of dollars and dividing it equally is problematic. Additionally, the the grants that were advertised towards the end of the year, some of them were not eligible to apply for them because of existing connection to the city of Prince George. So there is going to have to be some finessing in how this is handled. I appreciate these 4 steps that have been brought forward, and I will support them. And I appreciate that we have dedicated personnel within our city staff who know how to dig in and look through these things, and that they will dispense the money appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Polillo?
I'll definitely be supporting this. I agree with Councillor Sampson. This is us working together as a team. A lot of these parts came together, and coming back with a sustainable option that can help seniors every year. I have to admit, when at the beginning about the 25,000 from council contingency, it was my intention to reduce council contingency to 0, but with this, it still leaves, what, I guess 25 for council contingency, but using this money a little differently, directed to seniors. It's a good news story. This is, I think our seniors committee will be very, very happy with this. And I do agree there's seems to be, well, there will be adjudication process that has to be figured out. And I think to your point, Councillor Scott, you're right, they're not all equal. But this is a really good direction, good news story, and I'll fully support it. And by the way, this doesn't add to the tax levy burden too. This is money found within existing budgets to make this happen. We're not approving an extra $50,000 every year to make this happen. So that's pretty creative, pretty inventive. So I just wanted to reflect that point.
Councilor Ramsey?
Thank you, Your Worship. And thanks for your comments around consideration for the Community Foundation. I think for me, one of the considerations when we initially discussed this in December is around fairness and equity in the granting decisions and how we're giving money. And I appreciate Councillor Scott's comments immensely, because not every organization receives the same, not every organization receives, I'm not saying this the greatest way, sorry, I got distracted. You know, we have some organizations that are receiving permissive tax exemptions, some that are in city-owned buildings. The benefit that some of these organizations get over others is different. So having money equally divided, to me, doesn't make sense, which is why I couldn't support it initially. And the piece I struggle with about providing it to the Community Foundation is then we're then expecting them to do that work to make sure it's holistically equal and fair, and expecting them to look at the permissive tax exemptions and other pieces that the city provides to those groups as that equity piece. And so I do prefer to keep the grant stream in-house and utilize our really incredible staff. You know, council doesn't have a hand in that those grant streams that are administered by staff. So I do think it is out of the hands of council, and really making sure that the adjudication takes into consideration really more than just need of the organization, but need and already existing benefits that might be in place. So I really like this idea of reallocating money from the gaming revenue. As I mentioned earlier, I think that there's opportunity to explore how gaming funds are allocated now that GERF has been increased, and Mr. Dalio so kindly let me know that the gaming revenues does fund new capital, and so we don't have a line item for that in the budget for a funding source, so that would have to be taken into consideration. But I think $50,000 from the gaming revenue as a funding source would give this some sustainable funding for a long time, and then allow us to really look at how we use those funds. So I'll be supporting this, and thanks to all my colleagues who contributed to putting all the ideas out there and trying to put this forward. So thanks.
Councillor Brazil.
Thank you, Mayor Yu. I had on a note here, I'd like to hear from Councillor Scott, but she's already spoken. I wanted to get her sense, and I appreciate the work you do locally and provincially on seniors. Thank you also to Mayor Yu for bringing this forward, Councillors Sampson and Skaken and Claassen and Ramsey and all that have contributed to bringing this realization of it forward. Through to Mr. Beasley, imagine that this approves a money stream, and the next steps would be to figure out what the grant looks like. I appreciate the flexibility of this. It doesn't actually speak to specific organizations. I like the idea of helping seniors everywhere, and we know some are attached to seniors organizations. Some may not be, and it appears that this is flexible enough that we could come up with a lot of different ways to implement this grant stream. I'm looking forward to what you bring forward, but I'll be supporting the budget that has been laid out here.
Councillor Claassen.
Thank you, Mayor Yu, and thank you to my colleagues for participating in this, and certainly to Mayor Yu for starting this with that desire to put our remaining $17,000 towards the senior centers back in December. I would have wished this to go in a bit of a different direction because I think if we look long-term, if we could find a way to provide permanent funding for the seniors grant stream for the seniors centers, that the PG Community Foundation would have been the way to do it. Brings it out of house. Our staff doesn't need to do anything except cut a check. And what I would have put forward is the idea that we contribute. I think, Mayor Yu, this was your idea, that we contribute a significant amount to kickstart that fund, and then there would be monies coming out of that endowment every year, which would, in my view, be more sustainable because we would be relying on the PG Community Foundation's really good rate of return. Because I think last year, or in 2024, they had their return on their endowments was 15%. Last year, they were embarrassed because they only got 10% return, but I think all of us would be very happy to have 15 or 10% return on our investments. So, yeah, it sounds to me like council will approve this. I mean, I'm not going to stand in the way of it, but I do wish we would have gone the route with granting the monies to the Community Foundation for their distribution, because I think that would have been a more efficient and more sustainable way to fund it. Thanks.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and I would echo everyone's thanks and appreciation for the work that yourself and many other councillors put in to this. I also do like the fact that we've been able to find a way to fund this without, with kind of external or internal sources. Not saying that this wouldn't be worthy of a reason to increase the tax levy, but being able to find efficiencies, I think, is beneficial. One of the things that, I think COVID provided a benefit for was a real case study about the impacts of knowing you have sustainable funding, especially as a small nonprofit. The number of nonprofit organizations that actually grew programming through COVID as a result of knowing they had sustainable funding coming is significant. And this is why I like this model different than the one-off payment to centers is because this allows organizations to know that they have the potential of money year after year. It's not a one-off, and they can plan and budget accordingly. The other piece of it, and again, I can recognize and appreciate the idea of moving it into the community foundation. To Councillor Skaken's point, which I would echo again just to amplify, is it takes time for an endowment to generate enough revenue to make a meaningful difference. In addition, there will be an administration fee that we would pay to the community foundation to distribute these funds. Typically, it's between 1.5% and 2%. I don't have an agreement in front of me from the community foundation, so I don't know what their percentage is. But typically, most foundations would charge 1.5% to 2%. So again, that's money that would actually come away from the senior centers in the short term. So I do prefer this option of keeping it in-house, and I do prefer the options of being able to find ways to ensure that there is sustainable funding for seniors programming here in our community. We know that their seniors population is continuing to grow in terms of percentage of population. So I think the more sustainable support we can provide them is great. And I do appreciate the handout we received earlier. So, anyone who does want to donate, there is a fund at the Community Foundation where individuals can donate and support seniors here in our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Perhaps there's a wish we can do both. The foundation, we are already paying. We are already paying $25,000 a year to the foundation. Correct?
Your Worship, that's correct. That's specifically to go towards operating costs to help administer the City of Prince George fund that they hold on our behalf.
That's correct. But we have not really contributed specifically to that fund in the last little while. With the $50,000 a year commitment, I just hear from Mr. Beasley, the major events reserve right now, it sits on a very healthy condition. 2 or 3 events, happening, we will let this one to nothing. This is a long-term commitment we are trying to make here. Putting some of the funds in the fund. To start a senior sustainability fund, it only really costs $10,000. So out of the $50,000, nothing changed with the 1, 2, 3, 4 here. But at the end, if we can say, staff will take a look, see if we can contribute $10,000 just one time out of this fund this year towards the Prince George Foundation to start this senior center sustainability fund, then the community, and they can contribute more readily right away to the fund, whether it's from another wealthy seniors, from families. Then as long as the fund is growing, and in time, in 10, 20 years' time, you'll be quite a lot. Consider where this foundation started off, like 10, 20 years ago. Basically start with nothing, and just a few seniors got together. And but if that's the council's wish, I'm still supportive of this. I'm just making suggestions that perhaps out of this one time, we as a council contribute $10,000 to the Prince George Foundation to start a senior centers sustainability fund specifically to support the senior center activities. And then there's a two stream going. Private donation can go in there. And as we can see, there's a lot of goodwill there. Last year, we've seen the people in the community, they're willing to contribute to help the seniors. But if we structure this just around here and give every senior center is different, seniors needs a difference, and we have to commit a lot of staff resources to distribute the annual fund, and the major event reserve may or may not be there in a few years' time. Depends how the things go. So I think we have opportunity here to do both. Thank you. That's my comment. Councillor Sampson.
Thanks, Mayor. You just wanted to clarify. I think Councillor Skaken did make a good point, and so did some others, like Councillor Scott. I just want to be clear and not lose sight of Councillor Skaken's comment on exactly how staff perceive the direction. The intent is that this is starting out of the five core seniors organizations in town with the conversation, Mayor, you originally brought.
Yeah.
I would like the exact distribution of it personally to stay arm's length and not direct it. But what I would be clear on, and I think all of us are the same page, that staff understand that that's the nucleus of this, and it's going to be formed by the conversation and meeting that we're having with those groups. And if through that conversation it's determined that there's a broader potential for this down the road, then great. But the intent right now is that we are supporting those centers. And the reason I'm giving some leeway is, what if there's another new one down the road? Well, they shouldn't be left out. And so I don't want to tie our hands, but the intent is that that's the starting point, and staff can build a bigger picture as we have time. But realistically, we have to get some funds out sooner than later, ideally by the end of Q2, maybe beginning of Q3. And so staff have a launch pad that they can build off. I'm just wondering, seeing nods, that's what I gathered from the comments around the table, just making sure that that was clear in the motion. And if Mr. Beasley, you're nodding, then that's all we need. We don't need to make any changes. Great, thanks.
Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Mayor Yu. And I think sometimes I stop just short of where I should. So I will and see if I get support for this. So on number 2, I will recommend an amendment after and a temporary allocation of $25,000 from gaming revenue for 2026. I will propose an amendment that 10,000 of that 25,000 go to the Seniors Centers Sustainability Fund at the Prince George Community Foundation, just to give that fund a bit of publicity and a kickstart, a bit of cash to achieve some long-term gain and growth there.
Separate.
I was thinking that it could just be taken out of the gaming revenue on item number 2. So out of that 25,000, so then that 25,000 would be $15,000 to that grant stream, and then but 10,000 to the Senior Center Sustainability Fund with Prince George Community Foundation. So the amount would be the same. The amount allocated would be the same, but 10,000 of that 25,000 would go to the Senior Center Sustainability Fund.
Just point of clarification, that's only for this year?
Yes,
yeah.
That's all required.
So do we have to make that distinction? Because I think...
That would be an amendment that I need a seconder for, yeah.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Just, I guess, a point of order, and this is not I'm just questioning if this changes the core intent of that motion.
Pardon?
If it changes the intent of the motion, because right now, as this reads, it's the purpose of recommendation 2 is actually about funding recommendation 1. So I believe that the appropriate motion for, and unless you were lowering the initial amount of 50 to 40, I believe the additional $10,000 payment would need to come as a subsequent motion.
So
but I would look to the chair to make that determination.
No, we can make it separate. Yeah, we can get this one through and then see if there's any appetite to do the exactly same full motion, but it's just the numbers is reduced to 10, and it's just for 1 year only, just for the foundation.
Just because it does, number 2 is contingent on number 1.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so
yeah,
where would we make the amendment then? Would it be an amendment, Mayor Yu, or would it be?
Just a point of order, would it be helpful at this point to sever this into 4 motions? Because as it stands, it's only moved 1 motion with 4 clauses.
Thank you, Worship. Maybe I'll just try to, I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. I think number 1 has to change if you're changing number 2. So that amendment has to be on both those.
Understand. Yeah, keep it clean.
Your worship,
Okay.
perhaps we take I'm just looking to will of the room, perhaps we take a couple-minute recess just to sort out what the best process would be.
Yeah, sure.
And then if people need a quick break, we can, and then we can come back, rather than trying to wordsmith something
Sure.
procedural.
Let's take 5 minutes break and then let's get this piece right. Thank you. It's okay. If it was not, I have to go to another private.
Hey, actually, first, before I do this, I don't know who this was. It was left on my desk and I don't know any idea.
I didn't,
Okay.
but I've seen it,
Really?
So that's what I mean. Let's get this.
but not,
I asked you, Tim, and Garth, so I gotta wait.
it'll come to me.
Two things. One, I was gonna say there, I think it goes against the intent of the motion because one is about creating a new grant stream internally and one's about giving money extra. So
Okay, yeah.
just consider that. I think it goes against the, turn off your mic, actually.
Tim?
Sure. In my spare time.
Since we're not changing anything, can we do this 1, 2, 3, 4 at a one-shot deal?
That's correct.
Yeah. All in favor, 1 to 4, as presented in front of us? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now,
All right. And so I believe Mr. Anderson has written out the motion that,
yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I haven't written it out. It is, my understanding is the motion that wants to be made is a $10,000 donation to the, or grant to the Senior Center Sustainability Fund coming out of that major events reserve.
It's
Correct.
Start the fund.
yeah, to start the fund.
Start the fund.
A one-time,
One-time
To
donation.
start this fund in the name of, we as a council get the money to start a fund. And from that point onward, it's up to them how they manage it.
and so I'll ask Ms. Kellett, were you able to write that up? It was. Said that? Does that look what council wants?
I second that.
Yeah, I think it should say with the community, PG, Prince George Community Foundation.
Yeah. Yeah.
And council's aware that that service wouldn't be provided for us for free. We'd have to give some sort of ongoing fee to manage that fund.
Yeah, everything, we don't, nothing changed. This is just one time to start a fund. That's it.
Sorry, Your Worship, I'm just saying that we have an existing fund with them, just so you understand the structure of how that is.
Separate.
We started it with $100,000 contributions for 5 years running back in the mid-2000s, but we still to this day pay a $25,000 fee to basically administer that fund on our behalf.
Yes.
And so I'm saying if we do start a brand new fund with a $10,000 contribution, as long as everyone understands at some point there's going to be an agreement that likely needs to be signed by both parties, and there'll be an expectation that we are giving some money annually to manage that fund.
Okay.
And so that would,
10,000.
Yeah.
Based on 10,000 contribution only.
This is already created. This fund is already created.
I know.
oh, so this wouldn't be a City of Prince George
No, no,
Senior
no. This is-
Sustainability Fund. This
it's
is about
already created.
okay.
Yeah.
This is,
Sorry, I understand now. Thank you.
yeah.
All right, so moved. If I can have a seconder?
Second by Councilor Scott.
All right.
Okay. We have a two. I had hoping that people, you want to speak to this? Okay. Councilor Skeegan, everybody got one round. Councilor Skeegan? No? Councilor Scott? Then afterwards, Councilor Bennett?
Thank you. So just, Mayor, just because I've heard donating to the fund, start a fund, so I just want to confirm that this is an existing fund
Yes.
that the City of Prince George is not paying the annual management fee for.
Yeah. This is a separate fund, other stuff.
Thank you.
Councilor Simpson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Yu, and thanks for the clarity on that. One piece I'd like to maybe clarify if Ms. Kellett and Mr. Anderson are open to that kind of language shift on the, rather than from the major events reserve, maybe similar wording to the last one where it's reducing the contribution to the major events reserve by 10,000 and coming out of the gaming revenues. I think personally I prefer that, so we're not using the gaming reserve or the major events reserve for something inappropriate. We're just contributing at a lower rate. That's potentially my preference. And that's in line with the last motion that we just passed.
I would also prefer that. Major Events Reserve has some criteria established by council that this wouldn't fit. So simply just having the major events, simply having gaming revenue fund this is easier.
Easier, okay.
Clean.
Thank you. So does that need any change?
No, thank you, Your Worship. That was kind of the intent.
It met
but
the intent.
This is much cleaner.
Okay, thank
Great,
you. All
thanks.
right.
And thanks, Mayor Yu and Councillor Claassen and everybody's for the discussion. I just want to specify my interest in this and the difference between, the difference is this is going to set up opportunity for seniors long-term.
Yes.
And the other piece that we just passed as a group is going to help seniors today. This is two things that are important.
Two things, yeah.
And that's fantastic. And to point out, the last one will be annual still, of course, but this is going to create a legacy for the future for as well.
So the city and all there.
Okay,
Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So people can contribute to the fund and contribute direct to the senior center in multiple different ways. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Your Worship. As was alluded to earlier, I'm part of the provincial community-based seniors sector, and I can't tell you how frustrated I get in our meetings when people talk about all the issues that I hear about from the local senior centers, and knowing that in other communities, in some other communities, those centers are paid for by the city, period, full stop. I know we're not in that position, and that's as it is. What I wanted to buzz in on today was a reminder that we made a commitment in December, and at the February meeting of the Council of Seniors Advisory Committee, we agreed. I got all four, I had 4 of the 5 centers present, and I spoke afterwards to the 5th center, and they're all very excited to work together with the city to better understand needs and wants. So I just wanted to nudge city staff to let them know that that's actively desired. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Councillor Scott. And I, on behalf of the council and on behalf of the citizens, we as a city owe you a great gratitude for amount of time and the energy you have to dedicate to this file year after year, and represent the council as the senior on the senior file. Councillor Skaken.
I'm a senior too. Just about. Just a quick thing I mentioned, just to mention, we can't lose sight of the advocacy work that we need to do. And I'm not going to put a motion on the floor now because I think it's pretty broad. And after we do some consulting with some of the seniors groups so we can nail it down further, so we'll do that after, but that's still part of this whole
campaign. Yeah, thank you. Well, for once, the media see the council is united on something. Call the question. All in favor? Oppose? Carry unanimously.
Mayor, can I just say something that we said during our short recess?
Yes.
I want to acknowledge the fact that, yes, we're giving our seniors a little bit of a bump, but out of the major events reserve, I just know that anytime there's a major event, they're always calling for volunteers, and guess who shows up?
Seniors.
Seniors. And so thank you very much, seniors.
Thank you. Okay, we looking at the time, we're gonna go to J4 as a whole, as a budget as presented. All in favor? Oppose? Carry. J5.
Sorry, Your Worship, I'm not sure what just happened. Can you?
J4, Your Worship. J4 was part of that motion with the grant, Your Worship.
Yeah, so J4 was done, yes, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so we're on the J5. I need to move a seconder.
Yeah.
Move Councillor. Okay, we have a J5.
J5 is where Councillor
Facility
Bennett wanted to come in
maintenance.
with a conversation.
Thank you. So I appreciate flagging that this was the correct budget, not the one I asked about earlier. So I appreciate, Mr. Dalio, the response that you provided earlier, clarifying that the approximately $100,000 or under $100,000 of one-time expense in this budget is actually related to Fire Hall 1 office renovations, not the police station. So I guess that will just, I believe you answered the question last time with the assumption that this work was needed based on feedback from user groups, but I just want to confirm that there is not an opportunity to defer the office renovations at Fire Hall 1.
Sure, so the feedback from Monday was provided, and we went and asked the user group, and they believe it can be deferred. So that's something that council could do if they would like.
Do we have a dollar amount for that deferral?
I believe it was 72,600.
Then I'll move that we defer that project and adjust the facility maintenance budget accordingly.
Second by Councilor Palillo. Yeah. Let's do one at a time, or we're going to do two. You go ahead. Amendment number 2 coming.
Well, I don't know if this comes after or now.
I
but-
think we should vote for this one, and then you go for the next one. How's that?
Well, but that's amending and then approving the budget, so I think this needs to add the amendment through to Mr. Anderson.
I would agree if Councillor Bennett's motion is approving it with the adjustment, you need to do the amendment now.
So there is also a second project, and perhaps I will ask Mr. Dalio for a little bit more information. There's a second project, the CCTV for $22,000. So just through to Mr. Dalio, is this also something that can be deferred, or is this more time sensitive? Oh,
Your worship, through to Councillor Ramsey, this could be taken out of the budget.
okay. So I would further amend the facility maintenance budget, reducing a further $22,000 to remove the one-time CCTV budget that was articulated in the book. Thank you.
Second by Councilor Bennett. So we have the 2 amendment. Do we have to vote 3 times, or we can still do once?
No, there was a main motion and then Councillor Ramsey's amendment. So you'd vote on Councillor Ramsey's amendment and then main motion.
With their amendment?
Yeah, if it passes, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, before the vote, can we just get just clarity on the number that it would be reduced by? It's just shy of 100,000, but 94.6, perfect. That's why you're Chair of Finance and Audit, Councilor Ramsey.
Okay, we have amendment on the floor, moved by Councilor Ramsey, second by Councilor Bennett. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Main motion with the first adjustment. Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Through to Mr. Dalio, we're below 5% now?
That is correct, 4.95.
Thank you.
Is there some kind of goal you guys shall reach, number? Aspirational goal. Oh, boy. This is dangerous. Next move. Please put the next item on the screen. That will be J6. Civic operation, no. That's entertainment services. Any further comment? Councilor Sampson.
Thanks, Mayor Yu. No proposed cut, just a recognition. Staff are projecting an increase to revenues, and sometimes that sounds like it's everybody else's doing who just bring revenue in, but it is a great deal of effort from staff to bring in opportunities, events that bring in revenue. So thanks to that. And last night was one of those. I got to take a couple-hour break from my budget book and go and watch a sold-out show at CN Center. Staff did a tremendous job, and it's great seeing the facilities activated like that, but it is events like those that bring in revenue. And so thanks for that.
Thank you. Councilor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Through to Mr. Beasley, and I'm not sure if it's this budget or the next, but I guess I'm just actually more wondering about, not that we have a significant number of bookings, but like revenue from Vanier Hall. And I know bookings with the school district are becoming a little bit more challenging due to the Vanier Hall being needed for educational purposes. So I'm just wondering if we're anticipating any significant revenue impacts with less availability at Vanier. But that may also be the next budget.
Your worship, through to Councillor Bennett, it could be in both budgets, but Vanier Hall is really not available for us anymore, unfortunately. So there is some revenue opportunities lost with that. I wouldn't say they're significant because they're typically smaller shows, but nonetheless, it is lost opportunity. And just to anticipate another question, it is something we very much have on our agenda when we meet with the school district, when it would come to our school joint shared use agreement.
Excellent, thank you. And I think when council has the opportunity to meet with the school district, I think Vanier Hall should be a governance to governance conversation as well, because I know that we also, it's an important building in our facility or in our community that has a potential to draw some additional talent to our community as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bennett, for the comment. May I ask Mr. Devner, when was our schedule, the next meeting with the School District 57?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would have to check the calendar to see if there's something committed, but I do believe it is in the late spring, early summer typically. I've heard April, May pushed around.
Thank you. And please, let's discuss this item initiated by Councilor Bennett and former chair of the School District 57, of course.
Mayor, you just, for council's information, it's in our calendar for May 5th.
Is it? Yeah, thank you. Councilor Skaken.
Just briefly, Your Worship, I recall the last G2G meeting we had, we talked about everything from needles on their property to access to Vanier Hall in the evenings being a bit of a stumbling block for the city to get more usage. So, and I think the discussion at the time was that building a separate entrance the city would have to pay for to get into Vanier Hall tonight. So that'll have to be on the radar for the next meeting if we want to utilize Vanier Hall. I think we're going to have to put some money into it, but we'll leave it for the meeting, and that should be
Noted. Please
Yep.
make a note, and then when the meeting
That's it.
happens, this is important. All the conversation we're going to have with the School District 57. Councilor Claassen. J7.
Your Worship, we're still on J6.
J6. Sorry, J6.
I remembered my question. I thought there was a discussion about potentially, like back to the Vanier Hall, about possibly working through ways to get more access. So I was just wondering if Mr. Beasley has any update on that.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Claassen, yes, we do not have access to it. We are intending very much on bringing it up at our next, we're coming up to renewal season for the school use agreement. We'll absolutely be bringing that up.
Okay, thank you. I remember something a little bit different than what we just heard. Yeah.
We need to build a performance art center. That's what we need to do. Thank you. All in favor of J6? Oppose? Carry. J7, event services. Second by Councilor Skaken. Discussion. No change of the budget. All in favor? Oppose? Carried. JA. Event operation.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Oppose? Carry. There's substantial cut there, 150. Yeah. Move K1. Second K1 by Councilor Skaken. Just want to congratulate another beautiful year of a building permit. And the budget doesn't reflect the imbalance. Obviously, everybody worked pretty hard on this, to get this amount of more permit process. But having said that, as the community grow, please, we need to, the service and speed for the community sometimes it requires additional resources. And this is one area we make money. So we need to pay a little bit more attention to that, okay? Really appreciate the budget. Councilor Bennett, you want to make a comment?
Actually, just more a question, just in case we're missing something. On the agenda, this was starred. And I'm just wondering if there was a reason or rationale, or is it just that development and planning deserved a star?
The star just reminded me, Mayor, you have to say a praise.
Thank you, Your Worship. It means that there was an amended agenda and we had a handout, and it was just we were
Yeah.
replacing a sheet there, so.
Perfect. I just want, now that you triggered that, that brought back, but I was just like, I wanted to make sure we weren't forgetting something.
It's a new AI symbol, but we won't tell you what it means.
Yeah, a star.
Okay.
I'm going to call the question. All in favor, K1? Oppose? Carry. Economic development, K2. Move K2. Second by Councilor Skaken. This is the one budget, hopefully next year, whoever sits at this table will see a much more bigger department. I think Prince George is at the cusp to do lots of economic development together with the northern communities. This is one area I do believe we need to pay more attention. I know the staff are managing all the file right now, but in the years ahead, economic development it's gonna be big. Yeah, so let's keep monitor the activities and adjust accordingly. Thank you. All in favor, K2? Oppose? Carried. L1.
Second.
Second, Council Scott. Thank you. Discussion. Seeing none. All in favor, L1? Oppose? Carried.
Move that council approve the 2026 IT services budget set at $5,709,041, reflecting a 1% efficiency adjustment. And same train of thought as previous ones. It's looking for efficiencies
you.
and reflective of citizen budget as well. Thanks.
Second by Councilor Skaken. This is one item during the Monday's meeting. I did ask a question. I know that people usually say, shouldn't compare municipality to municipality, but this one item, I think it does indicate the efficiency of our operation. In some area, we compare the population, we're probably a little bit high compared with, but now with 100,000 population, maybe we're okay there. So please, Mr. Delio, tell us how this 1% going to affect the operation.
Sure, thank you, Your Worship. I realize that looking at this number, it's probably a bit hard to understand. So if you'll indulge me for a little bit, I'd like to kind of walk council through some of these IT maintenance contracts that you see so that you can understand what kind of business is done and what the effects would be. So of that 2.6 million of maintenance contracts that you see in the expense, we have big dollar figure subscriptions that we do, we have medium ones, and we have small dollar ones, and they're for all the systems that we use. And these tools mostly do what you would sort of expect technology to do. They'd save money by giving people the tools to do more work faster than without these tools. However, some tools, they also are designed to achieve other goals. There's other things besides just efficiency that IT tries to do. Some of it is about making your systems more reliable. We deal a lot in security. Security is a big part. We have a lot of sensitive information, and protecting that is a legal responsibility of ours. That, of course, is better for transparency and compliance as well with whatever legislation we might have. So some of the big stuff that we have, so think like $100,000 or more, these are your integrated financial system. This is, so JD Edwards. We have Tempest, that's the system that we use to collect our money for taxes and utilities. Microsoft Office is obviously a big one. We all use that suite. ArcGIS, our phone system, the network firewalls, all of our servers infrastructure, both virtual and physical. CityWorks is another one. If you go to the medium-sized subscription, so now I'm talking 20,000 to 100,000 a year, these are things like your event booking system that called Momentus, that arenas and parks and Civic Center and CN Center use. PG Map, which everybody uses, including the residents. The council meeting the council meeting streaming that's going on right now in eScribe. That's how we set up our agendas for it. The City of Prince George app, which is how people report potholes and street light outages and whatnot. The backup recovery system, so obviously a critical one there for that. Our UPS maintenance, so basically think large-scale surge protection keeps measured energy coming in consistently. We have software called IT Pipes, which is an asset management pipe scanning system that we use to do condition assessments. So that's how we figure out whether something's going to fail or not. Neptune 360, this is how we do our meter reading. So we have a bunch of accounts for water collection. You got to do meter reading. Used to be somebody would get out of a truck and go, manually read a meter. We have software that does that now. Adobe products, we got into some discussion on that the other day. It's not just Acrobat though, that does PDF reading. We also got InDesign and Illustrator that we use to do our publishing software that comms and arenas would use for professional materials and whatnot. We do electronic signatures through Adobe Sign. We have redaction software for our FOI compliance, super important and necessary. We have what's called DATS, which is our safety and learning management system. You heard about our core audit rebate. We would have a very difficult time achieving our core audit if we didn't have a good system that maintained all of our records properly. So you could argue that that system helps pay for itself through the core rebate. You've got Autodesk AEC, which is computer-aided drawing architecture and engineering and construction tool. So this is how it empowers engineers to model buildings. We use it also to compile drone data into design files. Then you have, and I'm really just taking examples. There's literally over 100 pieces of software. I'm trying to categorize things in importance for you. So some of the smaller ones. So to meet this 1%, and I will call it a cut, not an efficiency. Sorry, Councilor Clamson, that word choice is particular to me. So Stone Orchard. So intuitively, you probably would understand what Stone Orchard is. It's a cemetery software tool. So this is how it's specialized for the industry. It's how you track plot information and whatnot. eFax, we are actually required to send certain documents back and forth through fax. It's CRA won't do document transfer without fax. Our Sun Life medical records are for things like that too, for our benefits program. There's an HR training development tool called Articulate. So this is where I don't know if you've ever taken like a 5-minute training video and they kind of walk you through it, and you have those types of expenses. Omnivex, which is digital signage used by multiple city groups, including events, aquatics, and comms. We have a screen also downstairs in the service center that has that. Recycle Coach, so this is like your garbage pickup reminders so that we send them out for people to remember what the garbage day is theirs. There's Bluebeam, plan review and markup software that engineers use and planning and development uses. The CIS Security Suite, which is a software tool for basically security best practices. And Microsoft Sentinel, which is also a security monitoring tool. This is literally all of the types of stuff that we do. So for me to give you a cut, you're cutting something, I don't think I've listed an uncritical software for you. I don't want to say there's absolutely nothing we can do, but it's much smaller than you would think. Me and the IT manager went through, there's 3 pieces of software that we think you could cut without it hurting or putting you in a worse spot than what you started in. But they're small amounts. It would be about $8,000. They're little ones, a DNS firewall, some sync, and FME, which is a reporting tool for GIS for internal users. We could do that one, and you wouldn't feel it as bad. But anything more than that, and you're cutting something that's either critical to the organization or to a specific division.
Thank you for the.
I'm just wondering if Mr. Dalio could repeat himself. I'm just kidding, I'm tired.
I actually appreciate the humor, thank you. I realize I've talked a long time. I am trying to get across how we don't take on softwares that we don't need.
I've been here almost 3.5 years. This is the longest.
I withdraw my second to the motion, by the way.
Oh, boy. Councilor Ramsey.
No, thank you, Mr. Dalio, for that overview. I guess my question is, I'm wondering if there's other ways outside of the maintenance contracts and software costs where we can maybe try to identify some savings. And I think, at least for my employer, I think about Xerox, and we get charged a cost per page that's printed. So looking at, okay, reducing the amount of pages you're printing, maybe reducing use of color, double siding, things like that, where Xerox is charging a fee to us. And is there a way for us to adjust user behavior that would result in savings? And I would hope that perhaps the IT department could use some of their white belt training to maybe identify some of those things. And so I would like to see some sort of reduction in this. I think the $8,000 Mr. Dalio identified is a good place to support. But I do have a concern about the greater value of the 1% and making it challenging for some of those maintenance contracts. So I am wondering if, similar to perhaps the comments earlier around consideration of a parks review efficiency plan, I just wonder if, and it's likely something that happens often, I understand, but sometimes, there's subscriptions that people aren't using and other things like that. So I just wonder, or maybe there's less costly solutions available out there. So I just am wondering, when does that work happen internally for IT? Is it ongoing? Is there, as contracts come up, or is it just like set it, forget it once it's renewed in some cases? So I just, maybe through to Mr. Dalio, a little bit more information there around when do we review those contracts for being the best option for the city? And then the other piece is whether or not there's cost savings we can find outside of maintenance contracts that aren't salary and wages.
So that work does happen ongoing. There's a bit of a cycle that happens with some software. So you'll get some software as it's newly developed. They're trying to sell it, it's cheaper, it's great, and we get on board and we get invested with it, and we somewhat become reliant on it. A horrible thing that happens in the IT industry is that then some parent company will buy it out, change all the contracts, and start charging you 50% more than what your original owner of that software used to charge. So that can happen. And as we do that, then we're like, okay, well, what other solutions can we explore? We do our procurement processes, of course. We explore and see what's out there. Maybe end up shifting software. You also, you can use that leverage to try and renegotiate your contracts. We're typically not signing, 1-year contracts. If you get a good deal, you get in for a number of years, and then when you get that renewal on the 3rd or 4th year, that's when they'll spike the price on you. So there is this ongoing cycle where you're constantly trying to get the cheapest solution for what you can do. You also get pretty pot committed to some. You can't just back out of Microsoft in a hurry, for example. You're very integrated across your organization doing that. So you're somewhat at the mercy when it comes to Microsoft. Other expenses that are in the IT budget that are not maintenance contracts are things like the landline costs for the whole city. Again, this is not, IT doesn't do anything that isn't for everyone else. So they have those costs, they have their training costs, which is important for them to be able to provide the support and understanding of these systems and how they integrate with each other and serve those divisions that you've been approving budgets for along the way. The photocopying expenses that you talked about earlier, those are, they're somewhat managed by IT, but the budgets are scattered across the divisions. We don't centralize the photocopying under IT. I'm not sure what else I can tell you about the IT budget.
No, that's helpful. I appreciate the comment about it not being centralized, but I do sometimes wonder, I will get handed a document and it's single-sided instead of double-sided, or it's in color, and I just don't think it's necessary. And maybe staff don't realize that we pay like a cent per page for every photocopy, or 0.1 of a cent per page. Like sometimes it's an unknown cost. So I think that's just maybe something to flag. So I'm just gonna maybe wait to see how this plays out, and if it fails, maybe consider the $8,000 reduction.
Are you trying to make an amendment to the motion on the floor? No, not at the time being. Mr. Frizzell.
Thank you, and thank you to Mr. Dallo. You had me at threats and cybersecurity. The Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, the one run by the federal government, is not forecasting that we're going to be under less threat in 2026. They're talking about geopolitical actors that are actively seeking great data centers like we have. We have to protect the data that we have. We know what happened in Hamilton with the $5 million loss they had. And if $60,000 will protect us from losing $350 or $5 million, that's important. But also, we don't want to lose our data, frankly. That opens up our residents to potential for extortion. That opens up our staff to unnecessary looks into their lives. It's critical that we keep a tight ship, and it's expensive, and that's not good. But you've given us a realistic reason for why we have to spend the money we do. I don't like it, but I sure like the alternative a lot less. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor. 1%. Call the question. All in favor of the cut, 1%. Oppose? Defeated? I need a motion to adopt the original.
So moved.
Moved by Councilor Ramsey. Okay, Councilor Ramsey, floor is yours.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just based on Mr. Dallio's comments earlier around some of the contracts that we could potentially get out of, I'd like to move approval of this with an $8,000 reduction.
Second.
Second by Councilor Polillo. All in favor, amend the recommendation for L2 with an $8,000 reduction, basically.
Sorry, Your Worship, I just need clarity. I think it was just a main motion to approve, or was there a motion to approve the budget before that?
Yeah, I didn't get a seconder yet. So basically, now I have a...
No seconder on my motion, but there was one on yours.
That's correct. Yeah,
To approve
no.
the budget.
To approve the budget, no seconder, but now we have a move and seconder. We'll move the main motion on the floor with $8,000 reduction.
Okay, so it's just a main motion. Okay, we're good.
Thank you. Moved by Councilor Ramsey, second by Councilor Polillo. With the IT budget as presented, minus $8,000. All in favor? Oppose? Oppose? Yeah. Carried. Thank you. Councilor Bennett, you want to make a further comment?
No, and I do, and again, I want to echo the point I made Monday, just to thank you to Mr. Dallio, Mr. Reid. I know that I've been asking a lot of questions about IT and just really appreciate all of the time that you've spent providing that. And I know that IT is an ever-growing expense. We're seeing it across so many different organizations, and when you're an organization as big as ours, I recognize that. And again, I would just, I think, echo Councilor Ramsey's point of, the more we can challenge, things such as, if a department's paying for Zoom, but it can get away with Teams or those types of things, like I think empower IT to just be the hammer and continue to lower those costs as much as we can. And if departments are responsible for their own Xeroxing, I do think that's an area too where then perhaps through to Mr. Babich, where we can work to set those reminders. Because I know budget binders alone, I think there's over 3,000 pieces of paper between the 9 councillors in the budget binder, and it didn't need to be in color. So I think
I can make some comments as far as work that's been done on this in the past. So even before Mr. Reid's time, Mr. McCloskey, if you remember, was our IT manager, and he had done this sort of citywide photocopier review. And all of our printer settings were changed to default to double-sided. They were defaulted to black and white. Now, the options are still with the users. They can override and change those options, but the defaults are set to be efficient. And so we do have to trust that if divisions are changing to single-sided or if they are changing to color, there is a reason for it. And so this sort of communication happened and very recently, within the last 5 years.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
L3.
Where are we? No, I want to ask, where are we? With the 8,000 reduction, where are we the number? Since everybody got asked once, I asked once myself.
4.94.
Huh? 4.94? Can you confirm?
I'm sorry, I was having a side conversation.
4.94 after the 8,000?
Oh, yes, 4.94 now. Yeah.
Okay. L3, financial services. Do I have a mover and seconder?
I'll move.
Move. Second by Council Scott. Discussion. Seeing none. All in favor? Oppose? Carried. Consideration for enhancement. Move which one?
Move to deny enhancements.
Second.
So basically, we have 0.
Yeah.
Second by Councilor Paolo. You guys want to go home early or something? 0. Can you, some of the enhancement important, so we're going to deny all in one shot deal?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I can explain my motion,
please,
absolutely.
please.
I've reviewed the enhancements in their entirety, tried to prioritize things across the budget. I'm not prepared to support any of them. I believe that's the view of some of my colleagues, but that's why, rather than debate each one from my perspective, I was comfortable to move it, but if it's not the will of council, then we can debate each one. Thanks.
Okay, appreciate it.
Sorry, Your Worship, if I may, just for clarification, because council has already decided on some enhancements, just to
right, that's
clarify, the intent of the motion is to cover off enhancements M1, M5, M6, and M7.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Councilor Carson?
Could I propose removing, I'd like the Civic Facilities and Events Administration Service Enhancement, Arts, Culture, and Heritage to be discussed. So could I
Yeah,
sever it?
Yeah, you can discuss anytime. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Or can I just simply
No,
sever
we
it?
have a motion on the floor to dismiss the whole thing, but
Okay.
since you want to
Yeah,
discuss.
I think
floor is
this
yours.
one is important because we've asked our residents and they have signed up wholeheartedly to do a really super job in our heritage, on our Heritage Commission. And we've asked for an arts and culture, we've asked for staff to put together that package for an arts and culture, is it charter? And maybe Ms. Wozniak, if you, or who would speak to it?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Claassen, likely Mr. Beasley, but I'm happy to assist with the heritage component of that posting, or enhancement, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, Worship. Through to Councillor Claassen. So our understanding of this is it was in response to what we've heard loud and clearly from council and the community about the lack of arts and culture and heritage support that we've been offering our community, both through the Heritage Commission presentations to council, as well as the recent work we've been doing with the arts and culture community, a significant roundtable recently where they had specifically asked us to include this recommendation. We found a way to combine this with the Heritage Commission request so that it's combining both roles into one. So again, ultimately we follow the will of council. We thought we were following the will of council with this and the priority. If we don't get this, life carries on. We just are likely be pushed back considerably in terms of the arts and culture policy planning, as well as some of the action plans that we had planned for 2026 and beyond that. So that's my pitch for it. Again, ultimately we will do what we're told to do. So.
Yeah, and Ms. Wozniak, did you have something to add?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Claassen, not so much just as a reminder, the heritage component, it was originally a heritage planner position that council asked administration to bring back for 2026 budget consideration when the Heritage Commission presented earlier last year. And so again, just following that direction, in the report to council, we did note that there may not be enough work for just a heritage planner. So when the opportunity of the arts and culture piece came up, just echoing what Mr. Beasley has mentioned already, we thought the combination of all three would be sufficient for a full-time role should council decide to pursue that.
Thank you for that. And so I'll make the case to sever this one out of that motion to not discuss the other ones. So I'd like this one discussed. So if I could have a seconder on that. Or how does that work, Mr. Anderson?
So the motion is to deny M1, 5, 6, and 7. So you're severing out 7. The motion to deny 7 will be discussed separately.
Okay, thank you.
Question on the others?
Councilor Ramsey, you're on the queue.
Next, okay. Can I also request to pull M1, please, Your Worship, for discussion?
Sure.
Thanks.
Yeah, to keep it simple, let's just one piece at a time. How's that? Do I have a unanimous consent to withdraw the motion? Let's withdraw the motion. Everybody agree? Okay. Motion withdraw. Okay, we go with one at a time. M1.
Thanks, Your Worship. I think I know there's value in this, and it is an important consideration. We've discussed at length how the city is recruiting against other peer municipalities that are also recruiting for top talent. In some instances, headhunter firms are used, and I believe we had conversed with Mr. Babich, who had said the fee can sometimes range in the amount of 25% of the salary of the position that is being advertised. And so I don't know that there's appetite for council to consider this, but I don't want to have it totally fall off. And so I am hoping that maybe we could look at over the next year our recruitment, and if it is still, we're finding it challenging to recruit top talent, we're not getting, star talent applying for high-paying positions, consider it in the 2027 budget. So I would like to refer it to 2027's budget, because I do think it is something that council is paying attention to. We're doing work on this, even though when we talk about positions and stuff, it isn't in the public, but those conversations are happening. And so I think if we can maybe just continue to have our finger on the pulse on this and reconsider it if we think it's necessary, because some of these recruiting agencies are charging astronomical amounts of money, and adding this service to our HR department to do cold calls to people in comparable positions at other cities, to me, that is a form of just really good use of internal resources. I've been on hiring committees for nonprofits where you're recruiting a really high up position, and just having those resources to call and let people know that those positions are available, even just that in and of itself, without having to spend advertising dollars, is a benefit. But that's just not a resource that we have available now, because our HR department is just doesn't have the skill set on it. So I do see value in council really keeping an eye on this to see if there is the need in 2027. I do think there is the need now, which is why it came about. But again, just monitoring over the next year and reconsidering. So I just put that before council for a referral. And I think it was seconded.
Councilor Scott, you want to speak to M1? No. No? Okay. Do we want one at a time?
Yeah, I know,
I'm going to call question on the M1, recommendation to referral. All in favor of referral? Opposed? Carried. M2.
Your worship, we already did M2, M3, and M4. I think we're on M5 right now.
Yeah. So basically, M5. M6. Any discussion on M6? Hearing none, M6 will be no action. M7, do we have a seconder?
Yeah, I'd like to move that one, M7.
I was second to get it on the floor.
And
Okay.
so if I can speak to it just a bit.
Yep.
Like I said earlier, we have asked for this work, and I think this is a matter, this is one of those things where it's, if we don't remember our history, we don't have much of a future, and so I really think that this is important work, and I think it will enrich all of us. And the whole package, I like the way it's put together, the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Coordinator. We often speak of the need for such a role in various different things, and I see this as fulfilling that role to help us to have a more robust arts, culture, and heritage connection and work done by the city. So I would, ask for council support on this.
Yeah. Scott? Councilor Scott?
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Dalio, what would be the implication of us moving ahead with this?
The number.
Are you looking for a percentage impact, Councillor Scott?
Yeah.
It would be a 0.08% impact.
What's the final number would be?
That will put us to, there might be some rounding in here. I have it at 5.02.
So without it, it will be 4.9 something?
4.94. I, for many of the same reasons as Councillor Clausen, I support this
Okay.
going forward.
Councilor Bennett?
Thank you very much. Chris, a question through either probably Mr. Babich, Mr. Dalio. Is there any kind of precedent set up around, and recognize we'd have to have a conversation with the regional district, but like they have a cultural coordinator on staff. They have, like, is there an opportunity to have a conversation like around, could we buy some time or share a position that way so that we're not necessarily having to invest in a full-time position, we're not having to, pay benefits and all that to a full-time position, but utilize tax dollars more effectively if they already have these types of positions on staff?
Thank you, Your Worship. I can think of one situation historically, and it's actually in the IT services department. Quite some time ago, our IT services staff were loaned to the regional district from time to time on contract basis to provide support when the regional district was short-staffed in that regard. So it was on a fee basis, and so that's something that could be explored if council directs us to do that. But Mr. Dalio, I don't know if there's any other examples that you can think of in terms of sharing services in that manner.
I'm a bit unprepared for that, to think it all the way through at this hour. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
No, and that's fair, and I recognize this wasn't something we've talked about before. It just kind of came to me as I was thinking about. Again, I'm not necessarily looking at it from what is the tax levy implication, but we're hearing loud and cloud from our residents that we're in a they're in a time of restraint. The city needs to try to be in a time of restraint. Is there an opportunity then, because the city falls and is part of the regional district's jurisdiction, that we could work alongside their cultural staff to help support some of this work? So I don't necessarily know if I can support the enhancement, but I would strongly encourage, if there's an opportunity to have that conversation with the regional district, I think council may be open to, opportunities to look at kind of a shared position.
Mayor, I actually like Councillor Bennett's idea really well. I'm just wondering if I can change Or can we refer this?
It's your motion.
I know, but he had a really good argument. Because we are in the regional district, and if they already have a position like this, I'm just wondering if we should.
You can vote against your own motion.
I can vote against my own motion, but that would be sad, but
We could refer to next year.
we could refer to next year.
Thanks, Your Worship. I sit on the Cultural Services Advisory Committee for the Regional District. I'm the co-chair of that committee. They do have a cultural plan for the regional district. I think if there's going to be consideration of working with the regional district, that we should have maybe perhaps refer this to next year's budget and maybe have that conversation with the regional district around what that looks like. I know that Sarah Brown there's already a great deal of coordination. And when the CSAC committee meets, we do have Sarah Brown from the city, as well as, I forget the other name. What's her name? Maria, yes, as well as Maria. They both come to the Regional District Committee and do provide information and advice around things that are happening with the city. So a lot of that's already being done. So I'm not necessarily sure how this would adjust that pre-existing work. So I do think there's value in maybe referring this back to staff to take that away and maybe come back with a report that could then be referred to 2027 budget.
Okay, I'll withdraw.
You okay with withdrawing? All in favor? Yeah.
Your
All in
Worship,
favor, withdraw the
you can
motion?
just make a referral motion if you want.
Okay,
so-
then I'll just refer to, is it intergovernmental or is it to staff?
Staff.
To staff. Okay, so if I could have, okay, thank you.
Second by Councilor. All in favor, refer M7 to staff. Oppose? Carried. I need a motion to adjourn.
Through to Mr. Dalio, if we're at 4.94, then Representative House in the book has taxes of $2,922 as a Prince George portion from 2025. With a 4.94 increase, that means another additional $144 on a representative home. Am I close to accurate on those numbers?
Yes, those are good calculations. They just keep in mind that that is an estimate still, that $29.22.
Thanks, and still, it's still just the Prince George portion. We haven't heard from MFA and from the regional district and from the school district on what their share will be.
I usually don't receive their information till late March, early April, and then we come to you with a bylaw shortly thereafter.
Thank you.
So what is the number? 4.94 represent to each average household? 144. Thank you. Councilor Ramsey.
Thank you, Your Worship.
You could thank the staff board.
I just was going to say, as the chair of F&A, thank you to council for a really good debate, and thank you to Your Worship for chairing the meeting. I also want to add additional thanks to staff. I know a lot of work goes into budget, and I just want to share gratitude for all of the work. And I know Mr. Dalio had quite a lean team for budget this year, so really kudos to his entire team that really worked to put this together. It's such a great deal of work. So I just want to make sure that that doesn't get missed.
Thank you. And on behalf of the council as well, really a big thank you to the staff. Just to remind the public that we as a council, this is our fourth budget together. But we start off the first budget in a bit of a hole because the budget before that was a zero increase. So I think overall, I think we get to give ourselves a little congratulations. I think that within the 4 years, we did okay. $144, but still it's just a lot of money for a lot of people. And let's not forget that. And let's keep finding the efficiency. And the most important, grow the economy, grow the city, and have more people pay for the services we all use. And so hopefully the next council can have a budget that maybe go the other way. Thank you, the media, for being here with us. Much appreciated. Thank you. Move to adjourn, Councilor Palillo, second by Councilor Frizell. All in favor? Thank you.